Good morning to everyone joining us from all the different online platforms. Thank you for taking your time to be part of this program. My name is Mandle Nkosi Dlamini, and I am the Reformatting Officer under the Disability Support Unit in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. I will be the Program Director for the 2022 Online Disability Research Indaba. I will be working closely with my colleagues, Mrs. Tahita Pillay, who's going to be the Technical Director. She's going to be assisted by Mr. Spamandla at Dashan by monitoring the chats and also the question and answer sections. We'll move on to the announcements. We only have 2 announcements. There's been a slight adjustment to the program. Some might have already received the updated program. So the welcome address will be delivered by the DVC of Teaching and Learning, Professor Sonha. And following the welcome address, we'll shoot straight to the panel discussions. So the keynote address has been rescheduled to 10 minutes past 10. I would like to acknowledge the presence of all distinguished guests and presenters from both locally and abroad. So to limit any time-consuming interruptions to the program, there are housekeeping rules that we need to take note of. Please share the housekeeping rules, Tai. Yes, these are the housekeeping rules that are displayed. I know most of us are familiar with the housekeeping rules. These are the normal housekeeping rules for the online programs. So I guess we are all familiar with them in terms of making sure that our mics are muted when we're not speaking. And then we also have details of the people that can be contacted if ever you want to say something, or maybe you want to engage on the program. All you need to do is raise your hand. And again, please introduce yourself before you go on or proceed with your questions or whatever you want to raise. Audience participation is encouraged. It will also be good to get some comments from the students. You know, there's a slogan that student leaders love saying, which says nothing about us without us. So students, let us engage in a fruitful and meaningful discussion. The South African Sign Language services are also available for the duration of the program. You know, the term Indaba emanates from both the Xhosa and the Zulu language. It is also believed to describe a scenario where the king would call the people to brainstorm on issues of their interest. So now we are gathered here today to talk about our common interest, which is providing support for students and staff living with disabilities. As we all know, the higher education sector was not exempted from the disruptions brought forward by the COVID-19 pandemic. There was a halt to the physical programs that were traditionally hosted by the Disability Support Unit. This then necessitated a shift from the physical to the virtual programs. As a result, we saw our very first online disability Indaba in 2020. You know, this Indaba showcased stimulating and rich and robust dialogues and discourses focusing on no students will be left behind, reimagining higher education disability services in response to COVID-19. You know, there were extensive engagements on digital accessibility in higher education, mental wellness, and a rights-based approach to disability and COVID-19. The clear success and production of new knowledge and discourses from the diverse perspectives and contexts on the intersections of disability and COVID-19 in higher education provided a critical trajectory to conceptualize the 2022 Disability Online Indaba, which is deemed as the new normal, embracing a post-pandemic inclusive higher education landscape. We know for sure that the year 2020 added to a body of new and critical knowledge to inform practice arrangements and design of inclusive structural and developmental priorities for service provision and policy in higher education. Without any further ado, I would like to welcome our first speaker, who has previously served at the University of Zululand as the DVC for Teaching and Learning. And again, he served at Walter Sisulu University, again as the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs and Research. He currently serves at the Higher Education Quality Committee of the Council of Higher Education. He has published over 100 articles in local and international journals, books, and conference proceedings. Allow me to introduce to you the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Professor Sandile Songa, to share with us his welcome address. Over to you, Prof.
Thank you. Thank you ever so much, Mandla. And also my sincere gratitude to all colleagues present, including senior management colleagues, all academics, and all professional services people from the university. I am bringing with me the things from the Vice Chancellor and Principal of UKZN, Professor Nana Poku, has asked me to give the opening address on his behalf. Professor Poku is extremely enthusiastic and supportive of this Indaba. See, he sees it as a liberating initiative that will continue to contribute towards making the higher education transformation agenda a reality. Sees it as an event on which we as a university must build a lasting legacy of creating not only inclusivity, but belonging for all staff and students of all forms of enablement. I know, colleagues, that UKZN has become an attractive destination and the university of choice when it comes to students with disability across the country. This university also attracts people of different forms of enablement into its employment. I must say, personally, I consider this as an excellent development in the sector and a good opportunity for students and staff who have various forms of disabilities, and a major advantage towards creating that inclusivity and belonging. However, it comes with huge responsibilities on the part of the university, specifically the academic divisions and the academic support and professional services within the university. And this responsibility, the university is responding to quite enthusiastically. Certainly, it has implications for our staff, our students, our systems, and our marketing, because there is no university in South Africa that is dedicated to people with challenges and disabilities. And I don't think South Africa, in terms of its constitution, seeks to have that differentiation. Instead, what is desirable in South Africa now is an inclusive approach where people of different enablements actually come together in equity, inclusivity, and belonging. And I suppose the history of this country has something to do with that. At this university, we have graduated many students who have disabilities, who would historically have been prevented from attaining such accolades because of different enablements. We have graduated people with disability at bachelor's degrees level, master's degrees level, and also the apex doctoral degree. And these are across the SISM categories, including sciences, technology, engineering, mathematics, and humanities. If you look at the national disability prevalence rate in South Africa of 7.5, and the fact that disability tends to be more prevalent against females compared to males, disability, therefore, is one of the 7 focus areas identified by the South African Human Rights Commission within its mandate to promote, protect, and monitor the realization of human rights in South Africa. So it's a human rights issue. People with disability continue to lack access to adequate health and good education, and are at risk of economic isolation with no prospect of securing employment or poor prospects of securing employment. This sector of our South African population is also particularly vulnerable to compounded effects of discrimination, abuse, and secondary effects such as poverty and others. This is a battle that has been taken up by people with disabilities, their associations, in close cooperation with other sectors of the population, hand in hand. Now, because of the history of the ongoing struggle against colonialism-derived oppression and discrimination, South Africa is a nation that is extremely sensitive, especially when it comes to issues that divide people rather than integrate people. The principal objective of South Africa's integrated national disability strategy is to create an environment in which people with disabilities can flourish with equitable self-determination. This university is struggling with how to make this ideal a reality through the creation of access to higher education and through research into the circumstances that militate against these objectives. This approach is a sharp departure from the National Policy on Disability, because the National Policy on Disability simply seeks to guide and inform the mainstreaming of services to people with disability and facilitate the provision of integrated social services and provide guidance to departments, which is on its own a very good thing. However, because we don't know enough, the point of departure of UKZN is to research and understand, so that with the understanding, we can create that trajectory. The aim is to achieve learning experiences in which all staff and students enjoy inclusivity, belonging, and equitable participation, as well as post education opportunities. It is one thing to get a degree and get an experience. It is quite another to be recognized in the employment workplace and be allowed to create a livelihood. A large body of knowledge is being created across the globe on these equity goals generally, and for the inclusivity and belonging of staff and students of all forms. And this is a good thing. This is one of the reasons UKZN has taken this point of departure. These studies have advanced the creation of opportunities for staff and students with different forms of barriers, challenges, and limitations. In this Indaba, therefore, some of the studies and contributors that have been conducted or are being conducted currently, focusing on broad areas, they will be presented and showcased. The sample of areas listed actually typifies the kinds of studies that are at the forefront and cutting edge of investigations aimed at equitable participation of staff and students with different challenges. So today we shall listen to presentations on these topics and other related topics from various researchers across the sector. We shall also have a panel discussion with 4 panelists who will discuss the key areas that have influence towards advancement towards an enablement discrimination-free learning society at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and across the nation as a whole. This is aimed at reducing division and advancing cohesion, inclusivity, and belonging. We are privileged actually to have Professor Sigamni Naika, Director Academic of the Global Listening Center and an extraordinary professor at the University of the Western Cape, a distinguished academic and an extraordinary professor for inclusivity in higher education, who is also recognized in political and government circles for his service to inclusivity in humanity. Therefore, extending a special welcome to you, Prof, and wish you an excellent presentation. I actually would also like to welcome all colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, to this wonderful occasion and acknowledge the visionary creation and leadership Sa Mazibuko and her team. Out of this appreciation, I have personally expressed my keen interest to continue to be part of the scholarly work as well as the advancement of its products coming out of this initiative in the service of our staff and students. I am persuaded that all participants here today will also be motivated by not only the initiative as such, but also the contribution and impact on bridging the unfortunate divide which really still exists among people on the basis of enablement in our society. I have therefore pledged to contribute an integrating influence that will bring resources and influences to bear on this wonderful work. across UKZN and from the private sector, so as to further advance this wonderful work. I do want to thank you so much, and to also wish you an excellent set of discussions in this Indaba, and hope that as we share ideas and listen to scholars, we will come together more strongly so that this initiative will be strengthened going forward. I wish you an excellent Indaba. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for the welcome address. I guess we have been welcomed, and the Indaba is officially open. So let us now move on to the panel discussion, which is the next item on our agenda. The topic of our panel discussion is towards cultivating an inclusive higher education environment for South African Sign Language users. I know this topic has a lot of similarities with what some of our presenters are going to be deliberating on. So to facilitate this panel discussion, allow me to introduce the Disability Coordinator for the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He is currently the Vice Chairperson of the Higher Education Disability Services Association, which is HEDSA. He is also a member of the National Committee that is working to develop a teaching and learning practice framework in higher education for students living with disabilities. He advocates for a rights-based approach to disability and is passionate about the empowerment of persons with disabilities. Mr. Neville Balakrishna, over to you, sir.
Good morning, colleagues. It is an absolute pleasure today to chair this session, which promises to stimulate discussion on a topic that is absolutely critical for the engagement of people that are deaf in accessing learning and teaching in a medium that is most appropriate to their learning. I thought it was important to provide a contextual background to our topic today and maybe get us all to understand how we arrived at where we are today globally in the location of South African Sign Language or sign language in general, and how historically the lives of deaf people was impacted. It is very important that we deal with issues of power and the withholding of power by the hearing community in the lives of deaf people. The year 2022 is exactly 102 years since the very famous Milan Conference took place. It was a conference that adopted 21 resolutions which relegated the lives of deaf people to be in the absolute control of the hearing world. So devastating were the resolutions of the Milan Conference that it was to have a profound effect on the education of the deaf for over 50 years. This marginalization and oppression of deaf people found itself in a manner that denied deaf people the opportunity of access to education. And as a consequence of this lack of access to education, the education of the deaf was placed in the hands of the hearing community. As we know, South Africa is going to be signing into law the 18th Amendment to the South African Constitution, which will see South African Sign Language placed on equal status as our other 11 languages. Arriving at this point was a struggle within the broader struggle to liberate all South Africans of oppression. And part of that struggle was engaged by deaf persons themselves. Mandla, in his introduction, mentioned the driving motto of the student movement, which is nothing about us without us, has been a motto of the disability movement ever since the 1970s. A motto that says that unless the disabled community is actively involved and empowered to be their own voices, they will remain marginalized. And it was this same enthusiasm by deaf activists that resulted in the deaf community arriving at the point where around March next year, South African Sign Language should become the official language in South Africa. Colleagues, we have an opportunity today to ask ourselves three important questions. To what extent are deaf learners being prepared to use South African Sign Language and to transition from basic education to higher education? And the second question, to what extent is higher education creating a conducive environment, building capacity to be able to allow or to ensure that South African Sign Language is respected and embedded within the higher education space? And the third is, how can institutions make teaching and learning, the teaching and learning experience for SASL users more inclusive? It is our endeavor today, by the end of this discussion, to be able to try and answer some of those questions. To help us to do that, we have a team of very respected, as well as persons who have dedicated their lives to making South African Sign Language become a respected language, but also persons who lived in the world of the deaf, engage extensively with deaf people, so that they are able to better understand South African Sign Language, but also link to it deaf culture. We have with us a panel made up of the following persons, and I will introduce them when they get to make the introductory comments. Our panelists are Dr. Kate Huddleston, a linguist from the University of Stellenbosch, Mrs. Modieki Njana, who's a lecturer at the University of Stellenbosch, Ms. Asunder Kachwa, who is a sign language interpreter in the Eastern Cape Legislature, as well as Mrs. Marchi Miranda, the chairperson of Higher and Further Education Disability Services Association. Colleagues, I want to now give our first panelist the opportunity to just make some introductory comments And it's my pleasure to, I'm sorry, before I do that, I must apologize. We were going to have the honor of having Professor Anne Baker, who's a linguist at the University of Stellenbosch, to be a panelist, but unfortunately, she's unavailable for some other urgent matter that has come up, which she couldn't avoid. And we have Dr. Kate Huddleston, who works quite closely with Professor Anne Baker, and Dr. Huddleston would actually be communicating some of the thoughts, I'm sure, of Professor Baker. So Dr. Huddleston serves as both chair and senior lecturer of the Department of General Linguistics at the University of Stellenbosch. She is also the managing editor for Stellenbosch Papers in Linguistics and the deputy chairperson for the Southern African Linguistics and Applied Linguistics Society. A study focuses on the grammatical structure of South African Sign Language and other linguistic-related topics, such as sign language acquisition and socio-linguistic variations. She is also investigating the aspects of the syntax and programmatics of Afrikaans and South African English. A previous research interests include code switching and computer-mediated communication, specifically Afrikaans English code switching online. It's now my pleasure to give Dr. Huddleston the opportunity to make some introductory comments. Dr. Huddleston.
Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction, and thank you so much for this opportunity to participate in this wonderful Indaba. I'm going to make a couple of introductory remarks, as has been indicated, and then I would actually like to hand over to my colleague, who will be introduced to you as well, Ms. Modiegi Nyayana, to talk in a little bit more detail, and then I'll come back in, if that's all right, with the chair of the panel and add some more thoughts after
Sure.
Modiegi has given her input, because I think it's very important that we, as hearing researchers, as hearing academics, as hearing administrators, realize or prioritize voices that come from the deaf community. And one way we can do this is by giving almost the first opportunity to discuss these issues to a deaf lecturer who is embedded in a higher education context at this point. Yeah, it's really important for us as educators in higher education, as administrators, to be very aware of what the needs are, because they are very diverse, of deaf learners who are looking at higher education. And that is a focus of this panel, because deaf learners are marginalized. They have limited access to education and to information about higher education. So if it's all right with the chairperson, I'm going to then hold my thoughts for a little while and hand over to the chairperson to introduce Modiegi, and then I will come back in after that, if that's all right.
Thank you very much. So we really are grateful to have Modiegi with us. She is currently a junior lecturer at the University of Stellenbosch, where she teaches South African Sign Language and its acquisition, in addition to language to hearing students. She recently obtained a master's degree in linguistics from the University of Stellenbosch. Her research examined the variations of South African Sign Language within the Dominican School for the Deaf in Wynberg in the Western Cape. Mrs. Njana is a deaf poet, and her first poem was titled June 16th, followed by Bear Wash Day, which inspired many deaf poets to explore novel ideas. Deaf children were also exposed to poetry and storytelling in their native language as a result. Miss Asunder Middleston, sorry, I must apologize for that. So we are really honored to have someone who's actually done extremely great work, but is also still studying to improve the quality of life of deaf people. I'm particularly interested in the poem June 16th, because one of the things that we have to realize that imposition of language is not new to our country. The 1976 June 16th uprising, where children were being forced to speak and learn in a language other than their mother tongue, has been a struggle in our society. So I'm particularly interested to hear about the poem, and maybe during the course of her introduction, she might be able to tell us a bit more about that poem. It's over to Modieki.
Good day, everyone, and thank you so much for having me here today. I'm happy to touch a little bit on my poem about June 16. I grew up in Soweto, and that was my history, that was my legacy. I was young when I saw everything happening around me, but I remembered it. And I wanted to share that emotion and that experience with the deaf community. And that's why I created the poem June 16th. So thank you so much for asking about that. I'd like to now talk about the 3 questions that was posed to us that we are going to address today. Let's look firstly at the question around basic education. We have found that the children in deaf schools have limited access to South African Sign Language. And now they have to also move over to a university level of studying. But when you look at basic education, there are certain struggles that the deaf learners have. They don't have the opportunity to access different subjects like biology or very interesting subjects. They don't have access to that so that they can have a future and a choice in what they want to study. So a limited subject in school does impact them. South African Sign Language in a school for the deaf is not always successful. It's important for a deaf child to acquire South African Sign Language, but this doesn't always happen. And it's not just the challenge of the deaf child, but also that of the teacher who is hearing, but struggles to sign. There's no connection between the teacher and the child because there's no common language. The teacher is not able to sign at a level that can teach the child to also grow. So we are looking at the fact that South African Sign Language, as used by teachers, unfortunately is not adequate. And that teacher then also doesn't understand the learning methods of a deaf child, because they learn in a visual manner. They need to have a strong linguistic foundation. But if the teacher only offers a very basic and broken sign language, then that is the only language that that child will learn. It's very important for a teacher to understand the visual component of a deaf learner's learning experience. And if that is not offered to the deaf child, they will really struggle to learn. Now we're looking at CAPS, the Sasl CAPS, that was recently brought into South Africa. It's in 2015. It was enacted. But with the legislation and the decision, there were no material available, or very limited material. As you have with every other subject, you have a textbook that will go with that. But in South African Sign Language, that was either non-existent, not accessible, not available, not even there. So the children then have very limited access to their own language, never mind other subjects. The early childhood development is also another component that is non-existent, and that's where a deaf child learns a language. From age 0 to 3 years is an extremely important time for them to learn sign language, but there's no support for either the parents or the child. There's not sufficient support. And this leads to language deprivation in the deaf child. The parents don't know how to communicate with their child. By the time they go to school, their school journey, their future is already affected, and they have such a big setback in comparison to their peers. There's also very limited career guidance from the schools to a deaf learner, giving them options as to what they can study or where they can work one day. There's no guidance in that direction. Okay, so that was basic education. Let's look at some of the challenges that the institutions of higher learning might have. When a child is finished with school and they want to go to a university, how do we as institutions accommodate deaf students? It needs to start at the very beginning, when a deaf learner doesn't even know what requirements are in place for them to even apply for a position or for a study course. The school doesn't provide this kind of information, which means it really is the responsibility of universities to attend to this. Because they're already limited with the choice in subjects at a school level, the learners are not aware as well that they need to have really good marks for specific subjects in order for them to be considered for a specific career studying direction. But the children are not aware of this, so they don't study hard. Another way to accommodate or to ensure that we have our Sasl users participate fully is to have exam concessions. Some universities don't allow this. An exam concession is extremely important. They expect that student to write the exams as everybody else does. But with a deaf person, it is a linguistic concession that they require. An interpreter to at least sign the question to the deaf student, allowing them to fully comprehend what is required of them, often to answer in sign language, and then have a transcription of that answer delivered to the lecturer, who will then mark it as they would every other student's exam answer paper. We're also looking at the website of a university. Why not use a QR code to have a interpreter signing that specific page on that website? Many students arrive at the university or try to find opportunities, but they've had very limited access to the world outside of the school environment. So they have very limited understanding of the world around them. By giving them the opportunity to select, to use their phone and select that QR code, looking at a video translation of the text on the website would really open up opportunities for learning for them, even just for interest's sake for them. It's also important to make sure that the application form is sufficient. There needs to be fields for the deaf person to include what it is exactly that they require in terms of support. And remember, not all deaf people have the same communication needs. Some of them need an interpreter, and some of them need other support. Some of them require terminology support by each faculty, providing terminology in sign language and English or Afrikaans or whatever the spoken language is, so that they can also acquire new terminology, which will also be used by the interpreters. Now we're also looking at deaf parents of students. So we're not only seeing the deaf student or the deaf child, but we're also looking at the family unit. Sometimes we have deaf parents with hearing students or hearing children. Those deaf parents should also have access to the university. Be able to communicate with the university through interpreting or any other support, communication support that they require. Maybe you can have an app that specifically allows them to have access to the university, or have graphics that are more visually informative. So there should be an opportunity for a person to make an appointment and to come and see the admission officer with an interpreter. Now, as a deaf person, we have a physical hearing loss, which needs support, but we're also a linguistic community. Now, for my hearing loss, you have a disability unit who's able to support that, almost in a rehabilitation of the hearing loss. But you still require a person who is knowledgeable about sign language, deaf culture, and is an experienced user of Sasl, if not a first Sasl user. It's not only a physical disability that we have, but we also have a language deprivation that leaves us behind from the rest of the group, from our peers. Now, let's look at how we can be more inclusive. By being inclusive, it means you also need to recognize the differences and know that we are not all the same. As a deaf person, we have different levels of hearing loss. We have different needs to communicate. Some prefer a sign language interpreter, while others prefer captions, and others prefer a note taker. So you need to be sensitive and understanding of an individual's choice of communication support that they want and they need. So offering a physical support, it's like a hearing aid or a speech therapist, that kind of thing, but only if the deaf person wants it. But offer it at the very least. And some kind of rehabilitation of that hearing loss through a speech therapist or through cochlear implants, whichever it is that that individual requires. So everything should be made available, and let the student decide what it is that best works for them. And again, how it can be inclusive is by offering exam concessions. Making the website accessible. Use a QR code that takes you immediately to that interpreted version in sign language. Have the interpreters available during the application process, during the program of visiting different areas. Offer them academic advice. Some students arrive and they don't realize they can actually change their study direction. But they need some support, so make that available to them. Sometimes the tutor also needs to learn at least some sign language, because that allows the student to be independent of the interpreter and start building that relationship with those around them. Again, physical support is important along with communication support, and that includes your interpreter, your captioning, etc. You also need to look at mental health of our deaf students. They need that support, and that should be accessible to them as well. Everything should be accessible. There should also be access to the different faculties, looking at terminology lists, so that in that field, the interpreters are able to provide the interpreting service that is required. Then we'll also look at the physical building around us, the public safety, making sure that there's sufficient lights or security that knows how to communicate with our deaf students. Maybe change the option of a phone call to a WhatsApp option, because we cannot make phone calls. But to look at the physical buildings that need visual emergency lights, for example, that will make it accessible to our deaf community. So that's really what I wanted to briefly touch on for today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Modieki. We now want to go back to Dr. Kate Huddleston, who would actually, I think, continue, as she'd indicated, from after Modieki had spoken. So it's my pleasure now to hand back to Dr. Huddleston.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you very much to Modieki for touching on so many important points with regards to the provision of, well, the preparation of deaf students for tertiary education, the preparation on the institutions of learning side, and how we as tertiary institutions, as institutions of higher education, can make the teaching and learning experience for South African Sign Language users more inclusive. So as was mentioned at the start, our other colleague, Professor Anne Baker, who is located in Amsterdam, but is an extraordinary professor at Stellenbosch University, was unable to be here this morning. But yes, the points that Modieki has made, the points that I'm going to make, cover also then contributions that she would have made. So I am going to talk very briefly, highlighting some of the issues that Modieki has brought up and adding to that myself. So in terms of how well the basic education sector prepares a South African Sign Language user, a deaf child, a deaf learner, for the transition to higher education, it is extremely problematic. Modieki listed a number of issues that are pertinent for us as educators. And one of the biggest issues still remains the huge backlog in material development for the CAPS curriculum. As Modieki, as I'm mentioned, and as I'm sure you all are aware, the South African Sign Language CAPS curriculum, which was introduced in 2015, has been rolled out relatively successfully, but without the kind of resources that you find for English and Afrikaans, or even the other official languages of South Africa. And so the ongoing material development is incredibly important. And the lack of suitably equipped teachers, and that's one place where we as higher education institutions can play an enormous role, because we're the ones educating teachers. And what is an enormous problem is the lack of South African Sign Language proficiency among teachers. hearing teachers of the deaf. So teaching South African Sign Language is one priority, but teaching other subjects through the medium of South African Sign Language is also incredibly important. And until you have a cohort of teachers and learners who are comfortable working in and with South African Sign Language as the language of teaching and learning, that extension of teaching methodologies is going to lag. And as Modiegi pointed out, the options for subject choice are therefore limited, because if you don't have enough teachers to teach particular subjects through the mediums of South African Sign Language, you are not providing access to tertiary education for those learners. And then scaffolding literacy through South African Sign Language is incredibly important, because as has been mentioned, this is not only a disability issue. This is a linguistic issue. And I mean, I'm sure everyone, I hope everyone is familiar with the fact that more than 90% of deaf children are born to hearing parents. So they typically have no access to what should be their mother tongue in the home, which is where we all, as hearing members of society, acquire our mother tongue from our parents in the home, at least initially. So early childhood development for deaf children is of utmost importance, because that's potentially the first and only place they will be able to access language. So deaf schools play an enormously important role in language acquisition, and that needs to be addressed more systematically, possibly, certainly at the early childhood development stage. Then in terms of how prepared institutes of higher learning are for the enrollment of South African Sign Language users, my impression, and again, this is an impression, is that we're not particularly well prepared. For the most basic reason that this is a linguistic issue as well as a disability issue. So it is much simpler, and it's certainly not simple, for universities to accommodate various disabilities. What becomes very challenging with deaf learners, with deaf students, is accommodating the linguistic requirements, okay? Because it essentially involves introducing ways in which to facilitate South African Sign Language as a language of learning. So not necessarily in the lecture hall for all the students, but providing access to all the material in South African Sign Language to some extent or other. As Modiegi pointed out, every deaf learner, every deaf student is going to be different and have different requirements. We see the same with all students who come with a disability to a university. They have very individual needs, and that's no different for a deaf learner, for a deaf student. So institutions need to be aware of the fact that this is a linguistic issue as well as a disability issue, and that at a minimum, South African Sign Language interpreters are required, but that is a minimum. There also needs to be awareness among staff as to the needs of deaf students. All students, right? We need to be aware of our students' needs, because our student body is diverse and heterogeneous, but especially when it comes to deaf students from a linguistic perspective. So, for example, in an education faculty, some of the language requirements and even music education requirements are problematic, okay? And these need to be addressed. We need South African Sign Language as a home language in an education faculty. And we need access for deaf students to written material via interpreters or facilitators, scribes. Yes, and Modiegi has gone into this in quite a bit of detail. And then lastly, how institutes can make the teaching and learning experience for South African Sign Language users more inclusive. Create a community, create a linguistic and cultural community for deaf students. What we need in order to be inclusive is a cohort of students. So that there is peer support, as well as, because that's an important part of the tertiary education experience, right? That kind of peer interaction and peer support. And that can only be fostered if there is a cohort of deaf students who can support each other. And added to that, we need deaf staff, right? Because we need deaf staff to act as models for the students and to contribute to that linguistic cultural community. And tied to that then is also South African Sign Language acquisition courses for hearing students and staff, so that a community of SASL users in a university can be inclusive of both deaf and hearing students, so that, as Modiegi pointed out, so that the deaf students aren't solely reliant on each other and the interpreters, but can also communicate with their hearing peers and their hearing lecturers. So yes, that is my contribution. I hope I've highlighted some of the important points and added to what Modiegi has said.
Thank you so much, Dr. Huddleston. I think this just the two presentations alone provide us with lots of information, but I think also opens us to so many questions about the topic, which is the ground that's being cultivated, the level of preparedness of both basic education and higher education, and also the whole, I like the concept that we need to explore a little further, is making the university space a linguistic and culturally conducive space for deaf persons. I really think that the other issue that really came up strongly for me is making the university space also one that see deaf persons as in positions of being members of staff, whether in the lecturing space, in the support space, because it not only helps with the development of this linguistic community and cultural community, but also gives deaf learners or deaf students the chance to believe that we can aspire. And thank you so much for that. I want to now give our next panelist the opportunity to make her introductory comments, and it's my pleasure to call upon the chairperson of HEDSA, Mrs. Marti Merenda, who is the disability manager at the University of the Free State. As a child of deaf adults, Mrs. Merenda follows her passion for diversity, specifically for persons with disabilities, providing access for deaf people. She began a career in 1997 as a sign language interpreter for the Free State Association for Persons with Disabilities, that is in the Free State Provincial Government Department for Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation. And in 2009, at the University of the Free State. In 2015, she became the head of the Center for Universal Access and Disability Support at the University of the Free State. As part of her role, she ensures that the University of the Free State becomes increasingly accessible to students with disabilities, but most importantly, creates an institutional culture that embraces and welcomes students with disabilities. She became one of only 10 accredited South African Sign Language interpreters in 2014, as well as a trainer, mentor, and member of the South African Translators Institute, after being part of a pioneering group of sign language interpreters in South Africa. Mrs. Miranda obtained her BA in Management Leadership in 2015 with a field of study done on the holistic student support approach for students with disabilities at the University of the Free State. In 2018, she was elected chairperson of the Higher and Further Education Disability Services Association, with two very important projects that Miranda or Marcia set herself to achieve. One is to assist the TVET colleges by supporting them in advocacy and setting up services to support students with disabilities. And secondly, to establish partnerships with institutions in regions to share best practice to assist in improving services provided to students with disabilities. She currently drives the UFS Universal Access and Universal Design approach, which invites commitment and attitude shifts to achieve inclusivity, which is not meant to be the responsibility of one department, but rather as the university's collective goal for inclusion. I must say on a personal note that Marcia and I go back many years, and is a very effective leader at HETSA, where we served together, and just got back from a very 4 days of grueling work. Marcia is a hard chairperson. She makes us work really hard, but also we have great fun, and we're able to achieve wonderful things, which I think the disability sector in higher education can look forward to as the years go by. I think just to note at this point that part of the commitment that HETSA has to seeing sign language develop, HETSA has made a contribution towards the hosting of this online disability Indaba. It's my absolute pleasure now to call upon my leader at HETSA and a good friend, Marcia, to address us.
Oh, thank you so much, Neville. Much appreciated. Thanks for the introduction. I think I just want to start with a disclaimer from HETSA side, and I think it's with the understanding that everybody, we all know that deaf people would love to see themselves as just a language minority group, and they would like to have communication access. And if they have sign language that they are part of, and on the level that they should have it, are part of the majority or mainstreamed in that way. But unfortunately, we are in a situation where we are not ready as different institutions to maybe have the inclusion of deaf people specifically, that we include them in the services of disability support. And as much as we know that the cultural deaf person would not want to be seen as or understood as a person with a disability, but rather a language minority group. So I just want to say that we have total understanding in terms of that, but that the support services within our institutions lie specifically at the disability units. And I would not like I would not like to repeat what was said already, but I think what is important for our higher education institutions specifically is to understand that we do have the white paper on the rights of persons with disabilities. We have the policy framework on disability for the PSET sector. And it very specifically highlights universal access and universal design in learning as an approach to implement at our higher education institutions to accommodate students with disabilities and therefore also students who are deaf or the sign language user. So what does it mean in the higher education space if we talk about that? We talk about having options available, and just to briefly say, the three principles of universal design in learning, and I will not go into detail, speaks to providing multiple means of representation. It speaks to providing multiple means of action and expression. It speaks to providing multiple means of engagement. Now, with a deaf or Sasl user, that would include all the options that Murieki so beautifully explained as well, where we talk about captioning, we're having recordings of sign language interpretation, transcripts if needs be, sign language interpreter services specifically, having the peers and lecturers being aware of sign language users, assistive technologies that can help with their specific needs. We're talking about I love the QR scan idea. I think that is brilliant. And guess where I'm running to when I go back to my own institution. So and I think with all of that in mind and what we supposed to provide then as higher education institutions, if we implement UDL and principles and we provide the different options to the deaf or Sasl user, then my biggest question is, are we ready? Are we ready to do this with the backdrop of South African Sign Language being made the 12th official language soon? And then to specifically address the questions regarding, the transitioning of deaf learners to, sorry for my voice, from basic education to higher education. Recently, I've heard of how teachers at deaf schools assist deaf learners to write or to answer their matric papers. That being said, our deaf basic education students go to schools for the deaf to do their teaching practice and arrive there where they find that the teachers in the classroom that's supposed to also guide them with their teaching practice cannot speak sign language, or will tell the teaching student that this part of the subject we don't do with deaf learners. And it's with that the teachers then jump in to complete question papers on behalf of deaf learners. And that is absolutely scary, because now we're preparing deaf learners to go to higher education institutions, not knowing the subject or the result that they got in matric might not be their own. They are then having the necessary scores to access university, and then they don't have the necessary background for whichever degree they need to study for. So are we doing, I don't know, we are not ready as higher education institutions to cover all of that. And I think from a HETSA's point of view, we've already identified that there's a big gap in terms of basic education of deaf learners, and to be ready to be accommodated at higher education institutions. And whose responsibility is it? Is it now higher education institutions that have to cover the gaps? And we can talk about other disabilities as well, because there's gaps there as well. Is it higher education institutions' responsibility to make sure that deaf students are accommodated for that transitioning? What are we putting in place to allow that transitioning to happen smoothly? And then the capacity within higher education institutions is a concern as well. Do we have enough sign language interpreters that will be able to accommodate deaf sign language users at our institutions? We currently already know that there's a scarcity of the skill. And then if we talk about qualified sign language interpreters, where are sign language interpreters trained? There's only a few institutions that do the training of sign language interpreters and provide them proper qualifications in that regard. And then we have our sign language interpreters that might not be trained, but are also fluent in sign language and do practice the profession, that don't have the opportunity to go study, for example. So what are we doing as institutions to help to get more sign language interpreters for the need of deaf learners coming to the universities or to our higher education institutions? And then in the same breath, I also want to say, as much as we're talking about the transition to the higher education institutions, we're also talking about hearing people focusing on getting information of deaf people from other hearing people. So we think as higher education institutions, for example, that to know the needs of deaf learners or deaf students, we would go to hearing people, or in most cases, sign language interpreters, and to find out what the needs of deaf people would be. It might not be wrong, but we rely on that information so much and sometimes make big mistakes in thinking that we know what they need, whereas the questions should be asked to deaf people themselves. And it comes back again to nothing about us without us. So you have a sign language interpreter, have the conversation with the deaf person and get the needs from the user themselves. But then we also sit with maybe interpreters that might not be trained, not qualified, and struggle to voice the deaf or sign language user, and then find that you don't get all the information from or what the deaf person is saying from the sign language interpreter. So there's a lack or gap, miscommunication, whatever you need to call, you want to call it. And how important it is that we make sure that we hear what the deaf people need. And I think we will be covered if we make sure we implement universal design in learning, because then you provide options to deaf learners to access information, but also the other way around. We have to provide an opportunity for deaf learners or students to be able to communicate with us in different ways as well. So either through a sign language interpreter or through, call it transcriptions or captioning, other means of communication, or at least have somebody represented within the disability unit that can speak sign language and have the deaf person's need as interest, and can speak to them directly to find out whether they are happy with the sign language interpreter service. Is there something that we can do better? As where do they need support? Have their participation in creating the support service they need. And then in terms of teaching and learning, to be more inclusive, I don't think I want to repeat what I already said, but it's really the implementation of universal design in learning, is to have the mindset that if a deaf student says that I want to have captioning and a sign language interpreter, or I want a sign language interpreter or a recording of a sign language interpreter of a particular class, then that should also be considered, because note-taking at higher education institutions or academic programs are very important as well, because deaf learners or students can't make notes while they looking at the sign language interpreter. Some of them do have the skill, but that develops over time. And that one provides the space for different ways of communication and access. So then we must also think about the sign language interpreter. Are we creating a space within higher education institutions that our sign language interpreters want to work for higher education institutions? Are we providing permanent employment? Are we just providing them ad hoc opportunities to interpret? And then, so where do their priority lie? Rather with government, because they get paid more regularly when they participate in those kind of activities, or where they will rather turn down a job at a university to do interpretation outside of the university. So are we creating job opportunities for sign language interpreters? Are we ready to train or interpreters in-house? Can we have sign language interpreters shadowing your more qualified sign language interpreter and to learn, and so that we can quickly create a pool of sign language interpreters? So we must really think hard in how we can accommodate the 12th language in the country, and then also establishing different ways of communication to provide access in different ways for students with disabilities. So I think, Neville, that is my contribution, in addition to what the previous presenters mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcie. So Marcie, you've left us with more questions to answer, and we were expecting all the answers from you. But it just goes to show the complexity of the issues that face the deaf community. And clearly, from what you describe and from the previous speakers, there is a lot that needs to be done, but clearly there is a lot of engagement and stakeholder collaboration that needs to happen if we are to see South African Sign Language embedded in the higher education space, as well as deal with the legacies of the very elitist way in which higher education has been defined and located globally as well. The higher education space has been the privilege of a few. And as we move towards a massified higher education system with various forms of opportunities for students to engage, and as we also start to see that the cohort of the students that start to access higher education, the profile of that cohort starts to change quite a lot. No longer we speak solely of the grade 12 learner transitioning to high school. We're starting to see people take on lifelong learning and wanting to acquire university education or post-schooling education many years after finishing their basic education. And the culture of higher education, the architecture of higher education has to be in step with the changing demography that is now starting to engage in the higher education space. So thank you so much for that, and for pointing out some of the issues that really needs to be looked at, and which I'm sure the persons online are starting to develop some questions, comments about all of the contributions made. I want to now give our another panelist of ours the opportunity to make some comments, and it's my pleasure to introduce Asunder Middleston Kachwa, who is a sign language practitioner currently employed in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. She also serves as the chairperson for the Eastern Cape Provincial Languages Committee, that is the ECPLC, which is responsible for the promotion and development of all provincial languages. She holds a bachelor honors degree and a national diploma in sign language interpreting and translation, which she obtained from the University of the Witwatersrand. She is currently studying for her master's degree in forensic linguistics at the Western Cape University, and her research examines the experiences of deaf and hard of hearing users of South African Sign Language in the South African justice system. Mrs. Kachwa, or Ms. Kachwa, was one of the first language practitioners group to be accredited by SATI, which is a South African Translators Institute, in 2003. Interestingly and important to note, as a child of deaf adults, as Marchi is as well, she strongly advocates for continuous education and training of all sign language users and professionals. She has extensive experience in interpreting, training sign language interpreters, and steering awareness and sensitization workshops for hearing, for the hearing. So having said that, it is now my pleasure to give Asunder Kachwa the opportunity to make some comments at this on this topic. Asunder.
Good morning, everyone. I'm just testing my audio. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. The topic of our Indaba, or rather our Indaba, is the new normal, embracing a post-pandemic inclusive higher education landscape. I think what the COVID has done in South Africa in particular was to highlight, or rather magnify, the long and existing challenges that deaf learners, in particular in the rural areas, that is where I'm currently based, have been experiencing. So is it a new normal for them? I believe not. It is just history repeating itself, or rather it is history being highlighted. There are 7 points that I'll quickly like to go through. Hopefully I will not be repeating what my colleagues have already gone through. If we are truly interested in providing equitable implementation of reasonable accommodation for deaf learners, I believe that we should begin by addressing the following issues. Firstly, I believe that we can never appropriately address the challenges that our deaf learners in transition that are experiencing if we don't address the issues, if we don't look at our history and address the issues of our past. As uncomfortable as it is to some and most of people to talk about apartheid, and the racial divide across racial divide along it is important. We don't talk about the discrimination or apartheid or racial divide within the deaf community. As small as the deaf community as it is diverse. However, because as a community, we have failed to address this, we still have challenges of where you see Black students or Black deaf students vis-a-vis white deaf students having not receiving resources equitably or equally. Our second point, or rather my second point, is we also need to look at the socio-economic dynamics of our country. Around the socio-economic issues, you will see that a parent, a white parent who has a deaf white child will take that child to university, whether the university provides support financially or otherwise, because they can afford to. And that white parent will fund all the assistive devices for that deaf white child. And that white parent will fund the sign language interpreter, unfortunately from their own pocket, but because the socio-dynamic situation of South Africa hasn't changed. The money, unfortunately, or the power or the fund still lies with certain sectors of our communities. Thirdly, I would also like us to look at the unequal distribution of resources, which is information. If we are talking about a deaf child from a rural area, who mainly will be Black, vis-a-vis a middle-class child who is deaf but white, what information mainly go to, or will receive faster information, better information, quicker in real time? It will be a white deaf learner, regardless of where they are, if they have access, because they have access to money. Therefore, they have access to information. A Black child in a rural area will always never have quick access. Now, we have a new monster that has added to the challenges of our learners, load shedding. Because of the challenges with funds, with finances, and lack of support for these learners, a poor deaf child in a rural area will not have a generator as backup, one. Two, a poor child, irrespective of whether they are deaf or hearing, but by the fact of their environment or where they are based in the rural area, will not have access to the load shedding schedule. Will have access to power banks to charge their phone, to access their timetable, to study, to access the sign language interpreters, to quickly ask, to have access to their lecturers, and so on and so forth. The fifth challenge, or the fifth point that I would like to make, is the challenges that we have is our sign language interpreters. I think Ms. Miranda put it already eloquently. We have a huge challenge with sign language interpreters. I stand to be corrected. However, I believe we still, in 2022, we still do not have one sign language interpreter in this country who specializes in education interpreting, who's qualified, who literally went to school and studied at university and studied sign language interpreting, studied linguistics, studied and specializes in sign language in educational interpreting. And that hinders the progress or the development of any deaf child when they access institutions of higher learning. Perhaps then to answer, we currently, looking at the current situation, we do seem to have a migration or rather influx of learners getting into higher institutions of learners. And we do see institutions like the University of KwaZulu-Natal employing more and more sign language interpreters. Perhaps institutions like the UKZN and other institutions as well could develop programs, mentorship programs, where you get other interpreters who are qualified, who are experienced, to mentor 6 months program, a year program, depending on the need. That could be a solution. And the sixth point that I would like to look at is the choice of languages that our learners get to take in schools. Currently, with the CAP system, if a learner goes to matric, they have a choice of taking 2 languages, which is good. South African Sign Language will be the first choice as a home language. Yay. And unfortunately, a lot of our Black deaf students are forced to take English and Afrikaans, which is very sad, because it disadvantages in many ways. A Black child who's deaf is forced to learn English or Afrikaans, which is a language that is foreign and which is a language that they will never have access to at home or in their school, with their school, deaf school. And in turn, it also limits or deprives them rather of their rich African heritage, where you see a lot of deaf learners, a lot of deaf people who are Black, who don't know their African history, who are not proud of their Black heritage because they are not exposed to it. Lastly, in all our attempts to provide reasonable accommodations to deaf learners, we seem to keep forgetting 3 important role players, or rather partners. We seem to forget parents, and we are not holding parents responsible for the education of their children. We seem to believe that deaf schools should offer or should provide all solutions for a deaf child. We seem to allow parents to just dump their children at school or dump their children at university. The university must deal with the issues of the child. The school must deal with the issues of or lack of access for the child. We are not holding our parents responsible, and they are a key role player. Secondly, I work for the provincial legislature, and I've seen in our work, when we do oversight to other departments, that we do not hold government responsible in whatever work that they do. Deaf people have access. Deaf people we are not holding our NGOs, perhaps deaf organizations, responsible enough to not only play the, but to roll up their sleeves and get to work and be part of this. There, and allow the next speaker to carry on. Thank you very much once again for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for that input and for I think presenting an approach to analyzing the current challenges that face the sector in respect of South African Sign Language, embedding it within the broadest macro perspective around recognizing how the historical imbalances that our country faces, the challenges that are clearly issues that that a stratified society like South African society has had to endure for many, many years. One would be quite naive to believe that the multi-layeredness of the way in which the apartheid system was engineered would not impact the lives of people with disabilities quite differently. Pointing out as well the diversity within the deaf community and I think probably one of the challenges towards creating a collective consciousness and the challenge that in itself poses to the kind of nothing about us without us, which speaks to a kind of unity in being able to advocate for common issues, which clearly was presented there. Also to the fact that at a basic school level, the lack of educational interpreting, and that sounds like you know, it's a very dire need, you know, from that presentation. And obviously the issue of the curriculum, which in itself appears to be quite constraining for career opportunities for the deaf community, the lack of choice, the imposition of language is something that, you know, was presented there as well. So thank you very much for that presentation. I'm very mindful of the time, and I know that we do not have much time left. So I want to just open this up now to the audience or to the people who are participating in this Indaba. We'll note the chats, but to give people the opportunity who would like to ask questions at this point.
Hi, Neville. There was a hand previously from an attendee, Nomataru Primrose. I'm not sure if they would like to ask a question now.
Sure. So it's Nomataru Primrose.
Yeah, Nomataru Primrose.
Nomataru Primrose, you're welcome to raise your question. While we're waiting for Nomataru to unmute yourself and maybe raise a question, is Nomataru with us? No. There was a question raised on early childhood education, and a question specifically with regard to the issue of guidelines and regulations for deaf children in the early childhood development phase. And the question is around regulations, guidelines, policy, and the like. I don't know whether anyone on the panel would like to, or if they might have any knowledge about that. The issue of early childhood education and what are the enablers for inclusion for the deaf child.
Maybe
any of our panelists might want to comment.
So this is Kate Huddleston here. I am not an expert on education or early career or early childhood development. And so my impression is that there aren't any policies at this point applicable to ECD centers for deaf children. I saw that in the Q&A that Marty indicated that the DEFSA might have some information about this, that they might have things in place as they work extensively with deaf education and with early childhood development. The Western, I think there might be someone at the Western Cape Education Department who might be familiar with this issue, but I can't remember who one would contact. I know at our university, at Stellenbosch University, our Faculty of Education is in the process of curriculum renewal with regards to early childhood development training. So they're actually in the process of, if I'm not mistaken, creating a particular qualification for early childhood development teachers. And I know they want to include deaf children, what the needs and requirements of deaf children as well as other disabilities in that program. But it's still in the very early stages as far as I'm aware.
Right. Thank you for that. I think, as I was listening to the speakers, I was trying to sort of put some kind of, to try and understand this properly. And if you look at from all I've heard this morning, it appears that there is clearly a very fragmented approach to the issues about ensuring inclusion in South African society for the deaf person in general. If you look at that, it seems like this whole issue of inclusive education, which seems to exist really nicely on paper, seems to be far removed from the everyday reality of the South African education system. And in fact, the way I've heard it this morning, the system itself is guilty by omission or by commission of actually reinforcing and denying deaf children access to education, but also reinforcing the idea of separateness, because if deaf children have to be removed from their homes to go to schools for the deaf, and the gap that's after 12-year period, what this must do for family preservation, for encouraging family life, for deaf children. How is it that hearing parents and hearing siblings and hearing communities get to engage with South African Sign Language if the deaf child or the deaf person is removed from the community and in special schools? Clearly, there would be challenges around promoting and normalizing sign language as a language of the deaf. Just the way I was hearing it this morning. Any comments on that?
Neville?
Yes.
Neville, it's Marty.
Yes, Marty.
I just wanted to mention that I recently had an encounter with, and I think this is the reality as well in South Africa. We currently don't have a lot of deaf schools, firstly, or it's very remote. So we have parents who might have been exposed to sign language and deaf culture due to their own education, and then have a child and realize at the age of 3 that the child is deaf and need to, and lo and behold, first test all other possibilities to assist the child before actually making the decision to have the child at a school for the deaf. Sorry, I am told I must put my video on. So I'm a bit, it's sad, but it is what it is today, where hearing parents who are very ready to assist their or provide the education that their deaf child need at a school for the deaf don't have a lot of options of where they're taking their child. Because let's take the Free State, for example. The closest school for the deaf from Bloemfontein is 60 kilometers away. And as much as that particular parent knows the importance of having a relationship with their deaf child and the connection that they would want to have with their deaf child, similar to what they have with their hearing children, cannot have that relationship with their deaf child because they have to send their child to a school that is 60 kilometers away and has to probably stay in a residence on the school grounds. So the options available for parents to take their children to schools are also problematic. What do we have as South Africa to accommodate the parent in terms of having the connection with their child, and which also is a very important part. I mean, it was mentioned by different panelists already. So it's really a concern. We're saying that this is important, but what's the facilities available? And the accountability came through with Asunder specifically mentioning, where are we keeping government accountable for some of these things? Where are we keeping parents accountable for certain things, and NGOs, where there have been work done for so many years, but you don't see, it's almost like you don't see the fruit of all the work that has happened in the past. And it's like one step forward, 3 steps back the whole time. Maybe I'm just creating or mentioning challenges today, but it's really a concern that we are talking this beautiful, accommodation of, I mean, we have universities that have sign language interpreter services. It has grown over the years, but when we get to basic education where deaf learners should have access to both the parent and the school, we're not able to provide.
Thanks, Marty. I just want to remind the panelists, there are questions in the Q&A. If panelists would like to maybe respond to some of those questions. I'm told there might be a question that someone would like to ask as well.
Hi, Neville. Yes. Nozuku Langa had her hand up. If she can go first. And then there's Bonello Deluku and Robert Meima, and then we have Nozi Delubob. If you can do it in that order.
Lovely. Can we take the questions in that order? So what we'll do, we'll take 2 questions first. We'll get the panelists to deal with that, and then we'll take the second 2. I think I heard 4 questions there altogether.
Yeah, it's Nozuku Langa first.
Okay. Nozuku, would you like to raise your question, please?
Nozuku, can you unmute yourself, please?
Okay, I'm just concerned about time. I'm just wondering, can maybe any of the other persons who have questions maybe just unmute yourself and ask the question? I heard one familiar name, Nozi. Nozi, do you still want to ask a question?
Okay, thank you so much, Neville. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you so much to the speakers who have tried to unpack, and unfortunately, they are raising challenges. I don't blame them, because I think at this time, there is a lot of challenges when it comes to the issue of deaf students, or learners rather. My question is that, who has a responsibility of starting the discussion around creating the full inclusivity of the deaf learners? For instance, we all know the challenge that is faced within the DBE, whereby educators who are teaching learners who are deaf do not have the qualification of sign language. And in many instances, they are assisted by the learners. So that means the content or the quality of education that is received by the learners who are deaf is poor, because of the teachers who do not have any qualification. Then there is that. So my question is that, who is responsible to begin or to start that discussion for the things to be done in a professional way? Then the second challenge that Asunder has highlighted, the issue of the parents who are most of the time dump their children in schools or the universities, which again, I do not blame them, because some of the parents are not educated. They do not understand what needs to happen. Hence, they dump their children. Then who is responsible to start that discussion of empowering the parents? So I have those questions. It may not be the panelists who can answer, anyone in the room can answer, because I think at this stage, we need to have maybe a consolidated action plan, which I don't know whether the universities, do we have that capacity to start these things, these action plans? So maybe if I can get an assistance on that. Thank you so much, Neva.
Thank you, Nozi. Panelists, you've heard those questions, those challenges. You know, people are, any of the panelists are welcome to respond to that. Just now, just to note that. Ty, do we still have anyone who'd like to ask a question?
Yes, we have Robert Maimu.
Okay. Robert. Hi, Robert. Robert, would you be able to unmute yourself and maybe ask your question?
Hello, sir.
Hi, Robert. Welcome.
Yeah. Yes, I'm very grateful. So my question was, I want to know if whether the higher education departments are also part of this Indaba, because to me, I think that it is important for them to be part of this panel discussion. Thank you.
Thanks for that question. I'm not too sure whether higher education is present at today. I don't know whether anybody from higher education that maybe want to maybe just let us know if you're representing higher education at this Indaba. But you do raise a valuable point there that it might be in the interest of higher education to hear this conversation. Okay, so we had a question, and we had two questions. let's wait for somebody from higher education if they are here. But any of the panelists would like to respond to Nozi's concerns and question?
Sure, Neville. Can I?
Sure.
Can I? Thank you. Just to quickly on Nozi's question. A few years ago, the Eastern Cape Basic Education Department hosted an inclusive education conference. It was looking at all the disabilities within the province. And then in that conference, I think part of the resolution of that conference, I have raised that the next conference should be Deaf Education Conference, which they have, they were willing to do. Unfortunately, because of COVID, we couldn't host it. So it's still coming. The second response on parents, I still maintain, whether parents know or not, we should not take the responsibility away from parents. We should hold parents responsible for raising children. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. I don't have any idea whether anyone's here from higher education, but I know that Hetsa is here and maybe is making some notes about the proceedings, and I'm sure it will inform Hetsa's advocacy work with regard to the issues facing the deaf community in higher education. So yeah, that will be my response to that. Tai, is there anyone else who's got a question to ask? Just to note that there are questions in the Q&A, and I think that panelists have been responding to those. So what we would do for now is just take questions that are coming from that people would like to voice, at this platform. We do not have much time. I've been told that we've got about 8 minutes more. So I just want to give, if there aren't any questions coming from the audience, I just want to give the panelists a chance to make a closing remark and then to summarize and move on to the next session, because we do have a really good input from our keynote speaker today. So Tai, is there anybody else?
No, I don't see any hands.
Okay.
Neville.
Thank you so much, Tai. So can we just have a 1 minute closing remark by our panelists? Can I start with Marty, please?
Thanks, Neville, for putting me on the spot right now.
You're most welcome. You do that to me.
Neville, there's obviously a disconnect, and I'm really concerned. As much as higher education institutions, I think our deaf, sorry, I'm speaking in incomplete sentences now. Deaf students currently have more access at university level than they have at schools. And it's really a concern. I'm thinking that, I'm taking from this Indaba that maybe Hetsa needs to speak to to higher education and see, how we can work with DBE specifically about the transitioning of deaf learners to higher education, because it's not just about having the access, it's also about we can provide sign language interpreter services until we're blue in the face, but if you don't get deaf learners to actually have the AP score, the genuine AP score to access university or be admitted to degrees, to study and so forth, is also a concern. The incoming students is coming at a very slow rate. And if we look at the disability spectrum, then we're talking about the deaf learners being the most marginalized of everybody, just because of what basic education's influence in their schooling is. And we need to seriously look at our deaf schools. we're talking about inclusive education, what is it that we say when we talk inclusive education for deaf people or deaf children? And is it that, because where we're going with the mainstreaming, for example, where we're going with the inclusivity, where are we going with the current deaf schools who are told that your OT specialists and your social worker positions will not be, when they're vacant, that they will not be filled. So it's almost like funding is also kept from these schools that are supposed to provide us with the learner so that they can be educated at higher education as well. So I'm taking that with me today, and seeing, you know, how we as HETSA can plant a seed to push government in the right direction, hopefully. Yeah, so that's my input. Thank you. And thank you to everybody present as well.
Thank you so much, Marty. I now want to move on to Asunder to make a closing remark.
Thank you very much, Neville. Just in closing, I think cooperation for or from parties, whether it's any disability organizations and so on, anyone who's interested in the development and education of a deaf child should be part of it. And I'm also seeing a situation perhaps through HETSA or a new institution or wherever, where we'll have a fund in any South African university to provide them with proper access or reasonable accommodation. Because currently, look at our institutions, in particular, Black universities, or previously named Black universities. Those universities or Black students in those universities have challenges, and having access as a deaf person is really seen as a big challenge by different organizations within those institutions, because they currently have a lot of challenges themselves. So the distribution of funding becomes a huge challenge. So perhaps an independent institution in a form of HETSA or any other institution that will have the fund and cooperation, not working in of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have a closing remark by Modieki, please? Modieki?
Thank you so much.
Okay.
I think I would, not really want to repeat what has been said, but I do want to add something. I have a very big concern with our hearing teachers and the level of sign language that they have. They need training to use sign language, South African Sign Language. And that kind of training should already be part of a university degree. They need to learn it a year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. It is an important part of learning to be fluent in South African Sign Language, because most children, all children have to be bilingual. All deaf children have to be bilingual, so that when they go to a school for the deaf, they are able to teach in South African Sign Language. And we need to make sure that South African Sign Language is offered at the same level as other spoken languages are. Where you look at the Department of Basic Education and how that system is applied to deaf education, you can already see it's not sufficient. It's not the right system. It needs to be adapted to what the deaf education needs are. You cannot apply a standard system to deaf education. And that should be taken up in each education faculty at university level, where we also give access to deaf people to become teachers of the deaf. because that already takes away the fact that you need to learn to teach someone from scratch South African Sign Language. You have a deaf person who already is fluent in South African Sign Language and just learning to become a teacher and just learning the didactics of teaching South African Sign Language. And that's important. The problem that we have now cannot be fixed. We have to look at the future and to see how we can do better rather than how we can fix the past. Once South African Sign Language is official, there needs to be a place, like you say, Asunder, to have a fund where universities can access that, to ensure that continuous access is offered. So looking at the system that is currently in place at a university from the Department of Basic Education, that system needs to be adapted. And if you see the problems that we're having right now, it's because of a system that is not working for us. We need to have a system that works for us as a deaf community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, just want to give Dr. Kate Huddleston the opportunity to make some closing remarks. And thereafter, I'll just say a few things. And yeah, and I think this debate, this conversation will not be over, but certainly in view of our time, we'd have to end it there. But let's listen to Dr. Huddleston and her closing remarks.
Yes, I won't take long because my fellow panelists have covered the wide gamut of problems and issues that still remain. And I think the one clear thing that has come out of this discussion is how important addressing it at ground level in basic education. And I just want to go back to what Marty said about inclusive education. The problem with inclusive education for people with disabilities, it's a wonderful goal, and I think it's an admirable goal, but one has to take into account that if you are mainstreaming a deaf child, you are not making their education inclusive because you are putting them in a context where they cannot get any input.
Right.
So that I think has to be kept in mind when we're talking about inclusive education, that putting a deaf child in a mainstream classroom where they cannot communicate with their peers or the teacher is not inclusive. So yes, focusing on basic deaf education in order to create a cohort of deaf children who can come to university is where one of the primary focuses should lie. But thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for that. So what shall we say in the end? I think in responding to the three questions that were placed in front of our panelists, to the question, how well does the basic education sector prepare the SASL user for the transition to higher education? It's quite clear from the conversations that there are numerous challenges that confront us as we excitedly await. I'm not even sure whether excitedly await anymore would be the right word for the promulgation of the legislation that will make South African Sign Language our 12th language. As exciting as that sounds, as daunting as that is. The second question, how prepared are institutions of higher learning for the enrollment of SASL users? I suppose if, to put it in the Eskom language, if you have all the coal in the world, but a generating system that is out of date, then all the coal in the world is not going to produce electricity. Seriously, the challenge clearly is at the basic education level. We only can do in higher education what we can with what basic education produces. Well, thank goodness for Eskom, because we did get the power back this morning, so we're able to continue with this online. So I suppose maybe Eskom should get some credit there. How can institutes make the teaching and learning experience for SASL users more inclusive? And I think the answer to that question, again, begs more questions. And I think from the panel discussion today, it's quite clear again that there's a long road to travel. The National Plan for Higher Education, White Paper 6 and White Paper 3 speaks about support the transformation of South African higher education. We've had the Saudian report that speaks to discrimination in higher education. The question is, has the efforts that are being made in higher education institutions equitable enough to ensure that students who are deaf are able to access and navigate and successfully complete degrees? And that challenge, I think, is what this conversation places at the door of basically all the sectors: basic education, higher education, and of course, the role of government is a critical role. We are a society riddled with outstanding legislation, but not delivering at an operational level what is required. And that is a massive challenge. We wouldn't want to be told that we have the best constitution in the world, but our people live in real conditions that doesn't give dignity to their lives. So I think I want to end by quoting the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and say that the benchmark has been set. We've signed the UN Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. Whether as a nation, we actually report accurately to the United Nations every 2 years on the real issues confronting education in this country with regard to disability, I think is a real challenge. I would like to end with the World Report on Disability that was published for the first time in 2011. And right at the beginning of that report, the foreword written by Stephen Hawking, when he makes the point in reference to his own disability and the opportunities afforded to him. Stephen Hawking says quite clearly that if he was not born in the United States of America, he wonders whether he would have had the opportunity to be able to advance to becoming the astrophysicist that he became. And he argues that if the lives of all disabled people are to be improved, then clearly there's a responsibility on governments around the world to be able to translate their commitments in paper to real action. And I think in the sector of education, which is in Article 24 of the Constitution, that speaks to making education both at primary and tertiary levels accessible to all, is a commitment that we have accepted, but a responsibility I think we still have to deliver on. So once again, I want to thank our panelists and thank you for being engaged in this conversation for the last hour and a half, and to thank you and ask you to stay for the rest of the Indaba. It promises to be just as invigorating and hopefully also answer some of the questions that was left unanswered today. So once again, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity and look forward to engaging with you at some point in time. Thank you very much. It's back to the program director.
Thank you very much to the chair of the panel discussions. And again, a huge thank you to the panelists for that insightful engagement. I think we now have to quickly rush to the next item on our agenda, which is the keynote address before we go to our first interval. So the keynote address is going to be delivered by a special guest who was appointed on the National Commission for Education Support Services by the then President, Nelson Mandela. The task of the commission was to establish a new dispensation for the special needs education in South Africa. And again, with the view to transition towards an inclusive education system. He was the first national director of inclusive education in South Africa, and he has worked in various areas of education in a senior management capacity. Those posts include in education, curriculum assessment, early childhood education, adult education, and human capital development. Prior to joining the government, he was a lecturer at the University of Western Cape. He was recently awarded an extraordinary professorship in education by the University of Western Cape. His first book on inclusive education was titled Curriculum 2005, An Introduction to Inclusive Education, A Space for All. He has written and co-edited many publications on inclusive education in South Africa. His area of specialization include social justice and education, as well as the relevance of the discourse in inclusive education and addressing the challenges in developing contexts. His latest publication is titled Inclusive Education in South Africa and the Developing World, The Search for an Inclusive Pedagogy. He is currently working on developing a planning tool in education for vulnerable learners. He has also run the New York, London, Oslo, and Cape Town marathons. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Sigamoni Naika, who is going to give us the keynote address. Over to you, Prof, and welcome.
Good morning, colleagues. I've titled my presentation, The Politics of Inclusive Education. And I caught the tail end of the discussion. And I think that Ms. Modiki Njenyana had some good advice, because that's what I'm going to talk about this morning. And I listened to the frustration of a lot of colleagues, and I think that some are well-founded, but inclusive education is a vision. And when Dr. Subia asked me to present, I thought, about, I reflected on what we have done in inclusive education in the country. And I think a lot of good has been done. There are many challenges, but we have to ask ourselves the question, and I ask myself this question all the time, why is transformation so slow? And so I looked at the South African context, which I've been looking at for many years, and I looked at the British context and the American context. So what I found interesting was that, when John Dewey, when he wrote about education, he lived from 1859 to 1952. So when he envisioned education, he thought, and he mentioned that it is the promise of, it's a promise for humanity. The promise for humanity is limitless. And that the purpose of education is to provide skills and knowledge to all people. And education has the potential to shift or create the possibilities for social mobility. And so if you I mean, that's really a noble vision, right? That was said in probably 1945 or something. So it's 2022. And I'm not now talking about South Africa. I'm talking about the UK, and I'm talking about America. So in America, they talk about the school to prison pipeline. In the United Kingdom, there's a lot of sociological analysis on education, not inclusive education, on education. There is obviously sociological analysis on inclusive education. But if you look at what Paul Willis had to say, and what Diane Ray had to say, and what Pierre Bourdieu had to say about France and Algeria and so on, and about education in general, what Stephen Ball says in the UK, and Marsden and Jackson wrote a book in 1962 about the British working class, education in the working class. And so in 2019, the British Ofsted, a standardization body, what they did was they adopted cultural capital that Pierre Bourdieu speaks about. And I'll talk about Pierre Bourdieu later in terms of our education system. So I wrote to the British, I wrote to Ofsted and asked them, well, how are you people adopting cultural capital in practice? So they sent me the curriculum link and so on. But none of it has to do with cultural capital, which is actually the problem of working class education all over the world. So, we shouldn't be demoralized in our country, right? I understand that people should benefit from the education system. And like in other parts of the world, if you look at, we are one of the most unequal societies. And that we have a visioning exercise around inclusive education. So I'm not defending the system. I'm just asking the critical questions. So one of the questions I'm asking is, why is the road to transformation so long and so circuitous and so difficult? Why is it such a winding road? What is the reason for this state of affairs that we find ourselves in, that the British have found themselves in, and the Americans have found themselves in? And so one of the reasons I think that we find ourselves in this situation is the issue of neoliberalism. And so, neoliberalism is defined in many ways by different people. But the one good definition I found, and I'm going to talk a little bit about neoliberalism, because I think it's impacting on the role of universities. And this issue was raised and discussed in the panel discussion. So what do universities, the question I'm asking is, what does higher education do, and what do universities do to address the challenges that we are confronted with? Remember, universities employ people who are thinkers for society. And so what do universities do? And what is a challenge posed to universities? And what is a challenge posed to our society, right? I mean, I've witnessed in the panel discussion, I didn't catch everything, but there was a lot of commitment and energy. And that's what we need in our country. We need the energy of people to look at the collective good. Because what neoliberalism done is that it's focused on the individual good. So neoliberalism is concerned with value. Market actors, from individuals to firms, universities to states, restaurants to magazines, are more often concerned with their own speculatively determined value and immediate profit. All are tasked with enhancing present and future value through self-investments that in turn will attract investors. Education as a form of acculturation has come to be defined as the acquisition of social and human capital. Just think about this, right? And this process depends on increases in knowledge in the workforce at large, and education has become instrumental to business values. Profit-making operations dominate the world, increasingly also in the world of education. So I examine the education landscape and I look at what happens in education and how decisions are taken in education and who takes the decisions in education. So, you know, the philosophy of John Dewey, in my view, has gone through the window, where he says if you're born in a particular social class, the possibilities of social mobility remain great through the enterprise of education. So in neoliberalism, there is a tendency not only to reconstitute schools and universities as corporations and to manage their affairs along business lines. The neoliberal approach to education should be seen as an effort towards a broader reshaping of the social order. Just like the way we want to, in this panel discussion, want to reshape the social order, neoliberalism has been at this for a long, long time. And so what I've also understood was that there have been many people in our country who've had this approach towards moving towards a collective good. But I think the market forces have derailed this project. And so education should become more cost-effective through cost containment measures, neo-vocationalism, the commodification of knowledge. Just think about it. Many of you are in universities. The commodification of knowledge, disempowerment of people, intellectual skills, the marginalization of the arts. And so we all engaged in education, but in relation to how the market defines education. Now, you know, there's too many examples that you can pick in terms of how the market influences education. I don't want to go there. So look at the issue of colonization, right? And the issue of league tables, schools in the UK, league tables, how the market has influenced that. And look at it look at the United States, where municipal boundaries and what they call the zip code, you know, the postcode, the zip code, how it defines which school you go to, and the assessment and the curriculum, right? So this, you know, that's another speech on its own, how the market has influenced education. But I want to make that point. But then I want to come back to the issue of the university capacity building role. So how have universities bought into this? So do universities have an economic model or social justice model? We have to ask that question. When we talk about inclusive education, and when we talk about a body of knowledge that intellectuals need to have to address the best interests and the collective good of society, we have to ask the question, how do universities shape up to this? So what happens in universities, the way I understand it, is that there's more focus on economics rather than social justice. So you know that we have 3 issues at a university level that we deal with. We have to deal with society and culture. We have to deal with the economy. And we have to look at the conditions and the lived reality of the majority of people. What contribution can universities make to addressing those challenges? So each of these contexts have a particular impact on the narrative and the discourse at universities. So let's ask the question. Right? When I was introduced, it was stated that I'm looking at a social justice model in terms of planning education in developing countries. So that's why I had to look at, are we the only country in the world that has this challenge, So this whole idea of colonialism, this morning when I watched the news, I switched through the channels and I looked at the energy crisis in the UK. There's an energy crisis in South Africa, but look at our maturity in terms of, in comparison to the other more mature democracies in the world. So how patient are we, and how do we contribute to a narrative that does a realistic assessment of our situation? So as people who think for society, we all are very privileged people. We share this platform, we produce knowledge, and it's a great opportunity. What is our responsibility? What is the responsibility of the universities? So when you talk about social justice, you have to ask the question, in every decision you take, are we reducing inequality? That's a question that John Rawls and Amartya Sen asked when they wrote about the idea of justice and social justice theory. So let's talk about this in terms of what is our contribution? What is our contribution to this society? And as people who are affiliated to universities, what contribution do we make? So long-term sustainable development, as opposed to short-term economic development, implies capacity building that is focused on economic, socio-cultural, and environmental objectives. It recognizes that a focus on economic outcomes alone may be counterproductive and in conflict with the long-term health and resilience of the social, cultural, and environmental context that support all future economic activity. In other words, if we want to call ourselves intellectuals, the narrative at universities will contribute to the well-being and to the economy of a future society if we address the social injustices in terms of university theory and practice, in terms of teacher training, in terms of the broader narrative of the education faculty at UKZN, in terms of the broader narrative of the education faculty in all the universities and all the disability units, right? Because in our country, we have limited choices. And so we know there are problems, but how do we resolve these problems? So that's a question I tried to answer as I reflected in my experience working in the national department, working with the University of Western Cape, working with the Western Cape Education Department, I asked myself the question. So let me also talk about the contextual reality, not the education reality, the socio-economic reality of the majority of South Africans. So I'll just give you a very practical example. In the Western Cape, I may not be entirely correct, but I should be as close as possible to the truth, that around 40% of the people earn less than 40,000 Rand per annum. So what implications does that have for education, for literacy and numeracy, for the throughput rate, and for the metric results? There's hardly a print culture at home. There's hardly a development of oral language for young children. There's hardly a socialization into intellectual culture. So I'll tell you about this. I'll be very honest with you. I grew up as working class. I grew up in Chatsworth in Durban. You know where Chatsworth is? It's in the south of Durban. And when we were moved in the Group Areas Act, we lived in a middle class area, we moved to Chatsworth. I was 6 years old then. And the old issue of being in Chatsworth and being socialized in an unfamiliar, hostile environment as a 6-year-old was quite a traumatic experience for me. But I decided when I joined education to theorize why children fail, to theorize why the working class are where they are, and why more working class children fail than middle class children. So it's got to do with those salary levels that the majority of people in South Africa are challenged with. And the problem is that there's a relationship between poverty and disability. So that's a huge challenge that we faced with. And so that's why we need the energy in this Indaba. And we need the energy amongst all people who produce knowledge and work in universities or work in schools to move the system forward. We understand the problems, and it's good to analyze the problems, and it's more important to find the solutions. So education for economic success may reflect, that's what the universities are involved at the moment. And forgive me if I'm wrong, but this is what I understand, that education for economic success may reflect only one subsystem's health, behaviors and success measures. Yet it may well undermine the health, behaviors and success measures of the social, cultural, and environmental context systems which form its context. This undermines the long-term viability of the economic system itself. So future growth, our country, where is it going to be in 10, 15 years' time, if we don't address the social challenges and we don't address our context and we don't, each of us, make a contribution to ameliorating the problems that we find ourselves with, we risk a future society. So when it comes to, so what role does the university play? And how does it reimagine itself? And how does the disability units in the universities flourish? Is by generating a narrative, is by producing knowledge. So we know about the medical discourse. We know it's linked to disability, it looks at individual deficit, it's a social construct. It was written at a time where there were vested interests in people being constructed as disabled. We know that. Just like our neoliberalism is shaping the social order, the disability sector were constructed in the interests of certain organizations, in terms of the education systems at that time. And so you had this, which led to a charity discourse and a lay discourse. So, you know, a charity discourse is this benevolent humanitarianism, and a lay discourse is a discourse of prejudice, hate, fear, just like racism. That's the roots of disability, right? So how do we counter that? How do universities reimagine, rethink themselves? And what kind of narrative they produce? We talk about the economic determinants. It's about the social context and the lived reality of disabled students. How many universities have asked the students who were constructed as disabled about their lived reality and how they have overcome the challenges and how that will contribute to the knowledge in the university? Now, that's a question we have to ask ourselves, right? Is who constructs knowledge? How is the knowledge constructed? And to what end? So that's my view. My view is that the university narrative should take on board the lived reality of its students. The narrative cannot be divorced from the lived reality of students, right? So we have this Indaba today, and we have another conference next year and another conference the other year. What knowledge are we producing for that conference? How are we guiding our society as so-called intellectuals and people who think for society? So the knowledge and skills universities generate ideally contribute to the betterment of the community and region where university is located, and by extension, to the global community at large. So this implies that the knowledge generated will contribute not only to short-term local and regional objectives, but will accrue benefits in the long term and beyond any one local community. Because there's a disability challenge across the world. There's a challenge with disability across the world. And so it's unacceptable that we find ourselves in this situation, right? I know ESCOM is a problem. I know that we have challenges with education. But so I was in a meeting this morning and people were talking about the performance of the education system. So I said, you know, what is your idyllic notion of education performance in South Africa? Your idyllic notion of the performance of the education system in South Africa must take cognizance of the lived reality of the majority of South Africans. That should give you an idea of what an idyllic notion. Remember John Dewey and what he said? And this, I don't think John Dewey in the 1940s ever thought about globalization. He probably did, I don't know, but and the impact of globalization. So I always ask myself the question when I drive down the street, the people that walk on the street, who fix the potholes and who build the roads and so on, their children get the worst results in the education system because their children are not socialized into intellectual culture because they earn such a low salary. And those are the questions we have to talk about, right? If we want to talk about social justice in education, right? So how is it that the people who make our roads safe and create this stability in our lives for us to drive, their children get the worst results in the school? Just think about that from the social justice perspective. And think about neoliberalism. And think about globalization. And all these big companies come here and they have call centers and so on and pay people 6,000 Rand a month. Right? So let's talk about Pierre Bourdieu, right? So we have an education challenge in South Africa. And everybody says the education system is bad. I'm not saying the education system is good. I'm not defending the education system. But this is what Pierre Bourdieu said. Pierre Bourdieu said in, what year was this? 100 years ago. He articulated an understanding about the exclusion of marginalized groups in the education system. He argues that instead of blaming working class underachievement, on flawed working class culture, cultural capital theory must focus on the contributions of the working class learners and alleviate the dominance of middle class culture. Can I read that again? He says, cultural capital theory must focus on the contributions of the working class learners and alleviate the dominance of middle class culture. He argued that middle class learners are more likely to succeed because the education system is run by middle classes and views its own culture as superior, while those with less familiar views are marginalized and end up underachieving. Others have confirmed Bordeaux's view and have pointed to the impact of self-image and confidence as major limitations of working class children and their educational success. So I was a working class kid. I told you I was a working class kid growing up in Chatsworth. So what are the major characteristics of working class people? There's no role models in their community. Education doesn't work for the majority of people. Many working class people have poor self-image. Many working class people can only see in their limited environment. So I can talk a lot about this. So what's the relationship between the mainstream curriculum and the lived reality of working class kids? What about the psychosocial component? So the psychosocial component should be the major component in the foundation phase. It should trump literacy and numeracy, because you never learn to read and write if you have a poor self-image, if you're not socialized into intellectual culture, if you're not socialized in habits and characteristics that create space for social mobility. So the issue here is that if you want to enjoy the most successful people in the modern world are people who have a good understanding of middle class culture. So then, what is the role of universities in this? And what is the relevance of what I'm saying in this Indaba? Is that universities need to produce knowledge that is focused on the lived reality of the majority of people in that country. So I may be biased, but I think inclusive education is one of the most important subjects in any B.Ed, in any teacher training course, in any narrative in education faculties or the disability unit or whatever when you're talking about education, the narrative, in my opinion, must be based on social justice. If the level of inequality is as high as it is in our country. So there was some study in 2019 said that we have higher levels of inequality. We have the highest levels of inequality in sub-Saharan Africa, if not in the world. So what should be your education narrative? Do you want to reproduce the status quo and let the schools, like Bowles and Ginters told us? Bowles and Ginters also says that the schools reproduce the status quo in the United States of America. That's because of the zip code or the passcode or postcode, whatever you call it, right? Diane Ray, who wrote a book called Miseducation in the UK, said that in 150 years, the working class problem has been solved. So I was in a conversation with some people in the United States when they had this UN summit now on education, where you got a whole lot of middle class people talking about the problems of marginalized people in the world with the wrong narrative. Because the dominant narrative at the moment is the economic model in education. And the challenge for universities is to demystify that. Call it into question and redesign a narrative that focuses on the people in South Africa. So we can meet again and have this Indaba and complain about what's happening in our country, right? But you know what? If I have to give you one bit of advice, is that we have thoughts, we think, we act, we have perceptions, we have ideas, we channel those ideas in various ways, and it impacts on a wider society. So what I do is I try to put positive energy into the world. We as South Africans must put positive energy into the world, because that comes back to you. If you feed the world with negative energy, it comes back to you. So that's just a digression from our main position. And that is, universities must produce knowledge that address the context that they live in, the lived reality of people, and be very wary of neoliberalism. Because you can see, with the crisis in Europe, with the crisis in America, with the crisis in Russia, the world is moving into a non-materialistic, or in a direction that doesn't favor materialism the way we've been socialized. So can I stop there, Chairperson? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Sigamoni, for that beautiful keynote address. The time now is 1 minute to 11. Maybe if I can just open the floor for a set of hands. I'll just open one set of hands that might want to engage on Prof. Sigamoni's address. So I will open just one set of hands before we go for our first interval. Okay, I see there's a hand there by Mr. Balakrishna, and there's another one from Dr. Roche. I see there's the third one from Tasmi. So these are the only three hands that we are going to take, and then we'll close. Go for it, Mr. Balakrishna.
Thanks, Program Director. Hi, Prof. Thank you so much for such a insightful, deep, I think, thought-provoking presentation. It's nice to hear the academic and the activist in one day. And so my question really is about this idea. I mean, when the progressive forces, that won this democracy for us, conceptualized of a new democratic state that will be inclusive, and those are wonderful, noble ideals, and they in line with the the founding fathers of the whole idea of an inclusive world order in terms of education. Given the complexity of our transformation to our democracy, I wonder whether we were just too idealistic in our theoretical and our political approach to how we should transform the society, and that we actually could have borrowed from the kind of very stratified development in education and taken the best from there and progressively realized the inclusive education program. And I say this particularly in light of the way in which the mergers of universities and schools of education happened. And it would appear that we seem to have lost a lot of the kind of core skills that in my view practicing inclusive education should be about, especially in the area of education of children with profound disabilities. Just that, that's my thought, and I'd be interested to hear your comment.
Thanks, Mr. Balakrishna. Can we quickly move to Dr. Roche? Yeah.
Thank you, Program Chair. Thank you, Prof. Sigamani, for your lovely rendition on the issue of social justice and education. It's one of my pet areas, issues relevant to discrimination and anti-oppression, and more especially the theorization by Amartya Sen and his call for human development, flourishing, democratic participation and dialogue and things like that. I don't really have a question, but I just want to share on some constructs of your presentation and to show how I support it. I often have also, I see myself as a practitioner in the field of disability, but also a scholar in the space of disability and higher education. And I've also asked myself the question, why is the road to this transformation so long and so winded? Many of my colleagues here will bear the truth in this. We have been social work practitioners for, I don't even want to tell you how many years. Transformation has been spoken about then. And for me, it's still remaining as a promise. And I do appreciate your perspective and the way you located the issue of the economic narrative as still contributing to this kind of inequities in higher education. And I do share in your concerns on the social justice, the human rights dialogues, and more especially the contextual lived experiences of the marginalized populations that we serve. Also, lastly, I just want to say that, with a lot that you spoke on social justice, our disability units very deeply embedded in this issue of social justice, human rights, anti-oppression, and also transformation, redress, and how we reduce the social and educational inequities in higher education. And with that, I want to say thank you. You opened my eyes to a lot more as well. And I hope at a later stage we can chat. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much, Roche. Can we quickly jump to the third question before we give Prof. Naika a chance to give his last input? Thank you. Oh, okay. If they've changed their minds, then it's fine. Let's give Prof. Naika a chance. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chairperson. So, yeah, no, I hear you, Mr. Balakrishna, and I hear you, Roshak Tini. I just think, listen, it's a life is a complexity. And so, if you look back at the old positivist theory, right? And what we tried to do was we tried to, in our entire history, and even up till now, we try to use natural science laws to control social phenomena. And you and I know in our personal lives that, we can't control social phenomena. It's like getting up in the morning and saying, today, this is how the day is going to be. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It never works out like that, right? But if you have a vision in the morning and you say, well, I'll embrace the tough parts and I'm moving towards becoming more peaceful, there's a greater chance that you'll be peaceful. So the issue of the complexity that face the mergers in higher education, the complexity of closing colleges and education, the complexity of the challenge of severely profound children, it's been much worse in the past. Go to the education system, do an historical analysis of the severely and profound intellectually impaired, if you want to call them that, right? They are lovely children, all those children are lovely children, but they are constructed like that. Look at the history in KZN. Go to the KZN education department, ask them what happened 10 years ago, 15 years ago to the children and what's happening now. And they'll tell you, you will be very impressed with their response, right? All is not bad. But colleagues, you know what? We all have a role to play in this education system. And I agree with you, Rosh. Yes, we have to focus on social justice, right? We have a very highly unequal society. And that is why our world is the way it is. We have to understand this. The crime levels, the challenges of ESCOM. ESCOM was never designed in the past to address electricity needs of such a large number of economically active people. Think about it. We all in this together. So this is my final comment. We all in this together. We need to produce narratives that empowers the students that come our way, that give them the intellectual tools to deal with it, to complexity. We can't say to them, this is a complex situation, we can do nothing about it, everything is useless. The neoliberal theory wants us to be independent, wants us to be selfish, wants us to work without any human agency in a society that needs actions that are in the interest of the social good. Thank you, Mr. Dlamini. I wish you well for the rest of the conference.
No, thank you very much, Prof. Naika, for that thought-provoking presentation. The time now is 10 minutes past 11. We are going to take a 15 minutes break, which means we should all be back by, let's say, 25 minutes past 11. So we are now going to have our first interval break, and we are expected to be back by 25 past 11. Thank you very much to everyone.
Dr. Ayeni, do you want to check your presentation, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you want to check your presentation?
Yeah. You want to check it?
Yes, please share your screen and
Okay.
start your video, please.
Okay. I'm trying to start the video, but I'm having issues with it. I don't know why it's not coming up.
At the bottom of your screen.
Okay.
Yes, I can see that. If you go to slideshow and just start from beginning, slideshow on the top of your screen. On the top middle.
Slideshow?
Slideshow, yes.
Just trying to check.
Just on the top line. Go above that, where your icon is, your arrow is, go move up. Can you see where file, home, insert is? On that line, you'll see, yeah, on that line towards the middle, you'll find slideshow. Did you find it?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Not yet.
No. Okay. Let's go step by step. You see file. Can you see that? Home, insert. Just carry on going towards your right-hand side on the screen.
Okay.
Right, you can see draw, design. No, sir. Go on that line. Don't click on anything until I tell you.
Okay.
On the same line, towards the middle of that line, you'll see slideshow. There you go. There you go. That's it.
The icon was covering it before. Okay.
Yeah. Just click on that.
Okay.
From beginning.
Okay. From beginning.
That's it. Double click on that.
Come, still processing something. Okay.
There you go.
And now my video is still not showing.
Your video, you need to switch it on. At the bottom of your screen, can you see right at the bottom? Where your mute button is?
Yeah.
Next to it is video, start video.
This time I clicked on it, it asked me to change video camera. I don't know why.
No. If you click on that, just try that again one more time. Just click on start video.
Okay. I'm doing it again.
Hello, can I come in?
Yeah.
Maybe you should stop sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll stop sharing.
Okay.
Can you see your microphone and start video on your bottom left?
Yes.
When you click on start video.
You did click it just now. It went off and you clicked it back on.
Okay, because it just is displaying fails to start the video camera. Please select another video. And I'm trying to select another video.
Okay, click on the small arrow pointing upwards and let me know what you see.
Yeah, the integrated webcam.
Then if you select that,
then there's cyber link. Initially it was on
select integrated webcam.
Yeah, that's what I've been using, that is not displaying.
Have you used it before?
Sure. Here, if I explain this.
Maybe you should try closing Zoom and opening it again.
Okay.
Shouldn't everybody be back now? It's 25 past.
Shakila, Dr. Ayeni, I think, is the next presenter.
Yeah, he just went out to check whether his video works when he comes back in.
Yeah.
Online as yet. I think he's having issues with his connectivity because his video is not coming on. If it doesn't come on, we can just continue without his video, right?
Yeah, I think it's best we do that. Doesn't
Yeah.
it?
You can open it and start. You can open it. The host is the host that muted you, asks you to start your start. Backing in your email address. I mean, confirm it.
What do you want to do?
Open your email.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope we have all refreshed and we are ready for our paper presentations. Once again, I am going to encourage the audience participation. As soon as the presenters finish, feel free to engage. All you need to do is raise your virtual hand and we will note you so that you can be unmuted to speak. So our first presenter for this segment is Dr. Olurupo Ayeni from the Community Advancement Initiative for Self-Reliance in Osogbo, Nigeria. His presentation is titled The Capabilities, Approach, and Social Exclusion in the Context Experiences of Deaf Persons that Participated in the Subsidy Reinvestment and Empowerment Program, which is the SHOPI, Poverty Reduction Program in Abuja, Nigeria. Dr. Ayeni, the floor is yours. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I am
having
Dr.
Please
Ayeni,
mute the computer and only unmute the phone.
Please, yeah. Dr. Ayeni, we can't hear you. You are muted. Please unmute yourself and try to sort out the sound issue there on your side.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, the sound is fine now. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want my presentation to come on. Can you just give me maybe 1 or 2 minutes to do that? I don't know, this has not been happening, but I think I need to sort it out. Can I just read out my presentation instead of sharing?
Yes, you can go ahead, Dr. Ayeni.
Okay.
Dr. Ayeni, do you want us to share your screen?
Yes,
do you want us
that
to
would be
share
great.
for you?
Yes,
okay,
yes,
so share
that
it
would be
now.
great. Yeah.
Are you sharing, Shakira, or I should share it?
So can you do that, please? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for the bailout. I think I can go ahead now. Can we all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, let me just start my presentation. The title is Capabilities, Approach, and Social Inclusion in Context. The experiences of deaf persons that participated in the Subsidy Investment and Empowerment Program, SHOPI, in Abuja, Nigeria. That's just the topic. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide. Okay, this is just an introduction to the study. It said deaf persons occupy a higher rank among the global poor, owing to the deep-seated socio-economic, cultural, and political barriers that have resulted in their exclusion from the mainstream society. The plight of deaf persons fall within the. Please, can you go to the next slide so that I don't waste much time on this? Next slide. Okay, this is just giving a contextual information about Nigeria. Okay, so this is the study advances the central. This is the central government that the study advances. That deaf persons, like the generality of persons with disability, experience social exclusion resulting from structural, socioeconomic, attitudinal, environmental, political, and cultural factors. Also said, apart from that, first, the study advanced that the exclusion of deaf persons from participating in the policy-making process is being substantiated, sustained. Then the second one is juxtaposed. The study juxtaposed with the social model of disability. The other central argument that this study advances is that poverty and exclusion are inherently rooted in the state legislation as well as public attitudinal factors. Now, just to explain some of this that I've said so far is the fact that this study is actually conducted with deaf persons in Abuja, Nigeria. And these are the overall purpose and objective of the study. One, explore the extent to which deaf persons participated in the SURE poverty reduction program in Abuja, Nigeria. Then the objectives are to gain an understanding of the process and structures for the engagement of deaf persons in the design, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation of the SURE as a program. Then to understand the benefits of participating in the SURE by deaf persons. Then to understand the challenges faced by deaf persons during their participation in this program. Then also to obtain information, to obtain suggestions from deaf persons and relevant stakeholders on policies, legislation, and services in respect of poverty reduction program. Please, you can move to the next slide. So the theoretical framework employed as far as this study is concerned is the capabilities approach. The capabilities approach evolved because of the inadequacy of the monetary approach, which was the dominant approach for understanding poverty. The capabilities approach argues that income alone is inadequate to determine poverty at the individual level, considering the pivotal role of variables such as gender, health, and age. Then embodied within the capabilities approach is the expansion of the capability set, the various combinations of functions that a person can achieve, and enhancement of people's freedom. These are some of the postulation of the theory. The capabilities approach strives to address the limitations of social welfare policies that tend to bar vulnerable persons, groups such as deaf persons from achieving their capability. Consequently, social policies are evaluated within the broader context of the extent to which policies have achieved their objective. Can we go to the next one? Okay, then go to the next one, social exclusion. Just like the capabilities approach, the social exclusion is another concept, and that's the theoretical framework for this study, and it's also in relation to the narrow conception of poverty from the consumption and income dimension. Just the early proponent of it, Weber, who described social exclusion as a form of closure. Weber's use of social closure depicts a context in which a group, through a process of subordination, seeks to secure a position of privilege for itself at the expense of. Can we move to the next slide, please? Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So let me not bore with the theoretical framework. Can we move to the next slide? No, let's go to intervention here. The SURE is actually a program that came into existence because the government made a partial removal of the price of petroleum products. And what this does is the government thought that for them to sustain and provide basic amenities to the people, there was need to ensure that the subsidy on petroleum was removed, and that was what happened. And what the federal government decided to do in Nigeria was to channel the funds that will be accruing to it from the removal of the subsidy to key areas of the economy, especially to support vulnerable members of the society who are going to be at the receiving end of such subsidy removal. So by the virtue of that, the government came up with some policies or some programs. Some of them is this one that I mentioned, graduate internship scheme. We have the one that has to do with social services support and some other types of projects like that. And apart from supporting vulnerable members of the society, the government also decided to invest heavily in critical infrastructure, roads, electricity, and a host of others. So that is exactly about that project. Next slide, please. Next slide. No, before that one. The one that is also is the technical vocational education project. This is actually the one that the government believes that those that are with disability, those that are deaf and the vulnerable members of society can participate in. And the essence of this one is the objective is to train to enhance the entrepreneurial and employment prospect of persons with disabilities. So basically, this particular one targeted persons with disability. However, what this study is trying to explore is to understand the extent to which persons with deaf persons were included in the overall.
Doc, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you slow down slightly, please, for the interpreters?
Okay, thank you so much. So what I'm trying to say is that the technical vocation education and training was meant to enhance the entrepreneurial and employment prospect of persons with disabilities. If you look at the initiative that the government put in place under SHOPI is supposed to cater for every person that is vulnerable, especially those with disability. So I'm focusing on this one because a substantial part of the work of the study is centered on this one. And in all, this project trained 41 deaf persons, comprising 30 males and 11 females. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next slide. So this is the research methodology that the study adopted. And it adopted the constructive interpretive design. The ideological position is based on the belief that individuals gain an understanding of the world in which they work and live. So the qualitative approach was also chosen for this study based on its humanistic, existential, and phenomenological paradigm, which aligns with the aim of gaining an insight into the experiences of deaf persons who participated in this program. And in addition to that, the program evaluation was also employed, which is a kind of thing because the SHOPI program had closed. It was run between 2012 and 2015. So this is an opportunity for government to be able to learn from this and make necessary amendment to subsequent projects like that. Can we go to the next? Next. So this is just a profile of the two local governments that in which the project participants were selected, the study participants were selected. Abuja Municipal Area Council and Kuje Local Area Council. The reason why these two have been selected was that Abuja is the seat of government where most of the parastatals, ministries, they are located, while Kuje is a bit far from the main institution where all those things are. So I decided to choose the two so that to gain an understanding of the participants from these two highly urban locations and the one that is not relative, that is relatively not urban. Next one, please. Next one. Okay, so the data collection, as I said, the in-depth interview method was used for this for collecting data. And apart from that, the snowball method was also employed because by the time I was conducting this data collection, many of those people had already moved. They were dispersed from 2012 to 2015 to 2018, 2019. So I had to employ snowball method to identify an individual and that person may refer to the next person. So these are the basic things that I'm doing as far as this is concerned. One, I'm exploring the overall SHOPI as a program. To what extent are the deaf, were they included in this project? Then the second one is specifically, the ICT training was conducted specifically for deaf persons. So I also decided to explore these two different parts of the program. And a pre-drafted semi-structured interview was used as guide with open-ended questions. Can we move to the next slide, please? So in order to ensure credibility and worthiness of this, credibility, verbatim transcription of the audio files and subjecting the transcript to member check and signing of a validation form. After collecting the data, after transcribing verbatim, the thing was sent to the participant to look through whether it reflected what they stated. Then in terms of transferability, detailed step-by-step recording of the data collection process. Then confirmability, audit trail through which intention materials, such as interview guide, were shared. Then ethical consideration, confidentiality was ensured. The participants were told that whatever the information they disclose will be treated in strict confidentiality. Then they were asked to sign informed consent after they have read. And they were also informed that they could opt out at any point if they so desired. So those are some of the things that took place there. Next, please. So this is just a biographical details of the participant. The age profile of the participant indicate that 4 participants were within the age range of 30 to 40, 35, and 30 to 34, that's 31%, while 3 participants were within the age range of 35 to 39, that's 23%, and all that. Then the sex of the participant, in terms of sex, the representation of the beneficiaries of the ICT training program, as indicated in one of the tables, was that 10, that's 77% out of 13 participants were male, while only 3 were female. The reason for having more male than female is not also unconnected to the fact that a total of 30 males as against 11 females participated in the Shopee ICT program generally. So one could understand why we have few females in the study. Can we go to the next one, please? So the educational status of the participant education qualification range from schools, secondary school, they have masters, they have post degree, and all that there. Then we have the marital status of the participant. The guys, the men were married, and most of the ladies were not really married. Can we move to the next? Yeah, because the thematic evaluation analysis method was used to analyze this the data that was collected from the field, and so many things came up. But after some review and reviews, I came up with about maybe 3 or 5 or such things. But I'm going to just share 3 so that I will not bore you. So what happens is that the first thing is actually looking at the extent of the inclusion in the process and structure. And I have 2 things under this one: nature and extent of inclusion, the legal and administrative framework for disability inclusion. What this is saying is, what is the nature of this inclusion and to what extent were the deaf people included? Then secondly, legal administrative, were there legal and administrative framework in place for deaf persons and the generality of persons with disabilities to participate in this Shopee? So I will just go next. Can we go to the next slide, please? So one of the findings is that although I'm looking at the overall Shopee as a program now, generally speaking, the document that was used to design this project actually made provision for deaf persons and persons with disability as a whole. Yeah, that is the whatever is presented as the quotation from one of the government officials in Abuja, Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment, provided this information. Hello? Can we still hear me? Can we still hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Continue.
Yes,
okay.
We can hear you.
So after the person was asked to talk about the extent of it, is do we even have any structure at the federal level to ensure the participation of everybody? And this is the quotation from it. There is a standard format for the designing of policies. In this case, you must practically get the input of every stakeholder at every levels. These are the federal, state, and community level. If you are implementing a policy in the federal, it must be carried down to the grassroots. That means from federal, it goes from federal to the last level at the community level. However, on the aspect of program design, it starts from the grassroots to the federal level. The essence is for everyone to be carried along. Please move to the next slide. Next slide. Now, the next slide said that the person is also saying that from the beginning, I had to input 20% for women and disabled persons. The implication of it is that it is not as if there is any legal or there was any legal framework that mandated the inclusion of women and persons with disabilities in this program. From the statement, he said, I had to input 20% for women and disabled persons, including those with hearing impairment. So from the beginning, we had already designed the project based on that reality. I had to factor in that, and I defended it. By saying I defended it, that means the person went through a lot of, negotiation for inclusion of persons with disabilities to be allowed. However, while responding, as far as the shopping was concerned, one of the deaf participants stated that they were not involved in the program, that they were only fighting for their inclusion in the program before some of them were made to attend some of them. And let me tell you something, proud to being asked to participate in the ICT training program. The participant, the beneficiaries who were deaf and persons with disability had to stage a protest. It was the finance minister at that time that said that it was an oversight, and that was why they decided to include some of them in this program. That's one. So this is a statement from one of them. He said, a stakeholder from the NGO, because the people that were interviewed cut across three different ways. We have people from government, we have people that are beneficiaries of this project, and we have people that are development workers. That is, we have people that are NGO workers. We are also interviewed, and I also interviewed people that were like key informants, people that played an important role in the implementation of the ICT. So what I'm trying to say is that there are two levels at which I conducted my research. The first one is overall shopping, then the second one is this ICT training. And from the ICT training, even the NGO sector people say that the shopping as a program was not designed with persons with disabilities in mind. So that is one of the NGOs participants. Then another one is specifically about the ICT program, the training. Then one of the others say that some of the beneficiaries said that they were not involved at the design piece, because I was trying to check the design, the implementation, and the monitoring and evaluation of this project. But one of them said we were not involved in the planning process. It is the Shopee that planned and arranged it and contacted us to involve us. So what this is saying in essence is that there are divergent views about the implementation of the ICT. Some of them believe that they were involved, some of them believe that they were not involved. However, one of the executive members at that time, who could state categorically whether they were involved or not, stated that they were involved in the at the inception and even implementation of the Shopee. So, having said that, one would believe that whatever statement that he has made will carry more weight. And the key informant also substantiated the fact that they were carried along. And to substantiate these meetings were held severally. Some of these meetings were held. Okay, you are back. Okay. Some of these meetings were held. I'm on findings. I'm on slide 23. I'm on slide 23. Slide 23, please. So let me just continue. In contrary to one of the key informants who participated actively in the design and implementation of the computer training, asserted that the stage at which they were involved, they were the planning stage. We had persons with disability in the structure. There are clusters of different disabilities. We have their leadership who nominated people who took part in this training. So specifically, this training, the executive of the various disability clusters were involved. But maybe because some of them were not really in tune with their executive members, they thought that they were not involved in the training. Let me go to the next one. Next slide. Next slide. So the second one is the legal and administrative framework for deaf persons' participation. This sub-team strives to understand the legal framework put in place to facilitate the participation of deaf persons. The role of appropriate legal framework to facilitate the inclusion of deaf persons can't be overemphasized. Now, one of them actually stated that in most programs or projects, if we have a legislative framework, and this is evident in other countries which enacted disability law, catering for the needs we are seeing now being included in them. If such laws have been passed, I am sure that what we are talking about will be accommodated because our operations will be backed up by law. Now, what this person is saying is that because there was no law in Nigeria, no disability acts at the national or laws at the state, by the virtue of that, they were not included. So this provided an opportunity for their exclusion because there was no law that backed their inclusion. Let me go to the next slide. Next slide, please. I'm going to the second one, that's improvement in the quality of life of the beneficiary. From the information gathered, most of the beneficiaries believe that the project or the program did not have any impact on their lives. They were of the opinion that the program did not have any substantial impact on their lives. Reason being that some of them believe that the skills they acquired did not translate into any physical investment. Some of them said that even the participants, those that benefited from the program because they were given a laptop, that they sold it, which is an indication that the program did not have any positive impact upon their lives. Next. But despite the fact that some of them, a large percentage of them believe that there was no substantial improvement in their quality of life, some of them still believe that the project was a huge success. Like some of them said that by the virtue of that, some people were able to go back to school, somebody was able to do some other businesses and they are making money. While the person that the key informant also stated that he met with one of them who was into telephone repair in Abuja, which buttresses the fact that there was improvement in their quality of life. Next, please. So the third one is the barrier to the effective participation of deaf persons. This is another key finding. The participants were asked what were the main barriers to their participation, and what they acted on was the aspect of lack of information. The sign language interpreters that they were provided with, they didn't have enough sign language interpreters. In fact, when they had meetings with the planners of this program, they agreed that 5 sign language interpreters would be enough for each of the departments. They have software, hardware, but by the time the project or the training was being implemented, only 2 interpreters were made available. And the decision to use 2 interpreters was born basically by the implementers of the project, the designer. The deaf people were not contacted again about the fact that they will be changing, they will be reducing it from 5 to 3. So they were not really happy about that. And apart from that, they also said that when you want to conduct training, such as computer training, there are different terminologies and jargons that are involved. That people that were part, the designer of this project should have trained the interpreters on key terminologies, but that this did not happen. So the interpreters, it was just a matter of garbage in, garbage out. In addition to that, they also stated that it would have been better if some of them were trained, because some of them had computer knowledge, if they had been trained to facilitate the session for their colleagues, which would have ensure their inclusion in the process, but that never happened. So in all, please go to the next one, conclusion and recommendation, please. Conclusion and recommendation. Conclusion and recommendation. Slide
Dr.
29.
Ayeni, please wrap up. Time is not on our side.
Okay. So the conclusion is that the process through the study contains that although the Shopee project document made provision for 20% of the beneficiaries to be persons with disability, deaf persons and persons with disability were substantially excluded from the overall structure of the Shopee. However, a degree of inclusion through series of meetings and consultation with the representative organization of deaf persons was observed. So that is just that. And the recommendation was that a legislation should be passed. Currently in Nigeria, a National Disability Act has been passed. So this is actually taking care of this. Then government should make specific disability or project intervention that will focus deaf persons and persons with disability, instead of just planning them with the generality of the people. And the research should be conducted to understand the specific needs of deaf persons and persons with disability. I think at this stage, I would like to stop now. Thank you, and God bless you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ayeni. It's a pity we have limited time for presentation, but I think we will now have to swiftly try and move to the next presentation so that we can be within the time constraints that we have been given. So for the next presentation, allow me to introduce Dr. Sophia Thabane from the National University of Lesotho, and Ms. Babalo Sikobodo from the Lesotho College of Education. They will be presenting on learning barriers encountered by first-year Lesotho College of Education students with special needs and the recommendations for inclusive education. The podium is yours, Dr. Thabane and Ms. Sikobodo. Dr. Thabane, Ms. Sikobodo, it is now your turn to present. Please come through.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. I am audible. Thank you. If you give me just a few minutes, I want to share, but I'm not able to do it for reasons of I think and I'm so sorry. Just give me a few minutes to share my screen. Okay, I'll do that now. Thank you. Right. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, we can see them.
All right. Okay.
Can you put it on slideshow, please? Can you put it on slideshow? Go to slideshow at the top.
At the top. All right. Somewhere here.
No, next to animations, next to that, on your right hand side.
Right. I'll do that now. Thank you so much.
From beginning. From beginning.
No, this is the beginning. Right? Is this okay?
Yes, that's
It's
fine. You
fine.
can proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. Let us see. All right. Okay, thank you so much. As you said, I will be presenting with Babala Skoboto from the Lesotho College of Education. Without much ado, permit me to continue. That is the title of our presentation this afternoon. Background and please permit me to start with the background and justification for the study, and to say that we believe that teacher training is the cornerstone of any society, and more so inclusive education is key to quality education. We believe firmly that with the inclusive education, broad-based education, that is particularly teacher training education, that is where we are able to attract the best teachers, the most competent, qualified, and passionate about the job. And inclusive education is the way to go. With that said, the study, as you mentioned, was conducted at Lesotho College of Education, which is one of only 2 tertiary institutions providing teacher training. Lesotho College of Education was found perhaps most relevant because it is the only institution providing only teacher training education in the country, starting from basic teacher education. And that makes it an important resource in the country, an important resource for explorative research, an important resource for experiments in as far as teacher training, all aspects of teacher training are concerned. Apart from that, we believed also that first-year students with disabilities in all tertiary institutions face a myriad of challenges imposed, not only by their disability, but by the need to adapt to a new environment. For that, they need all the resources that can be afforded to them. Thus, the study was found essential. The study, which was conducted in 2021, was found necessary on account of the unprecedented need to digitize a tertiary education at the time, and expeditiously so, right? And we also believe that with careful planning, digitization is a strong tool. I may have made this point, is a strong tool for both the improvement of widening of access to education and containment of the ever-rising cost of education. As we found the study highly important and carrying or potent with information at the time. The presentation, allow me to move on then, having presented the background and justification for our study, allow me to present, give you the objectives of our presentation. We went, and perhaps again, I might add that the study was, had several objectives, about 4 of them, not that many. It was conducted for the purpose of Master of Social Work degree at the time, but we have isolated just one objective for the study. We isolated one objective for the study, which is, please ignore the first one. the first one. The second one, we want to discuss findings and challenges posing barriers to learning for first-year students with sensory disabilities at Lesotho College of Education. That will be the focus of our study this afternoon. How was the study conducted? We might add, first and foremost, the study received full ethical clearance from both the National University of Lesotho, where the student was enrolled, as well as the Lesotho College of Education, where the study was conducted. It was a qualitative study conducted in 2021 at the mentioned college, and the sample was recruited through snowballing. Fairly, careful measures were put in place to ensure that people who eventually agreed to participate in the study were well informed. Even before they came, they presented themselves for the focus group discussions. They were well informed about the study and, really felt that they would voluntarily participate. How did we do that? We identified two students with sensory disabilities through the Department of Student Affairs at the Lesotho College of Education, and sat down with these students, explaining to them about the process of the study, the purposes of the study. We even gave them some of the questions that we were going to ask. May I add that two students, I said, one of the students had a visual disability, while the other had a hearing disability, and we made sure that the information that we wanted to communicate with them was that we were sent to them via email on Word documents, which they could easily access, using computers at the College of Education. So they went and recruited students for us, and gave them soft copies of consent forms, which many of them, but I'll tell you, they confirmed their voluntary participation in writing on those copies and emailed them back to us. Subsequently, two sex-inclusive focus group discussions with the first years. Okay, the study was focusing on first years for the reason that I mentioned, that we believed that they may have been the most, facing the most difficulties. Two sex-inclusive focus group discussions with first year Lesotho College of Education students were conducted with a sign language interpreter engaged. I need to add at this point that the sign language interpreter was taken through, was also that we explained the ethical considerations for the sign language interpreter, and he was there throughout the two focus group discussions to interpret for us, and of course for the students. And the participants, as I said, we had two focus group discussions. They were both sex inclusive, and we did not discriminate in terms of disability. The students who with the visual disability, and students with hearing disability were in one group for this reason. you'll recall that it was at the time of learning, interrupted physical learning on account of COVID. So on those occasions where we could assemble the students, we had to conduct the data collection. That was one. Plus, at the time, even movement was restricted. So the time within which we could collect the data from the students who, in this case, are also special needs, fall within the special needs population, was limited. We combined them. We did not encounter that many problems because I don't know of any problems that we encountered. We informed ourselves prior of how to address them, and we were supported by the sign language interpreter. Finally, I think in terms of the point perhaps that I needed, I may have forgotten that the methodology is that the data collection, which is focus group discussion, was video recorded, which of course was video recorded, and then with of course the permission of both the interpreter. It was a provision of the ethical clearance application, and of course it was conducted with the permission of the participants. With that, I will allow my co-presenter to continue with the findings. Perhaps before she does that, I might tell you that we spoke of the two of us agreed, coined this phrase disability. We found that some of the challenges that the students were facing were founded on a basis of disability blindness, right? Let me explain what we mean by disability blindness. The human resources are disability blind. They do not adapt the way in which they conduct themselves. In everything, whether it is their body language, whether it is in how they communicate, whether it is in delivery of written communication to the students, whether it is even in planning, right? They do not align themselves, they do not consider the presence of disability among them. And we coined that a disability blindness. Thank you, Babalo, please. Okay, Babalo, continue with the findings, and then I will conclude with the recommendations. Babalo, over to you.
Yes, Babalo, we have only a few minutes left, which is 3 minutes, so please try to be swift as well.
Okay, with that being said, thank you very much. I would just like to jump to the findings. The findings under the challenges for students with sensory disabilities, students reported lack of special needs learning equipment, such as audiobooks, braille, study guides, and special needs computer software. For instance, one participant stated that in the computer labs, they don't have the latest softwares that assist them while learning. He stated that like when they type the assignments, it becomes a problem. So this brings the idea of staff and lecturers not paying much attention to the needs of students with disabilities.
Sorry, ma'am, can you adjust your screen? We cannot see you. You're getting cut off.
Oh, okay. So let me
Just tilt it forward a little bit. That's better. Thank you.
Is it better now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on. Still on the challenge, on the findings. And there were also inaccessibility of written communication. For example, during orientation, when they first enroll in the first year of study, they are not provided hard copy materials of what is going to happen on that day. Like they're just being called and said it's an orientation day, but then material is not, written communication is not delivered on time, which makes it difficult for students with disabilities, maybe students who are visually impaired. Also, other findings were disability, blind college, like teachers and lecturers actually are not aware. The participant stated that lecturers are not aware of the special needs that students need in their classrooms. Like sometimes, yes, they may not identify students with such disabilities. Other findings was that teachers do not send study guides which are accessible on time. Well, I already mentioned that, I think. But for example, one participant stated that sign language interpreters may not be sent on time. And on that point, they also stated that sign language interpreters are very scarce. You might find that there were two deaf students, and then there is only one sign language interpreter. So it is very inconvenient for one student goes to another lecture and another one goes to a different lecture. So they have to, there's one student, of course, who has to compromise not having a sign language interpreter, and that becomes a huge challenge. And there's also one Braille expert for the entire college. Moving on to the findings, other findings, like the computers, they're very scarce. The college has very, very limited computers, and even the computer lab closes very early, which becomes a challenge for such students with disabilities. Other findings, students indicated that other students are not familiar with them. Like they do not know that they are there. In some instances, you find during lectures, they're just making noise, not even aware that there's a deaf student. So if they could sense students, the entire community, college community could be sensitized on knowing that there are students with such disabilities so that they don't make noise. And also for lecturers to know that when they engage with them, they don't have to struggle, like talk fast. There was one participant who indicated that in another lecture, this lecturer started talking very fast. She couldn't hear her because she had to read the lips, and then it was just so frustrating. I think those were the findings. If maybe I could, Dr. Tabane, do you allow me to go through the recommendations, or you can take me through there? Dr. Tabane? Okay, maybe I can. Yeah, continue. No, I'm saying, sorry about that. You can continue. I will add, if anything, I will add if there is necessity. Please continue, ma'am.
All right.
Okay. The recommendations for exclusive education I'll just mention them, and yes, we can have some discussion. Special equipment to students with special needs. Like I said, there is the scarcity of equipment. There are no softwares for students who are with disabilities, like those who are visually impaired. So if the college can support such students by, for instance, offering them laptops with relevant softwares when they enroll to the college, yes, it could somehow help them. And also, provide technology that can help such students while they're at the college. And also, another challenge was that there is no accessibility of oral communication. So it is recommended that there should be sign language interpreters, not only one, or at least the interpreters who are not yet, qualified sign language interpreters, but they know, at least they can volunteer to help students who are deaf. And also in Lesotho, deaf people, use sign language as a medium of communication, but at least it can be introduced as a course so that the entire college community or some students can just engage and learn sign language. Also, there was a discovery from the study that there was inaccessibility of written communication. Like libraries are not adequate for students with disabilities. So it is recommended that in order to be inclusive, like material should be disseminated on time for students with disabilities. And it is also recommended that all service providers, like I said, they should learn sign language to enable communication between deaf students. Another challenge, another recommendation is awareness should be raised about deaf cultures. Like the attitudes that deaf students face from staff, lecturers, and other hearing students are also crucial to consider. So it is recommended that the involved parties are made aware of deaf students and other students with disabilities, how to approach them, their culture, as well as helping them to cope with the challenges that they face in their daily lives. Having said that, I would like to ask Dr. Thabane to continue.
Thank you very much. Dr. Thabane, we have a limited time here.
All right.
If you could please quickly wrap up just a few seconds before we introduce the next presenter, because we're already into their time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Without much ado, I might add perhaps a challenge, an important challenge that was raised by the participants was that of that disability blindness in classrooms. I think this is very pertinent. This is very pertinent for all of us who are here because many of us are educators here. The students mentioned that we as educators have a habit of pointing at examples, like saying an example such as this one, as I have written on the board, right? Are we expecting a person, a learner with a visual disability to see what was written on the board, for instance, and to see what I'm pointing at with my hand, right? As I said, I want to sensitize all of you, and we believe that some of the recommendations that we are raising are pertinent for all of you who are here from your various institutions. And, for us as individuals, that's why, I wanted to emphasize that. And basically, I think that is it. I think lastly, perhaps, could we consider having a special Wi-Fi router for students with disabilities? That's the last recommendation to all of you educators who are here, right? Here is why. Many times, they struggle with the use of the internet. They struggle with downloading the information. And it also happens that their information that they have to use might very well be larger, in terms of, I don't even know the correct concept to use, but I know that you understand what I mean, might require faster and more data, faster internet with more data. Could we, as a last point, could we all as educators consider being disability open to the point that we provide a special Wi-Fi with connection passwords only for students with disability? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I think you really touched an important topic of inclusive learning. And when you speak of routers that will accommodate students living with disabilities, I think it's very important that you also consider the design of these routers so that it can be universal, so that we not only have these routers that will accommodate students with special needs, but that can accommodate everyone, so that we can avoid such issues that you have mentioned in your presentation. Thank you very much for that insightful presentation. I will quickly move on to our next presenters. The next presenters come from the School of Law in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Their presentation is titled "To Go Somewhere That Understands You: Accessibility, Reasonable Accommodation, and Social Inclusion for Autistic Students, Pre, During, and Post-COVID-19 Pandemic, Not Business as Usual." So our presenters are Dr. Villain Holness and Miss Emma Hunt and Mr. Prashant Perusnat. Over to you, colleagues.
Siyabonga Sanbonani, Molweni, Dumilang. Good afternoon, Goeiemiddag. It is lovely to be here today. I'm Veline Holness, and I will take you through our presentation that I'm going to share in a moment. All right, so I am from the School of Law, and with me today are two colleagues, not from the School of Law, but people that I have met in the autistic community. Ms. Emma Hunt is currently a student at a vocational training college, and Mr. Parasnath Prashant, he is a clerk in a business, and he is a graduate with a business administration bachelor's degree. And our purpose today really is to tell a story. We utilize storytelling as our methodology to speak to some of the barriers and also some of the accommodations that Emma and Prashant experienced in their educational journeys. Prashant at a distance learning university and Emma at a design college. And their experiences overlap pre, during, and post COVID. And Emma will explain that she left the design college and moved towards an autistic specific vocational college. So I'm going to just give us a little bit of background. Some of the terms that we've already encountered today, you are familiar with. One of those is ableism. And for autistic persons, ableism is very, very much a nefarious practice. And for us in academia, and for us who are teachers in our various faculties, we find that we often adopt something called disconscious ableism. And what that means is that we are accepting dominant discourses that are ableist in nature, and that because of a lack of exposure and critical engagement with disability, and particularly with autism, our practices are not aligned with universal design for learning, and inclusion is very much a myth. So for autistic persons, of course, we identify that neurodiversity is an important concept to explain that persons who are not autistic are considered so-called neurotypical, and their experiences of transitioning into higher education and the experiences in higher education institutions are vastly different. We also have concepts such as reasonable accommodation that many of you have spoken about today and will continue to speak about. And for autistic persons, reasonable accommodation is a non-negotiable. There are methods, there are devices, there are tools available to assist autistic adults to successfully navigate in higher education and vocational training. And without these accommodations and supports, they will drop out, or their experience will be extreme to the extent that burnout can occur, and mental health challenges and crises can also occur. For autistic persons, sensory processing and integration is very important. When a person has experienced sensory overload, they might need to decompress, and you need safe spaces to do that in. And I'm sure that most of us can speak to the environments within which we work, whether it is digitally online or on our campuses, the environment in which we work and teach, those do not have spaces that are safe for decompression. So sensory processing is certainly a very big problem and a big challenge that we need to address. So I've identified that we're going to be using storytelling to disrupt ableist narratives, and we have adopted a disability studies in education approach. We are not educationalists. I'm a lawyer, and we've got 2 students and one which is a graduate, but we specifically identify with this approach because it centers the lived experience of the person with a disability at the center of the discourse. So first, we are going to move on to Emma, and we are going to utilize kind of a sort of an interview approach where I'm going to ask Emma a few questions, and then we will move on to Prashant. Thank you. Hi, Emma. Hi. All right, Emma. So I'd like to hear from you today about your first experiences at the Design College. When you disclosed your autism, what kind of accommodations were originally offered?
When I first applied to the Design College, we did go to the interview without disclosing that I was autistic, with plans of going to the interview disclosing that I'm autistic there. So what happened was they said that they would accommodate me with a lecturer that would be similar to a safe space to go and talk to. She'll be able to go and talk to the admin, the staff. There's a big problem. And what happened was, in the end, that the lecturer didn't have time to see me, and the accommodations just didn't, that was basically the only accommodation they really gave me, and it just didn't work because the lecturer was always too busy and fell out of favor with me.
All right, so this lecturer then had a mentoring role, and they were supposed to assist you throughout your journey. Okay, but time constraints was certainly a challenge there. In your time at the Design College, what kind of accommodations would you have liked to have received?
I would have liked to receive at the Design College. I would have liked to receive like a safe space, a place where I can go have a meltdown or at least cry a little when things got too stressful. And I would have also liked it if the lecturers had maybe let me explore the topic more in my own time, like not just give me the assignment and be like, do it now.
Get on with it.
So that's my reason.
All right. So with self-regulation, I imagine that was a challenge inside the lectures themselves. And then, of course, on campus, if the stimulus was overwhelming as well. Earlier, when we had discussed this issue, you said to me that it was problematic because you'd have to phone your dad to come and fetch you from campus because, you had a meltdown, you weren't coping, and because there was no space that's safe for you to decompress, you then had to go home, which was the only safe space for you. And had you had a safe space, 20 minutes of downtime, and you could have gone back to lectures.
Yeah, pretty much.
And for your parents, was that a challenge?
It was half the reason why I dropped out, because of the constant going. They couldn't handle the constant going to and back from the center, from the college.
I understand. So transport and work obligations for your parents means that they couldn't ferry you about when the environment just wasn't accommodating. All right. Okay. I'd also like to find out a little bit about something you mentioned to me on masking. I mean, you are a young person, a female with autism. How has masking impacted on your journey in education?
So I was diagnosed early on the autistic spectrum at 5. So throughout my life, I've learned social intervention is key and ways to communicate. So it's like by the book, I do it. And masking is a survival tactic among autistic people. So what we do is we pretend we're not autistic, and it still comes across as awkward. You can clearly see we're masking. But what happens is I get isolated. Because I'm so awkward, and in the end result of most masking in extreme cases like mine is that I attempted to take my life once because of masking. So
I understand. So the crisis was, you explained to me at an earlier point, when the mask comes off, when you can now actually just be yourself, that's when the coping mechanisms are just not there.
Yes.
All right. So you identify there that mental health support is really important, and for people to understand what it is to be a young woman with autism. To be an autistic woman might be different to an autistic man, and also might be different to any other autistic persons, that it's not homogenous. Your experience is unique, that speaks to who you are and the kind of needs that you have. Right. So I understand that you had done some of your learning during the COVID pandemic. How did you find that, your expectations of going into college life, and now you're learning online?
It was like a dream that turned into a nightmare, because I couldn't handle the space between so what happened is at college, I had to, when it was online, I was at home, but home is my safe space. So differentiate the two during a time period, like to say my home is now school. It really, my autism really like kind of like took a wild turn there because I couldn't do it. It's been my safe space for 19 years, and now you want me to bring school into it.
Absolutely. Okay, Emma, that sounds extremely frustrating. And of course, at some point you just weren't coping and you did drop out. And since then, you've moved to a vocational training facility that's autism specific. What are the kinds of tools or accommodations that you have experienced now that is working for you?
They let me rest when I am getting too stressed. So they let me go to a different place on the campus. Doesn't even have to be a designated space. They let me walk. They let me communicate my worries as they come up. And also, it's not a perfect center, but it allows me to use different methods of communication. So if I don't feel like saying, oh, it's too loud, I can just tap my ears and be like, yeah, I'm going out.
Okay. So non-verbal cues are understood as well. And there is that sense of kind of an accessibility that the space is a safe space and different ways of learning is all right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that, Emma. Before we say goodbye to you, I'd just like to hear if there's anything you would like to say about changing the way things have been carrying on for you. What would you like to see change going in?
I would like to see that both genders on the autistic spectrum are accommodated for. And I would like to see that the people see the quality in autistic people, like their gifts and talents and what they can do when they get there to that institution, when they get there, like the potential they have. Yeah,
I'm with you. Thank you so much, Emma. Thank you. We are next going to chat to Prashant. There you are.
Hello.
Hi. So Prashant, we heard a bit from Emma about her disclosure to the university. Yours was a bit more of a rocky start. Could you tell us about why it took you so long to disclose your autism?
I didn't disclose my autism because my father ordered me not to. When I first enrolled in university, my father was convinced that the university would not understand my autism, and he thought that it wasn't that serious. He only started to get the idea when I was on the brink of dropping out. I went from 2005 to 2011 and I only completed about 12 subjects by then. The issue was that they didn't know I had autism, and I could only tell them when I was on the brink of dropping out.
So Prashant, it's basically only at crisis point at which you disclosed. And by that time, I'm sure a lot of harm had already been done.
Exactly.
Okay. So when we chatted earlier today, you mentioned to me that one of the ways in which that disclosure was facilitated was the involvement of a disabled persons organization that assisted to advocate for you and the accommodations that you required.
Yes.
So do you think without that assistance, it might have been as generally easy as it was?
No, we need that kind of assistance. And I would not have gotten my degree if it hadn't been for that organization.
Okay, so you had said to me that one of the most helpful accommodating measures was the student counseling that was offered to you.
Yes.
Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Okay, well, the organization helped advocate for me at the university. So the university paired me up with a student counselor who had worked with people with disabilities before. So she was familiar with students with autism, and it was a lot easier talking to her about my difficulties than it would have been with any other person. I was very lucky. The fact is, a lot of people with autism don't get the same support. They don't get the same type of student counseling that I received. If it hadn't been for the organization advocating on my behalf, I would not have graduated, honestly.
Thank you, Prashant. You had said to me that you had extra time allocations, which assisted you as an accommodating measure, and that you did have provision of tutors that sometimes wasn't as helpful because of time constraints on their part.
Yes.
But I'd like to hear from you a bit more about what you would have liked to have seen. What would have helped you?
Okay, my biggest problem what happened in 2008 to 2009 when the university shut down their call center. Prior to that, I was able to get to the call center and ask basic questions about the subjects. Now, the problem was also that during this time, I did not get my material in time. That was also a big problem. I could always inquire about that. But between 2008 to 2010, the university switched to shut down the call center and switched to an email only. And by the time I sent the emails to the people involved, they didn't respond in time. And by the time they did, it was too late. The due date for the assignment had already started, or the exams were too close by, or they didn't respond at all. Another problem was the travel. Because they shut down the call center, I had to go to the university for just about everything. And that basically caused my grades to go down because I spent more time traveling between home and the university than having the facts, than actually studying, than having the facts I needed.
Thank you, Prashant. So obviously, data and connectivity as well, when we started looking into the COVID pandemic and learning under those conditions were also problematic, as well as the cost of transport. So, I mean, it's always vaunted that autistics study better under remote conditions, but that's not always true.
No, it's not.
And I think real-time assistance from administrative and academic staff is just so crucial for success, because when you have a problem, you experience the problem at that point.
Yes.
And you need a resolution at that point in order to proceed with the studying process.
Oh, yes.
So I think that delay is something that even for me as a lecturer working under remote conditions was very challenging to be able to communicate timeously with our students to get back to them on concerns. In our chat earlier today, you spoke to me a bit about the social isolation you experienced on campus. For example, you were part of a student disability organization, but you were the only autistic member.
Yes.
How did that impact on your friendships?
It was very difficult because there's also a lot of ableism in the disability community. A lot of the time, lecturers and even disabled people themselves try to show themselves an example, as an exaggerated example, sort of like a one size fits all. Now, the difference between autism and other disabilities is that the vast majority of us have different levels. There are different, it's completely, no one case of autism is alike. Even on my level, which is the low support needs level. A lot of people at the conference, thought I was some sort of super genius, but the fact is mine was more sensory. A lot of the times during the conference, I had to leave the room because it was very loud, because people got very heated, the discussions got very loud, and I couldn't handle the noise. And a lot of the stimulation was very disturbing. I also got very sick when I traveled, so I did spend time on the lectures, but being there in the same room with such a lot of overstimulation was an issue. And the other issue was working together with other people. At the end of the conference, I had to get together with other people, with other disabled people. And it was difficult because I was not just the only autistic person in my group, I was the only autistic person in the entire conference. So trying to explain to people what my disability was very difficult. It would have been nice if I had another person there, or if I had someone who could maybe advocate for me just to elaborate, just to make it easier for people to understand what it was. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Prashant. And then just my last question would be, what would you like to change?
What I'd like to change is, see, there are three things I'd like to change. Number one, I'd like to get back an emergency call center for people with disabilities. I know that call centers are very costly, but if you just have one for the people with disabilities, then that will help greatly. Second is tuition. Now, the thing about autism is that whenever people like me graduate to the next level, from when we go from first year to second year subjects, we just need a refresher of the stuff we don't understand. When we get stuck on something, it's not that we need a whole lesson on the basics. We just need certain refreshers on the certain aspects of the basics. And from there, we can move on. A lot of the times when I got stuck with something on a second level or third year module, I often had, often my tutors would get very frustrated because they said, if you don't know this, then I'm going to have to go through the entire thing again. And they would get very frustrated. But the thing is, I just needed a refresher course on that, number one. And third of all is that when I graduated, my certificate was only available for 2 days in the entire year. This was during lockdown. Now,
Prashant, I'm going to pause you there. We're running out of time.
Yes.
So my understanding is that process was extremely frustrating because you couldn't get your degree for over a year, and partly due to finance and transport and the inaccessibility of the campus to you at the time.
Yes.
And that was a delay.
Yes.
So that's a very painful experience. All right, so now we've heard from you, Prashant, we've heard from you, Emma. I'd just like to, at this point, just share with the audience just our next few slides, just to identify some of the accommodations that have been found to be helpful across the world. Globally, the provision of mentors and support groups and access to counseling is extremely important. And of course, not just generic counseling, like Prashant said, but counseling that is autism friendly. And then, of course, that noise reduction, visual support, sensory stimulation, all of those things need to be addressed, not just in the digital environment, but also in environmental spaces on campuses, and in the places in which you relax, the social environment as well. That there needs to be an acceptance of stimming, that is self-stimulatory behavior that help autistic persons to self-regulate. And then, of course, something most of us speak about today, and that's training, awareness training for academics, for students, for support staff, to address ableism, to address the misconceptions and the stigma about autism. And then some studies have also identified that something very crucial that is missing in a lot of institutions is the establishment of complaint mechanisms. Where a student is denied accommodations, who do they go to address those shortcomings? So just the second last slide here is to show you that there is a gamut of policies that assist us to see that the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Department on Women, Children and Persons with Disabilities, the Department of Basic Education, even NEDLAC, they all have sufficient information in the policy frameworks to identify not just the need to reasonably accommodate persons with disabilities, but also the legal obligation that comes from international law, our constitution, and our legislation like our Equality Act. But that being said, when you look at these policies, very few of them mention autism. And when they do, very few of them elaborate on the kind of support measures that are helpful for autistics, and almost none of them put forward complaint mechanisms to handle when things don't go right. So we have a few recommendations. We won't go through them in detail today because we are still engaging in an ongoing conversation. But very important for us is the fact to acknowledge that the South African Law Reform Commission is currently engaging in domesticating the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. And that United Nations Convention requires us to have non-discrimination and reasonable accommodation in our legislation, in our policies, and to have measures to ensure that higher education and vocational training promotes these concepts and this inclusion. And we would like for this Disability Act that is being drafted to include this explicitly. We also expect that autism is specifically unmasked as an invisible disability, and that explicit recognition is also provided for autistics. We want stronger mental health support on campuses. We want sensory spaces. We want better social inclusion to support friendships and relationships. And of course, we want there to be accountability in the form of mechanisms for remedies. So if we have a few more minutes available, we are happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Unfortunately, we are not doing well on time, but we do have the question and answer section that the participants can utilize to ask questions, and then they can be responded to from there. Thank you very much once again, colleagues, for the presentation. It was indeed thought-provoking, and you guys indeed shared a lot of possibilities with us of doing things differently. Let us quickly rush because it's almost our lunch time. Let us quickly rush to the next presentation before we go for lunch. The next presenters are going to be presenting on the experiences, or on the experiences of a student social worker who is partially sighted, that is during a COVID-19 in the higher education. That is a qualitative single case study. And to present on this topic is Dr. Ronel Davids and Mr. Asandile Mandlana from the Department of Social Work, Faculty of Community and Health Sciences in the University of Western Cape. Welcome, and over to you, Dr. Davids and Mr. Mandlana.
Good day there. Can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, all right, so I'll go ahead. Thank you for the invitation. So I'm presenting on myself and Mr. Mandlana. We'll be actually looking at the partially sighted students' experiences in a South African higher education institution during COVID-19. And so as indicated, it is a case study. And so I'm really going to just speak to the findings as well as the recommendations in terms of, just looking at the time that was allocated to us. But if you look at research reports that few people with disabilities participate in higher education, and the small amount that do access higher education face many challenges. And although attention to redress physical access and providing extra time to accommodate students with disabilities at universities, little is known about the learning and teaching experiences of students with disabilities, and especially during the pandemic, and what accommodations have been made to assist students with disabilities. And so the focus of our research or our study was basically to explore the experiences of a student who is partially sighted that is enrolled in our program, And what are the learning accommodations, the learning and teaching accommodations that were made to support the student during the pandemic? And so we used a case study. But in terms of our research, there were three parts, or we actually looked at the analysis of the findings, and we identified that yes, we are talking about the learning and teaching experiences of the student and what accommodations have been made. But at the same time, what we need to learn about the psychosocial experiences of the student and what were the experiences, the psychosocial experiences of the student, as well as how do we go about taking the research, the findings that we have, and how do we then apply it within our program to make it more practical, that it doesn't just become research, but that it becomes research in action. And so the framework that guided our study was the supportive education framework. It is important to support students who are disabled to complete their studies, and supported education could be the support that is needed to reach the goal. And so supported education is defined as the provision of individualized support, practical support and instruction to assist students with disability in choosing, getting, and keeping to the educational goal. So supported education is about helping students to develop their skills and to support them in terms of becoming successful at university, but also looking at how do we retain our students when we are providing supportive education to them. And so we're going to look at maybe just talk about in briefly, what is timeout versus dropout in terms of providing our students with support. And so in terms of our case study, we had a young lady and we will refer to her as D. She identified herself as partially sighted. She also lives with her mother who is partially sighted. She is a first-generation university entrant. And we had done our interviews via the Google Meet. And so let's look at her experiences and what she has told us about her experience. And so the first experience that she spoke about was about technology, access to technology. And she spoke about, although being provided at the beginning of a pandemic with a laptop, no inquiries was made with regards to how can her disability be accommodated. And so there was the assumption that you needed a laptop, but there was no inquiry made as to whether you need any accommodations that is needed for your laptop. And so it seems that was a problem. So secondly, there was also, because she came from a school a school for the blind, she was not used to a laptop. So the assumption was that, you know how to work with a laptop. And so there was no practical demonstration as to how to use a laptop. So the software that we normally use at our university is called the Job Access and Speech software. I think many of us know it as JAWS. So JAWS was initially not installed onto the laptop. That meant that the laptop needed to be sent back to the university, and this meant that there was a delay in her learning and teaching. And so that was a challenge for her. Once JAWS was installed onto the computer, it seemed that, unfortunately, the JAWS, the software was not compatible with the university's learning management system known as ICAMVA. And so although she was provided with the software, it was not access or not usable for her. And therefore, we look at the question accessibility versus usability. I can access a service, but is it usable? And that's the question. In terms of her own experience, she was able to access ICAMVA in terms of where her lesson plans were on, in terms of her announcements, in terms of her reading. However, the software JAWS was not able to read those lesson plans or that information that was provided on that platform. So that was a challenge, her experiences. And then we look at what accommodations were made in terms of the academics. And so she felt that there were pockets of inclusions, so where different lecturers would accommodate her need. So, for example, some of the lecturers would record notes for her after she had made contact with him, and she would then they would send or record the PowerPoint presentations. She also stated that she was appreciative where some of the lecturers had gone the extra mile, where they had actually used a narrative PowerPoint, so putting voice to the PowerPoint, and this assisted her quite a lot. There was a lecturer who supported her in terms of her assessments as well as her exams, where the assessments as well as the exam was narrated to her via a PowerPoint. And so we talk about the university during the online and during the pandemic. We allowed for a catch-up period, and that allowed the student to complete some modules and then some modules at the end of the year. And so we looked at the issue of dropout versus timeout. Many of our students and would obviously have struggled in terms of, with their academics during the COVID period, and many would have dropped out. And so we're looking at the term, why drop out when we can rather accommodate your need by giving you time out, by really looking at where we can then allow you to go away maybe for 2 or 3 weeks and come out and then work on a personalized program in terms of how you would go about catching up with your work. So dropout versus timeout, the timeout one seems to have worked and be more positive for our students. And then our student spoke about WhatsApp. She was very appreciative in terms of using the WhatsApp platform with her tutor, with her lecturers as well as with her supervisors. And so she found that the experience was the WhatsApp was a valuable sharing experience for her, because communication took place over there. There was exchange of ideas, and course content was then shared via the WhatsApp. Okay, and so she just stated the lecturer sent me notes via WhatsApp. The notes on WhatsApp assisted me very well. So the lecturers who were sending me recordings on WhatsApp made it easy for me, because I was able to go on my phone without the assistance of others. And so that then talks about depending on oneself and not being dependent on somebody else to get my notes for me. As I said, narrative PowerPoints to providing an optimal learning experience for the student. The student indicated that Google Meet was the best platform for her. She was provided with the class recordings after the Google Meet. She was not comfortable using the Zoom platform simply because the JAWS software could not read Zoom. And she was unable to use her mic or the camera on the Zoom. And often, if they were on the Zoom platforms, she had to have someone to assist her and come and do things on her behalf. Again, leading to the issue of dependency and not being dependent on herself. The challenges, further challenges that the student felt, although these were the positives, she highlighted a few challenges or challenges that she had, where she said some of the PowerPoints were too colorful for her. Some lecturers like to use color fonts and small fonts. And so that was very difficult for her to read. She preferred wordy PowerPoint presentations. However, She was aware that some lecturers don't like to word their PowerPoint, but rather speak to the PowerPoint, and for students to take down the notes. But she did indicate to us that a wordy PowerPoint allowed her to gain more information. And then secondly, we looked at the support from the disability unit. She had indicated that she was able to attend class because of the support that she had received from the disability unit. And for example, the extra time that students are always allocated to complete the assessments helped her quite a lot. However, she wanted to make and draw our attention to the fact that, she just feels that there should be a connection between the disability unit as well as the department and the lecturers. She just felt that there was a little bit of a disconnect. And so that the disability unit should communicate more often with students with disabilities, that they don't feel isolated and apart, but have a sense of belonging in the environment of the university. And they also felt that this unit must make their services known so that students with disabilities at the onset of coming to university should be aware of the type of services that is rendered. And then support from friends, peers for her success as a student. She relied heavily on peer support. Her classmates would inform her when there were classes. They also provided her with notes. However, she had indicated that it then creates dependency and at times anxiety and feeling less in control. And often she felt isolated and demotivated. She had very little support from her family at home. Her mom is also blind, partially sighted, and it made it a little bit difficult for her mom to support her in terms of her academics. However, she was quite, she had indicated that her mom was her encourager, one who encouraged her to complete her studies. And I think in terms of being a first generation student, also spurred the student on, where she had indicated, her self-determination to complete her studies, and the knowledge of her own disability and the knowledge of what she needed, and the manner of communicating that to her lecturers made it key for her success. And so these are just a few quotes from our student. So I was kind of like depressed. I didn't speak to people. I didn't have people to speak to. I didn't have support at home. I also have that things in my mind that I want to finish this degree no matter what. So the determination to complete her degree was also part of her success. And so let's look at some of the recommendations that we are putting forward together with our student. And so the first one is collaboration amongst teachers, amongst students with disabilities. And this is important, that we don't think that we have the answers, we have the know-how, but that we collaborate with our student, who often come with or present innovative ideas and new skills in how we can address and adjust our learning and teaching to suit their needs. And in that way, when they collaborate with us, they become more confident in their own abilities as well. We have indicated, that there is a need to build capacities for our lecturers to include disability in learning in line with the university's transformation agenda. And so that, disability becomes part of everything. And that when we talk about transformation, it doesn't just talk about race, it doesn't just talk about numbers, but that the voices of the students are heard, and that their lived experiences are heard when we talk about the transformation of our curriculum as well as the agenda. And then the students spoke about peer support in terms of, the mentors, the tutors that they provide academic support, but that they also be aware that, I might be tutoring a student with a disability or somebody who is partially sighted, for example. And so how do I go about tutoring this person? How do I go about mentoring this person? So empowering those supportive assistants as well. And I think the big thing that also came out from the study was that we should avoid generalization of a disability. Individuality needs to be accommodated. So yes, she was partially sighted, but her needs could be different to somebody who's also partially sighted. And that needs to be taken into account by the disability unit within the department that she's learning in terms of just assisting. So for us, each student who is blind or partially sighted has their own learning needs. And so the issue of diversity comes in, looking at how do we address her individual needs, taking her background into consideration as well. And so like she was saying, in terms of recommendation, that the disability unit needs to play a more active role. And that this role should actually be at the beginning of when students are registering. And then we spoke about timeout versus dropout, which then speaks to support plans that are done for students in collaboration with the student as well as with the departmental staff. And so therefore, I think I'm coming to my last two slides. Through a supportive education framework, it allows for multiple lived experiences to be understood and to understand disability. And what are their experiences? What are their challenges? So a supportive education framework can provide higher education with insight or evidence of the extent to which students who are partially sighted need support. We are then able to measure student success or student retention against the support provided to our students. The support provided by universities, including disability units, the lecturers through our curriculum, gives impetus to what supported education means. And so I also think that we spoke about earlier, and I think it was Maika, and I stand corrected, but it's, we've got policies, we've got acts in place. We've got all of these machinery in place, legal machinery in place. We practically take that and implement it and actually give impetus to what our policies is saying. So we then looked at taking all of this and looking at our research. And so putting research into action. What do we do as a department that takes this research and now put it into practice? And so with the move towards inclusive education and inclusive teaching practices, whether it's online, whether it's face-to-face, the focus is less on how to get the student to fit into the system, but rather employing inclusive pedagogies with regards to teaching and learning. And so as a department, we've taken the research, we've already had a discussion around our findings, and to see how do we support the student who now is still in her second year, but how does she go up into her fourth year? And we look at this research and we say, okay, now how do we then provide you with support? And colleagues in our department have come on board, and we are actually looking at how do we practically looking at her experiences, looking at these recommendations, how do we now practically put this into action? And so it's about partnering with our student, partnering with our disability unit, partnering with our external resources, because this student is within the social work department, will be going out to do her practice soon. And so how do we then look at supporting her in that way as well. And so it's about, I think the research in itself is about producing knowledge that is inclusive on the realities and the lived experience of students with disabilities. And so, colleagues, that's our presentation, and these are our contact details. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the lovely presentation. I guess now we will have to go for a break so that we can try to refresh and then come back for the second session. In the second session, we will commence with Ms. Aba because we have to go for our break now. Yeah, it's been quite a long morning, and there's a lot to absorb. So let us go for a break. The time now is 24 minutes past 1. Can we all be back by, let's say, 10 minutes past 2, so that we can commence with the second session of our program. Thank you very much to all attendees.
Sorry, Mandla, it'll be 2 o'clock.
Oh, yes, it's 2 o'clock, 2 o'clock. Welcome back, everyone. The time now is 2 p.m. Yes, the time now is 2 p.m. So welcome back, everyone. We are now in the last part of our session, and we are going to commence this session with a paper presentation of Miss Sithembela Xaba from the Department of Social Work and Community Development in the University of Johannesburg. She will be presenting on the experiences of online counseling amongst students with disabilities at the University of Johannesburg during the lockdown in South Africa. The floor is yours now, Ms. Xaba. You can proceed with your presentation.
Good day. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Ms. Xaba.
Okay, my name is Sithembela Xaba. I'm a master's student at University of Johannesburg. So my topic is experience of online counseling among students with disability at the University of Johannesburg during the COVID-19 down in South Africa. So my presentation will be structured as follows. I'll start with an introduction, then I'll discuss the research aim and objective, the main literature.
Ms. Xaba, we've lost you there. Not sure if you would want to move or find a suitable location with better connectivity.
Sorry, my network is bad aside.
Yes.
Introduction. Can you hear me now?
Yes, maybe we can try again.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the South African government implemented a policy on the 26th of March 2020 that prohibited except for essential workers and people purchasing goods and medicine from leaving their homes. University students with disabilities were affected mentally and academically by this pandemic. These changes resulted in some of them failing or dropping out of the universities, defaulting their treatment and caused changes in their daily life. University counselors were required to restructure their work and roles in order to meet the basic needs of students with disability by employing online counseling within the universities. This research examined experiences students with disability faced while making use of UKZN's online counseling service during COVID-19 lockdown. The study was motivated by the need to bridge literature gap by identifying the positive and the negative experiences that students with disability had with online counseling during COVID-19 lockdown. Since online counseling during COVID lockdown has received little attention in the literature, there seems to be a little available literature in South Africa on the experiences of students with disability using university online counseling services. The research aims and objectives. This research aims to explore and describe the experiences of students with disability relating to their adjustment to UKZN's online counseling during the COVID-19 pandemic. The objective of this study are to explore and describe the positive experiences UKZN students had with using UKZN online counseling, the challenges they had in using these services, the strategies for overcoming challenges that they experience, and the recommendation on improving these services. The literature. What is online counseling? Online counseling is defined as a delivery of therapeutic intervention in a cyberspace where communication between a trained professional counselor and the client is facilitated using a computer-mediated communication technology. It can happen in the form of two methods. It can be a video conference whereby the client and the counselor can see each other like it's happening here on Zoom today. And it can also in the chat, written chat through emails. So students face difficulties in coping with and dealing with COVID-19. So here we're going to deflect the effects of COVID-19 on students with disabilities. So some students struggle to adjust to online learning during COVID-19 pandemic, and some of them ended up failing and some ended up deregistering their studies. Some, they had a fear of contracting the virus. Some were feeling lonely and isolated as they were away from the campuses, their peers, their friends, and some ended up experiencing psychological problems such as depression and anxiety. So we also discussed the student perception regarding online counseling. Students had a different view when it comes to using online counseling. Some students understood that online counseling was employed to respect COVID-19 rules. Some were hesitating to try it, saying that it won't be active as face-to-face counseling. Some shared that it was active as it helped them solve their problems. And we also discussed the perception that counselors had regarding online counseling. Most counselors perceived that online counseling to them was more or less the same with face-to-face counseling during COVID-19. Some raised that they face various challenges while conducting online counseling during the lockdown, such as difficulties in building and maintaining relationship and difficulties in discussing other challenges that the students were raising. And they also had a challenge with ethical concerns. Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. You can proceed.
Okay. Ecosystem. So in this study is guided by the theory called an ecosystem. This theory involved the combination of two theories, which is ecological perspective and system theory. So online counseling as a whole is also consists of this system. These systems include having a laptop or a computer or a smartphone, being connected to a Wi-Fi or using a data, have access to electricity and stable internet connection, and also have a counselor, a self environment where you can conduct your online counseling, include having a student or a client. In this case, we're saying a student because we're not talking in an office form, so we are saying a student, and also having a social worker or a psychology kind of products. So each of these systems that I've just mentioned, the social worker or the counselor who's conducting the online counseling should pay attention to all of them, as ignoring one of them may lead to the counseling that is not effective to the student. So ecosystem is divided into 3 levels. So we start with micro level. So under micro level, this is where includes students not having access to purchase data, a laptop and computers in order for them to attend the online counseling, even though some of them may be able to purchase all this necessity, but they have the problem or issue of load shedding, which is we all know that it's a biggest issue here in South Africa. And all these factors make it difficult for the students to attend online counseling effectively. And then under the meso level, we discuss families and universities. Under families, we'll go and say that some students who have disability are from the overcrowded families. These families may be too chaotic during therapeutic session, which makes it difficult for the counselor and the client to communicate and understand with each other. Even though some universities supported students with data bundles for academic purposes, but most students did not receive support with assistive technologies, such as having a screen reader or voice recording, which make it difficult for them to communicate with the counselor. And then on the micro level, we go and discuss the government policies, universities policies, social work or psychology code of conduct. So there is an issue of ethical values here as counselors raise that they have a fear that the information that is discussed online may be easily hacked or leaked. Next slide, please. Then we discuss methodology. So This research study was conductive approach and explorative in nature because this topic of the study is new and there is little written in the literature, as COVID-19 and lockdown is a new experience for students with disabilities. So the population of this study consisted of students within the University of Johannesburg that have physical, mental, or any other disability. And the sampling involved both undergraduate and postgraduate students. And the sampling size consists of 7 students that are currently studying at UJ and that have used UJ online counseling during COVID-19. And then the sampling method that I used was prospective sampling. Is this because I use my own judgment to find the research participants who had sufficient experience about the research topic to gather the necessary information and knowledge, and the participants were registered through UJ Disability Unit, and the data was collected using online interview, using the 2 forms, WhatsApp video calling and Zoom meetings. All the interview were audio recorded with the permission of the participants. Next slide, please. Methodology. Data analysis. The data was analyzed using thematic analysis. The interview were recorded and presented verbally. Themes were generated from reading all the interview transcript, and then the respondents from each participant were coded in relation to each theme and sub-themes. Criminal data analysis was done and research funding began to emerge. Next slide, please. And then we had, my study was guided under the ethical values. So the ethical values that I used was first, I provided the student with the letters. This was explaining my study, its aim, its objective, and everything. And for those participants who were willing to be part of the study, then I gave them the informed consent form. That's where they sign it. And then this was confidential. Everything this was discussed remained between myself and the participants. Nothing was discussed without their permission. And anonymity. I ensured the participants' anonymity by using pseudonym during the interview and when labeling the audio file so that the participants could not be associated with the interviews. And the management of information. So the file, notes, scripts of recording were logged in a safe that I was the only one who had access to them, and all the notes and recording were destroyed upon the completion of the research. So regarding that the topic might be sensitive to the student, I explained to them in advance that this research might be sensitive to them, and I explained that if they face such challenges, I will refer them to the UJ Disability Unit where they will render counseling. And then next slide, please. So this, in collecting the data, I've found 4 themes, which is under first column, it's main themes. And on the first column, I found the positive experiences the student had in using the positive experiences. And then the negative experiences that they had in using UJ online counseling and how they overcome those challenges. And also I provided the last column where we talk about recommendation. So the first thing that was raised, they shared that they like that with online counseling, they do not have to travel and face the difficulties with road and traffic. They just log in and attend the session. Some raised that they didn't want to worry and stress their parent that they're not coping with COVID-19. So online counseling ensured that they got their privacy and that everything that they discussed there remained private between them and their counselor. They also shared that it was cost effective as the university provided them with data to attend, and also the counselor was calling them, so they did not have to spend money to buy data and airtime. And also it was easy, accessible, as they could communicate with disability units and tell them that they need counseling, and then they would refer to the counselor to render the counseling to them. Next slide, please. So under there, we've got So they raised that online counseling was also supportive to them, as they had faced, as I've shared, the challenges that they had. So they knew that most of the counselors, the counseling services provide counseling in public were closed. So UJ was open, so they knew that they would get support that they needed in order to deal with the challenges that they were experiencing. Also, they liked that their problem was solved without being able face-to-face contact with their counselors. They were just remotely. And they also shared that this was convenient to them, as they would attend on the time that was good for them. This was shared for them, and they attend on their comfortable places. Next slide, please. So they also shared that there wasn't any geographical barriers. So some students stated that in traveling around the university residential areas for students, there is a steps, and then there are areas where other students are not able to push their wheelchair. So they didn't face all those challenges while they were attending online. They just click the button and then they attend the session. So this makes some of the students prefer to use online counseling over face-to-face counseling. They also shared that online counseling helped them to save time, as they were able to do a lot of activities. They could attend the session early in the morning, and then they were able to continue with all the responsibilities they had during the day. And they also said that it helped them to advance their technological skill, as we know that we live in the fourth industrial revolution. Having this skill is more like a requirement. So I would be going up and down, because you see that my table is got, so I'm going down, up again, which is now I'm starting to discuss the negative experiences the student had. So the first that they raised was that they had the technically distraction. So Zoom meetings and Zoom meeting and Microsoft with the apps that they were using. So it was a new thing to them. So it was challenging. So they are not able to use these apps, and this make them not be able to attend the session on time, and other would have to switch to telephone counseling because they were not able to do this. So they had a distractive environment. As I've said, some of them are from the overcrowded families. So while they are attending, if someone walk in and distract them, they have to pause the counseling. And the issue of load shedding also was disturbing them. So others were lacking technological skills because they were not familiar with using technology. And that was preventing them from attending the counseling, the online counseling. Also, they had a challenge with misunderstanding. As with load shedding, they're trying to freeze, and then they would lack those misunderstanding, or the network would go off, and then the client would not be able to understand what the counselor said. So also load shedding caused the poor internet connectivity. They also raise the issue of non-verbal clues, would make it difficult for them to communicate with their counselor, especially when to see their counselors, their facial expression and their body language, for those who were communicating with them under email. So students have a different perception when it comes to this point. As some they share that they were able to see their counselor's facial expression using apps like Zoom and Microsoft Word. So they shared the issue of the data bundle as well. They raised that the data bundle was accommodated for academic purpose only. So they were saving those data. They didn't want to waste those data to other things. So those data were important to them. And the issue of mistrust. They raised that they were not sure if someone is standing outside listening to them while they communicate with their counselors. So in overcoming these challenges that I just mentioned, they had to reschedule the session due to load shedding. Maybe they would say we will attend the session after an hour, or relocate to the safer place due to the noise that was caused to a family. Maybe they would go to the resource center, or go to the other room that is not having the noise. Or due to load shedding as well, they had a problem with the time being wasted. So the counselor would provide them extra time with attending the session. And they also shared that online counseling to them was not that effective. So they had to use another supplemental, like downloading the videos on YouTube that are relevant to their problem, and use those videos along with the online counseling. So recommendations, they said that the recommendation they need is that UKZN should provide students with data bundles. Those data bundles should be specifically for online counseling, only, not for both online counseling and online learning, as they said that it was not enough to render both these services. And they shared that providing a counseling for 60 minutes is not effective or is not possible with online counseling, as there are challenges such as load shedding, poor internet connectivities. So they need to be provided with extra time in doing that. And they show that UJ should also provide videos on YouTube or on Blackboard, where the student will be able to access these videos whenever they need them. And they also share that they would like UJ to put the program that aims to teach them about technology, as some of them are still struggling to operate cell phones. So they will need those programs in order for them to be able to use technology and not to depend on other people whenever they have to use technology. Some share that UJ should make them decide on which method they would like for counseling. Maybe they would like to attend their counseling via emails, via Zoom, via telephones, via WhatsApp chats. This will give them the platform to use the thing that they know that they will be able to operate and also be effective for them. So they said that since COVID-19 rules and no longer restricts face-to-face contact, so they said that UJ should provide both online counseling and face-to-face counseling simultaneously. In the cases where the counselor needs to discuss an issue that needs an in-depth understanding, then both the counselor and the client and the student can agree to meet face-to-face. And in the cases where the student maybe is feeling tired or is feeling they have a lot of things that they need to do, then they can conduct the session online. They also share that UJ needs to advertise their online counseling because their students are not familiar with the counseling services that are provided within the universities. So they share that universities should advertise their problem that they provide using the platforms such as social media and all the things that will be able for students to get access to this information. So they also provided that they need to provide it with 24-hour services, counseling services. As they shared that sometimes during the night they will studying and they'll be feeling overwhelmed, and there's time everyone is sleeping, they don't have anyone where they can share their experiences with. So they shared it with such and services, they can log in and be able to discuss how their feelings with their counselor at any time of the day without waiting for the working hours. And they also decided that if possible, as we are advancing to technology for AR industry, they would like for UJ to employ an online robotic services where these robots will assist them in checking for emergencies matters any time of the day, and where they would be able to be referred to the services that they need. Next slide, please. Here I'm discussing the main conclusion, recommendation, and limitations of the study. So the conclusion here includes both positive experiences. So students with disability appreciated the UJ online counseling because it was cost-effective, time-saving, convenient, and effective and supportive to them during the COVID-19 lockdown. So the negative challenges that they raise included load shedding, internet connectivities, mistrust and misunderstanding, and mixing of non-verbal flows. The limitation of the study included that the research considered of only 7 participants, and this may have not revealed the information that is important for this study. And then the research was also conducted online. So there was a poor internet connectivity during some interview. The researcher might have understood the student or vice versa, or a student may have struggled to articulate how they experience their online counseling. So there was an issue, a limit in that I've recruited participants from one campuses, which is the main campus. This limited the study in that it did not necessarily reflect the views of all the students with disability within the university. And the majority of the studies were Black African, with 6 Africans and only 1 white. So most of the Black African stated that they are from rural areas and where there is a poor internet connectivities, and also they are from overcrowded families. So these factors may have contributed some biased results to this study. And also there was a majority of the participants was undergraduate student with only 1 postgraduate. So there could be the possibility that the research recruited from one campuses. So the recommendation for the study for future researchers include that the future researchers should conduct a face-to-face interviews. This will provide more insight and more accurate information on this research topic, and they should recruit participants from diverse population, as this would give them an in-depth findings. And also they should recruit participants from all UNJ campuses, as this would give them the opportunity to have a large sample size. And lastly, I would recommend that the last sample would be conducted for this research, as it would be able to give an accurate and more information on the findings. Thank you. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Klaba, for the presentation. I do encourage the participants to forward all their questions to the question and answer section, and the presenters will gladly respond to your questions in that area. Let us now move on to the next presentation, which will be given by Dr. Lauren Hoya from the School of Agriculture and Environmental Sciences in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Dr. Hoya's presentation touches on reasonably accommodating geoscience students with mobility impairments participating in the field-based coursework. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you everyone for listening. I know it's been a long day, so I really appreciate everyone being here. Thanks, sorry. There's my video, there's me. I just put a photograph as well so you can get an idea of who I am. And I also just wanted to have a disclaimer to say that I am able-bodied, and the physical aspect of my profession has never been an issue for me. Geology isn't a physically intensive discipline, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't have accessibility for mobility impaired students. So what is, sorry, just moving on. There we go. So what is geology, first of all? I realize I'm talking to quite a diverse audience. So geology is the study of the earth. We are not the only discipline that does field trips. I know there are field trips in the geography department, environmental science, obviously within the agricultural fields as well, hydrology. A lot of those disciplines do field trips, but I'm speaking specifically here about our geology field trips. So what do these entail? Most of our field trips are hosted outdoors and in remote areas where we typically have to hike in to get there. The students will work in as a class, as you can see here, a photograph from our first year field trip, which is hosted in the Drakensberg, or they'll split up into smaller groups, or throughout their degrees, as they get to their postgraduate studies, they'll work individually on their projects. Students will navigate using a map, they'll identify rocks and other geological features, and this allows them to create geological maps and understand the 3D structures below the Earth's surface. So that enables us to understand what the rocks are, what has happened to them in their history, and what it means in terms of our dynamic planet. So in order to be able to have field trips, we typically hike for long distances in difficult to navigate terrain. Sometimes this requires driving on 4x4 tracks to get to some of the outcrops. So an outcrop is where rocks stick out from the surface, and we can understand those based on their spatial relationships as well as what they are made of. But then there are other disciplines, sub-disciplines of geology, for example, where students are required to go out to sea, where they would do, for example, seismic surveys on lakes or oceans. And then in other aspects, if students are working with mining houses, they could be expected to visit either open cast or underground mines. So the first thing I want to sort of tackle here is something that has become a bit of a hangover in our discipline, for want of a better term. We typically have a rather outdated style of education in our field programs, and I think it's time for that to change. So this is not a military exercise, it's an educational program. We're not teaching students how to make campfires or put up tents. They should be learning geological skills. In our past, as a discipline, we have had mild to moderately mobility impaired students that have done field trips, but, and this is a big but, there have not been any special dispensations made for those students, which is extremely unfortunate. There hasn't been a strategy that we've had in place, both in the past and currently, where the students are accommodated based on their specific needs. Students are expected to cope with the typical field conditions that all students are expected to cope with. And what we found that this has led to is that students tend to not disclose whether they have disabilities or not, or the severity of those disabilities if they are not easily observed. And that is because they fear exclusion from the program. We've had students before who may not be able to walk adequately or without aids, and those students have been actually deterred from continuing with the studies. And that's something that we need to start thinking about and start tackling. So what are the current issues surrounding inaccessible field modules at UKZN? Why is it important that we enact change? Like I've said, this is an old mindset that we have, and it's a very ableist mindset, which what we need to do is acknowledge that and move forward and move beyond that. Because the purpose of having field trips is for students to learn new skills. It's not for them, like I said, to learn outdoor skills. So how do we actually do that? And how can we reasonably accommodate students so that they can have a positive field experience in a safe and productive environment? I just want to quickly go through some of the field trips that we do run at UKZN so you can get an idea of the kind of inaccessibility I'm talking about. And this starts in first year. All students that register for the Geology Module 101 are required to do field work. So they do field work in the first semester and the second semester. And as you can see, straight off the bat, we have very inaccessible areas that we go to. This is a walk along the beach at Thompson's Bay, where students are accessing sites on outcrops. They're standing on rocky outcrops. They're walking over sandy beaches. They're standing on difficult to negotiate terrain. And these field trips are mandatory. They are part of the curriculum, and students typically end up writing a report on it. And we have had examples of students who did not feel comfortable going on these field trips, who then essentially fail the field trip, which counts quite a large percentage of the marks towards their module. In second year, this is where fieldwork really ramps up. We do a 10-day field experience currently hosted in the Babanango Game Reserve. And this field trip is crucial for skills development. These modules are 16 credit modules, so they're hosted beyond normal semester modules that run in the vacation, and students actually write a field report, which is marked like an exam. So if students do not participate in these field modules, they cannot actually get their degree at the end of the day. And these are some of the examples of the terrains that they have to negotiate. We do a lot of bushwhacking, students having to navigate not on paths, walking along sandy and rocky riverbanks, and crossing the river as well. So you can see this is the White Umfolozi River, where students have to take their boots off and actually walk across the river. In third year, it's very much similar to the second year field trip. Again, they go on a 10-day field camp. They're actually expected to cook and clean up and cater. So that's another skill that we expect them to use on this field trip. They're camping in tents, and this experience requires them to travel from different sites. So you can see the photograph at the bottom, students are investigating a road cutting. So they've gotten out the vehicles, stumbled over some loose rocks, and then looked at the outcrop on the side of the road. In addition to this vacation module, students also have to go through several field trips throughout the year. So associated with each module is often a short field trip where they go away for a weekend to look at different rocks in different areas. And then in honors, this is sort of the penultimate trip that they'll do. They do a 10-day field tour where we drive around South Africa and go to all the different mining houses. And here, the difference between the rest of the field trips is that this field trip, our requirements are often stipulated by the mines that we visit. We're required to wear certain PPE, have certain points of access that we are limited to, and this is dictated to by the mines. So for example, last year, a student dislocated their shoulder and they had a shoulder in a sling for the duration of the field trip, and they were not allowed access to any of the underground mines. So sometimes that's out of our control. What we do know is, as a very ableist community, we have very poor diversity. And this, like I said, this needs to change. This needs to change. And our diversity is lacking not just in accessibility, but also in terms of the people that do the subject. It's typically, geology is known as a white man's science, unfortunately, as a lot of the sciences are. But we need to promote diversity. And not just because everyone should have access to whatever they feel they would like to study, but diversity is important to create a variation in perspectives. People with different backgrounds and different ideas, different creativity, have different ideas towards certain aspects of science and also just general communication skills. So we also promote innovation in science when we increase the amount of diversity within a program. It's also important to state that a mobility impairment should not stop a student from studying a geology degree. As university lecturers, we always expect our students to be employed in the discipline that they studied in, but they shouldn't necessarily not be able to study that just for an interest in the science. Unfortunately, currently, there is a lack of understanding and awareness by staff, and this is not just at UKZN, this is throughout all of the departments in South Africa, mostly because academics don't actually understand the difficulties that students face. And without that understanding, we can't move beyond that and accommodate those students. So that is something we need to start thinking about and actively changing. And most importantly, these university field trips should focus on learning geology. What skills can we teach these students so that they can understand geological concepts and apply those to a career or their thesis or research? We're not teaching them outdoor skills. And also, nowadays, not all geoscience careers require that an employee in their profession does field work. There's a lot of jobs that students can get where they never have to go into the field. And some students actually prefer that, even able-bodied students. So they could do laboratory work where as a consultant or in academia, they could undertake GIS processes, they could perform modeling or programming. And there's also curatorial positions, where they could work in museums or other such institutions. So what about virtual field trips? Virtual field trips are field trips which are all based online. So you can see here, this is an example. It's a brilliant platform which has been done by the University of Arizona State University. And this is showing a virtual field trip of the Grand Canyon, which is great. Anyone can access them. Their website is completely free. And you can go and zoom into different areas. You can go and look at all of the different interesting features that they have. And like I said, everyone can do this. But unfortunately, it does not replace what students can gain from being in the field themselves, where they're able to see the rocks themselves, touch everything, get an idea of the spatial surroundings, which is really important. So even though it is a fantastic tool and should be added on to all geoscience curriculum, because obviously all exposure is always good exposure, we still need to have that in-field experience. Because the field, so what we call the field is when we go out and we look at our crops and rocks, this is our natural laboratory. So this is where we develop skills through in-field learning activities. And often there are certain skills which only develop when we actually go into the field. You can teach someone the theory of a certain thing or a certain skill, but they actually only themselves develop that skill when they are in the field. And field work leads to a greater understanding of theoretical concepts. Myself and a colleague of mine, Dr. Hasty, we did a study this year, which we've just published, which shows that there's a very strong link between field work experiences and improved understanding of theoretical concepts. And that being in the field often leads to these so-called eureka moments, where all of a sudden it's like, aha, that makes sense. I actually understand what the theory is trying to tell me now. So in this graph here, yes, there's a lot of information, but basically we were asking the students how their understanding of certain concepts has improved during or after doing field work. And you can see the dark green bars, that shows where students' conceptual understanding has improved a lot. and that is based on just being in the field. What we also found in the study is that the benefit of being in the field is not purely based on that experience alone. They generally have to have had a positive in-field experience. So where students had negative experiences, which unfortunately was the third year class last year, I'm not going to go into details, but as you can see from that statistic there were very few people on that field trip that felt that they enjoyed it. So they had largely negative experiences. And what we find here linked to that is that students are less interested in studying geology after those negative experiences. They're less interested in actually the content and generally being in that discipline. And this is quite an interesting thing because students that are more interested in their work are more likely to dedicate the time to their studies, and therefore that interest is directly linked to dedication to their work, which will then lead to them getting better marks. So we want to make sure that even with accessible field trips, that the students experience a positive experience and not just be sidelined because they maybe are not as able as others. So when we're talking about access, we want to encourage access. And like I've said before, it's time for instructors to be proactive about how we approach field trips, and we need to be the ones to change the exclusivity into an inclusive environment. So how can we encourage access in these programs? Well, the first thing we need to do is make sure that students who are impaired in terms of their mobility are included in these discussions. And I think the biggest takeaway that I'll take from this morning's discussion was nothing about us without us. I think that is a fantastic motto, and I'm going to remember it from now on, because students must obviously be consulted on what they would like to get out of a field trip, what their limitations are, and this must also be done without victimization. We can't have students feeling marginalized because they are differently abled. We can also ensure that the vehicles we use are accessible and the accommodation sites have sufficient access. If we need to have a wheelchair accessible vehicle, then obviously we can hire those, make sure that the pathways at the site that we're going to be staying at allow for access in and out of where students will be staying and working. And then this is an important one, is that we cannot run the field trips as we do currently. We would require additional staff on each trip so that we can have adequate facilitation, because what we would likely need is more staff to be hands-on with individual students instead of overall as a group. And we need to change the way things are done. I think we get so stuck in the typical environments that we're working in, and we come in as a new lecturer and that's the way things have always been done, and we just continue that. And there's no reason why we can't change the content of what we're delivering and the learning activities, and we can edit those so that we can make them accessible. We should not have education be static ever. I think once it becomes static, then are we even learning? Because we should be learning as educators as well as the students. One thing that can also be done to encourage access is to try and get mobility impaired students bursaries. So these can be done with consulting companies or mining houses. And those bursars should then be able to supply all-terrain wheelchairs for wheelchair-bound students. And these wheelchairs can have rugged wheels, higher clearance, and enable the student to be a little bit more mobile on difficult to navigate terrain. So how can we start changing things, especially at UKZN? I'm talking specifically here about UKZN because it's where I work currently, but this also can apply to all of our South African universities. We don't have any policies in place or any procedures that we can rely on. So we need to start thinking about things differently. And it requires us to change our mindsets and just think a bit more creatively about what we should be delivering to our students. Something that's also important is we need to involve the disability unit. I think, so many of us work in isolated clusters and we do what we do without any consulting from other disciplines or from the disability unit. Whereas if we involve those people that work there, we can take them on a field trip and show them this is what we expect students to be able to gain from this field trip. How can we accommodate students? So using their expertise to be able to allow us to move forward. And then the most obvious thing would be to avoid long walks or hikes and and those sort of very intensive physical experiences where possible. And this would actually benefit a lot of students. A lot of students aren't used to hiking 10 kilometers in the mountains when they've never actually done that before. So being able to make these field trips more accessible will benefit all the students. We can also select accessible outcrops, so the students don't necessarily have to walk somewhere. They are able to travel by vehicle to see all the different outcrops or along pathways. You can see here a photograph. This was from the mines field trip that was run 2 weeks ago, and the students were visiting the Walter Sisulu Botanical Gardens in Johannesburg. And you can see the very nicely maintained pathways. And what they've done here along this geo trail is they've brought all of the rocks from the area into a small area and put them alongside the trail. So someone, for example, in a wheelchair or using crutches would be able to navigate along those pathways and see all of the diverse rock types. And then next to each of those is a plaque explaining how the rocks formed and what is interesting about them. So that's something which would be very valuable for all students. So one thing we also need to think about is we need to adapt the expectations around pace and timing. I've said this before, some students have never hiked 10 kilometers, let alone in the Drakensberg on rugged terrain. So we should be doing this with all students, but we should also be focusing on our expectations as educators to make sure that each goal we want students to achieve is actually attainable, rather than making the students feel like they're all failing because they aren't able to keep up. And then one of the most important things is we need to promote collaboration amongst peers. We don't need to be isolating students to complete individual work. Instead, we should be working as a team and using constructivism in social settings. So another way we can do this is with collaborative learning. And this is a very specific example that I'm going to give, where students are unable to access remote sites. We can give those students different tasks. So someone that is not able to negotiate difficult terrain, they would be able to stay at camp and be given different tasks that would then benefit the group. One such example would be on-site borehole core logging. So you can see my colleague here, Warwick Hasty, looking at borehole core. This is where rocks are drilled from the surface down into the ground, and we take small cores of this, and you can see the intact rock, and you can understand what the geology is in the area. So a student would be able to understand that core and therefore understand the geological history of the area. And then that student would be able to become the liaison between the in-field students and those groups and the in-house consultant, which means that that student would then be valued by the student, by their peers. They would be able to create knowledge and be able to be a consultant to those students, whilst also honing their scientific communication skills. So they would be able to communicate their ideas to those students, which are fundamental in the sciences. Something that's also really interesting to me, and I'm going to delve into this more later on, not in this talk, I mean in my future, is the use of drones on site to create live video footage of outcrops. So someone can use a small scale drone, easily navigated, and students can have a tablet or a laptop on their laps where they are able to watch videos, and you can go into certain areas and someone can describe what's happening in those outcrops. And then also we need to build a sense of trust within the discipline. We can't have students pretending that they're okay when they're not. And the best way to do this is to pair senior students or staff members with learners to develop that sense of community. And this again should be done with all students, not just with those who may be struggling in terms of their access. So moving forward, I'm wrapping up now. We need to make sure that there is awareness around disabilities. I have focused here on mobility impairments, but obviously this conference makes it very obvious that there are a lot of disabilities that are out there. This is just the biggest gatekeeper to access in terms of students in geoscience. And we must be able to boost diversity within the science. And one thing that I've always believed is that where students are passionate about something, where they love a subject, where they're really interested in that and they're dedicated to that, they will be successful. And we often have students that are perfectly capable of understanding everything, but they're just not interested and they never flourish. So giving a student the opportunity to be able to do well in a subject is always beneficial to that person, even if they never use that within their career. And then we need to also get buy-in from industry. Can we get bursary support for these students? So we need to enact change, not just within the universities, but within industry as well, so that the students potentially have somewhere that they can go and be employed afterwards. And that's everything from me. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hoyer. You have indeed shared some pertinent issues and recommendations regarding the field of geology. Please do keep an eye on the question and answer section so that you may attend to the questions that may arise from the audience. Let us now move on to the next presentation by Dr. Desire Chiwandire from the Departments of Disability and Human Development and Occupational Therapy in the University of Illinois, Chicago in USA. Dr. Chiwandire is going to give us a presentation with the title, Voices of Students with Disabilities Unfairly Discentered, Management of Reasonable Accommodations Processes at South African Universities. Welcome, Dr. Chiwandire. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I really appreciate it. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just gonna set up my background quickly here. Just bear with me just for a few seconds.
Dr. Chiwandire, I think you can just proceed. Your background is quite fine.
All right, okay. And the slides, I sent Ashley my slides to post on my.
Okay, no, the slides will be shared. Could you please put up the slides there?
Okay. All right, thank you so much to everyone who has attended this presentation. So basically my presentation title is Voices of Students with Disabilities Unfairly Discentered, Management of Reasonable Accommodations Processes at South African Universities. So basically what this presentation talks about, I mean, for most of us and my colleagues in this Indaba who have done disability inclusion research, you'll find out that the concept of reasonable accommodation pops up a lot in most, if not all, academic articles that have been written on this subject on disability inclusion in higher education. But you find out that to date, there is no specific study which has specifically focused on reasonable accommodations in the South African context. So basically what this presentation aims to do is to try and review all the literature, you know, most of the literature in the field, you know, to try and come up with, you know, the findings that emerges from this literature and also provide recommendations accordingly. Next slide, please. Yes. Okay. So when we talk about reasonable accommodations, it's very important to understand the context, disability inclusion context within the South African higher education space. And, in order to understand that context, it's also important to first understand what was happening before the post-apartheid South Africa. So you find out that during apartheid, most students with disabilities, or persons with disabilities rather, were excluded in equal access to educational opportunities. And this was mainly on the grounds of race and disability, right? And this resulted in most students with disabilities being educated in special schools. You often hear about the context of overrepresentation of learners with disabilities in special schools, where they were taught inferior curriculum, which did not enable them to transition into universities because of lower entry points, right? So then we see the shift in 1994, with the new democratic government coming in, and this played an important role in creating what one would refer to as enabling disability inclusion policies, which takes the human rights approach, which is grounded on the social model of disability, which speaks more about what measures are the universities taking to make the higher education institutional environment more conducive or enabling rather for students with disabilities, right? In this regard, we see universities being obligated by a lot of disability inclusion policies to enroll and support students with diverse disabilities to succeed in academic, and one of the ways in which this could be achieved is to provide what one would call reasonable accommodations. But what is happening in practice is that most universities are still lagging behind in terms of providing these reasonable accommodation. And this has resulted in students with disabilities. When I talk about students with disabilities for purpose of this presentation, is broadly students with diverse disabilities, whether this is hearing, physical disabilities, invisible disabilities, Next slide, please. Okay, so I think it's important to understand the definition of reasonable accommodation. For purposes of this presentation, I'm talking more about academic accommodations, even though other reasonable accommodations, which goes beyond academic accommodations, are also important for the academic success of students. So a reasonable accommodation could refer to a change in curriculum, method of instruction, assessment, homework, or other school-based activity requirement that is designed to reduce or eliminate effects of disability on the part of the student. So basically what a reasonable accommodation helps with is to try and eliminate the impact that the disability has on a student. Let's say for a student with a specific learning disability, let's say like dyslexia, a reasonable accommodation in that regard will be extra time, because of the understanding that, a dyslexic student, processes information slowly. So in order for the institution to make sure that that particular student can participate on par with non-disabled peers, it's important to provide extra time, so that he or she can finish the work on time. So the concept of reasonable accommodation is grounded in Article 3 of the United Nations on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, which is an international human rights instrument that South Africa has signed and ratified. And by signing and ratifying that instrument, South Africa actually assumes a legal obligation to provide reasonable accommodations to students with disabilities. And this is often in their national disability policies, as well as institutional disability policies, And then the main reason for the provision of reasonable accommodation is basically to level the playing field, for students with disabilities to participate on an equal basis with their non-disabled peers. And therefore, the denial of reasonable accommodation is actually is viewed as discriminating against the student on the grounds of disability. Next slide, please. So the methodology for this study, basically the rationale, to begin with, the rationale is that, as I have elaborated earlier, is that there's a depth of studies investigating the concept of reasonable accommodation, which often comes in many studies, but it has not been dealt with one study which does a holistic investigation of this issue. So basically, I was interested in exploring the status, issues, practices which underpin the management of reasonable accommodation and the impact on academic inclusion of students with disabilities. So the methodology that I utilized was scoping review of national academic literature, as well as institutional disability policies and scholarly literature on disability inclusion in higher education. So in terms of the analytical framework, I analyzed data using a thematic analysis approach as provided by Brown and Clark. Next slide, please. So in terms of the findings, the dominant findings from these studies, that lecturers, disability unit staff members, and university management, they tend to be the ones who exercise the discretion on which students deserve reasonable accommodations. And this is often based on personal opinions and attitudes that they have towards disability. This is not necessarily all universities, but this is a dominant finding, And when it comes to lecturers, from the literature that I review, I find out that some lecturers, find the provision of reasonable accommodation as time consuming, especially given that they also have, for most lecturers, in order to retain your job, they also have to engage in other aspects like, community engagement, research. So some of them, they find the whole process of providing reasonable accommodation very time consuming, And for students who have invisible disabilities, some lecturers actually doubt, when a student requests reasonable accommodation, they often think that the student is asking for too much, and especially special treatment. And also the other issue is that there is lack of knowledge on disability policies related to reasonable accommodation provision. So even though most universities have disability policies relating to the inclusion of students with disabilities, which have paragraphs which goes in greater detail on reasonable accommodation as a right, but there's not much that has been done to sensitize lecturers on what is reasonable accommodation, how it should be provided. And even students with disabilities themselves are not familiar with these policies, right? And because of this lack of knowledge and other reasons, some of the lecturers actually distance themselves from providing reasonable accommodations, and they constantly refer to students with disabilities to disability units. So actually, in other words, they find disability inclusion issues as something that they don't want to try and learn about it. It's more of like, okay, this is something that the disability unit should deal with, And some lecturers also lack skills on how to adequately support students with disabilities, especially their needs, right? And when it comes to disability unit staff members, some disability unit staff members from the literature that I reviewed, you find out that they also believe that students who are requesting reasonable accommodations are faking their disabilities, And there's also lack of resources to implement reasonable accommodations. And this has to do more with lack of human resources. There are very few disability units in South Africa which have like permanent staff members, or rather adequate staff members, rather, to support the diverse learning needs of students with disabilities. And for some students, especially for blind students, for them, one of the most important reasonable accommodation is to provide their material in Braille on time. And some disability units, they are struggling with achieving this goal. And this has more to do, as I have elaborated earlier on, that it has more to do with lack of human resources. Next slide, please. Yeah, and then when it comes to the university management, as we all know, that disability inclusion also requires, financial resources to achieve the goals of all sorts of reasonable accommodations that might be needed for students with disabilities, right? So in the literature, even though there's no specific study which has investigated, the university management, but from the literature that is available, most scholars always talk about the unwillingness of some university management to invest financially on disability inclusion, as disability inclusion or the provision of reasonable accommodations is deemed as too costly. So I think this has to do more with a prioritization of financial resources and the budget allocation, So there's a sense that, which is something that was dominant in my doctoral research, some management would think that I think it's better to build a research institute that is going to benefit like maybe 100 students, but they don't think about disability inclusion as something that is also that should be prioritized at the university, especially given that, disability also contributes to the diversity of students on campuses. Then there's also lack of knowledge on disability policies that I've also spoken about, on the part of the university management, and also the shifting of the responsibility for disability inclusion matters to lecturers and disability unit staff members. So there's this issue of distancing themselves, and not wanting to take the full responsibility. So despite these challenges, there's also best practices, how disability inclusion in Africa, there's always this comparison that Africa is not doing well, global North countries are doing much better than global South countries. But in reality, at some South African universities, there is best practices of, which relates to institutions where there are lecturers who are actually playing an important role, to actually support students with disabilities, including providing reasonable accommodation. And most of these lecturers are lecturers with disabilities who are always empathetic towards students with disabilities. And then some students with disabilities, especially those with self-advocacy skills, those tend to fare better because they can reach out to their lecturer and be vocal, or rather request reasonable accommodations or reach out to their departments. And for those students, they tend to fare better because, lecturers will engage them and provide the kind of support that they need, And then there's also an important role that is being played by disability units, even this Indaba, it's, most of the staff, most of the organizers of this disability Indaba, they are disability unit staff members, they work in disability units. So that on its own says a lot about how the organizers are self-advocating for students with disabilities. So that has also been identified in various universities in South Africa. Then also universities which also consult with students with disabilities on how they would want to be supported, and this was elaborated on the study by Tegane and Potkier, where it involves a blind student who was fully supported to study, I think he was studying a sciences qualification. I think it was mathematics, if I can remember correctly. So that university actually played an important role. They ensure that the student would guide the lecturers on how he needs to be supported. So there are also these best practices. Next slide, please. Yeah. Then I think the unique findings that this study generated, or rather how it adds new knowledge to the field of disability studies in higher education in South Africa, is that it actually it actually shows the inadequacies of the legal compliance approach to reasonable accommodation. By legal compliance, I mean that there's this generalized view that, you know, when institutions talk about disability inclusion, it's always about like, oh, we have an obligation to support students with disabilities. It's a legal obligation, but there's not much that is being done to ensure that this legal obligation is being actually implemented, you know. So you find out that the provision of reasonable accommodations merely as for legal compliance purposes does not change the ableist culture that creates unequal power relations which favor key stakeholders, right? So in other words, what I'm trying to say here is to say, you know, it's not only about universities trying to meet the legal compliance, but the process of achieving the legal compliance, it has to do with also trying to change the culture of these institutions. So higher education institutions have the discretion to not only provide reasonable accommodations, which doesn't impose a disproportionate or undue burden on them financially. So you find out that institutions also always retain the power whether they will provide reasonable accommodations or not, based on the concept of the reasonable accommodation not having to impact on them financially, you know. So there's always an equal power relationship. So the lack of oversight mechanism also impact on the provision of reasonable accommodations. So because there is no monitoring mechanisms to ensure that universities are providing reasonable accommodations or not, this often results in students' rights being violated, you know, and students, they don't have anywhere where they can go and report and have their cases, you know, heard and get justice on these matters, right? And then lack of structures in which students with disabilities can report about disability inclusion discrimination, which I've spoken about, and the kind of consequences that universities are willing to take to address these issues, you know. Therefore, most universities are always not held accountable for not providing reasonable accommodations. And this resonates with the recent debates on disability rights just becoming paper rights and not rights that are implemented adequately. You know, therefore, students with disabilities are the ones who directly suffers the consequences. So I think when we talk about reasonable accommodations, I think the student has to be the priority here, because whenever a reasonable accommodation is not provided, the student is the one who suffers the consequences, either of delaying to finish his qualification or being excluded, you know, on academic grounds if they fail to fulfill the requirements of their courses. Next slide, please. So in terms of the conclusion, I think the most important thing that needs to be done here is to ensure that, you know, students with disabilities who are from the current literature are on the margins of the reasonable accommodations provision. I think it's important to bring them to the center of these conversations. Why? Because this is negatively impacting on their success, you know. And then there's also a need to critique the key stakeholders' actions as inconsistent with the human rights approach, which is espoused in South Africa's disability inclusion legislation, as well as institutional policies on disability, right? And there's also a need to critique how reasonable accommodations is being provided on the stakeholders' erroneous assumptions. You know, this should be provided on what the policies are saying, right? And the key stakeholders are reinforcing the exclusion of students' voices and agency, thus discriminating against them on the grounds of disability. So I think the most important issue here is the agency of students with disabilities, that in as much as reasonable accommodations debates are concerned in South African universities, it's mainly something that key stakeholders are the ones who exert full control or who decides important decisions without acknowledging the agency of students with disabilities, who is actually the right holder and who actually interacts with the institutional environment or the classroom environment. Next slide. So in terms of recommendations, I think it's important to center the voices of students with disabilities, if we are to achieve the robust provision of reasonable accommodations. So the unequal power relations ought to be dismantled in favor of prioritizing the voices of students with disabilities. And there is a need for the mindset shift and move towards inclusive approach, which ensures that students with the voices of students with disabilities are recognized. And there's also an importance, the need to ensure that, the concept of co-creation of knowledge, there is a need for the co-creation of reasonable accommodations. I think it's important for institutions to also consult with students on how to influence the creation of disability policies or policies on reasonable accommodations, or to also involve them in conversations which have to do with how universities can improve the provision of reasonable accommodations, rather than just talking about it as a legal issue, which is not adequately implemented in practices. This is because university students with disabilities are uniquely positioned as expert voices, because at the end of the day, they are the ones who are the learners. They are the ones who knows which kind of reasonable accommodations can best accommodate their learning needs, Next slide, please. Yeah, so basically this is the end of my conclusion, and the dominant argument that I was trying to put forward is that students with disabilities are on the margins, and if anything can be done to achieve disability inclusion is to take them from the margins and put them in the center of this process. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chwandire. Please also keep an eye on the question and answer section. That is where all the questions regarding your presentation will be directed. We are not doing well on time, so let us quickly rush to the next presentation. The topic for the next presentation is titled Continuing Teaching and Learning Models After the Pandemic in a New Social and Economic Crisis, the Case of Sri Lanka. So this presentation is going to be given by a lady from the Department of Sociology in the University of Colombo. Please welcome Ms. Chamali. Please forgive me if I pronounced your name incorrectly. The floor is yours.
Sorry, Manla. I don't think Chamali is here. She's reported that she is not well today. We are moving on to Lithawani's presentation.
Oh, okay. No, not a problem. Thank you very much. Let us quickly move to Livhuwani Rampamana's presentation. I think he's going to be presenting together with Dr. Thembelihle Makhanya from the School of Social Work here in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. Their presentation is titled Inclusive Teaching and Learning for Social Work Students Living with Disabilities Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. May I just check if it's acceptable that I present with my video off? considering that I have been having network issues, so I keep on receiving the message that my internet is not stable. For effectiveness of this presentation, I propose.
Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. I think your slides will do. We can proceed.
Thank you so much. Greetings once more, colleagues. I would like to confirm that the title of our presentation is Inclusive Teaching and Learning for Social Work Students Living with Disabilities, Post-COVID-19 Pandemic. I will be co-presenting with Dr. Thembelihle Makhanya, and we are both from the discipline of social work. Our discussion or presentation is mainly based on the discoveries from a narrative literature review, with a bit of dose of complement from our professional observations and interactions in the disability sector. So we are going to make reflections on social work students' experiences prior and during COVID-19, so as to suggest what could be a good practice post-COVID-19. Just to provide a brief background to our presentation, a publication by the World Health Organization published in 2021 reported that over 1 billion people live with disability across the globe. And that number is not stagnant, but forever increasing. This makes it necessary for us to keep on having engagements such as this one, so that we deal with the issues that persons living with disabilities are faced with in their daily lives. As opposed to the society's mainstream, persons living with disabilities have traditionally been secluded, discriminated against, and oppressed. And we continue to witness such seclusions, discriminations, and oppressions within our own societies, in different institutions such as schools, our workplaces, or and institutions of higher learnings. And this existence is despite the declarations and acknowledgement of disability as a human right issue across the globe. Of course, there are some determinations and some progressions that have been made to show the will to actually advance the inclusivity in terms of higher institutions of learning. For instance, we have the quality education goal number 4 of the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, which targets to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. That includes persons living with disabilities, and that is sought to be achieved by the year 2030. As well, the article number 5 of Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability seeks to reinforce the full realization of human rights and freedoms of persons with disabilities. We can agree with the previous speakers that there is indeed a few, or there are some colleagues and other institutions which are doing quite well in terms of advancing the movement of pushing the inclusivity in the institutions of higher learning. But the question is, are we doing enough? Or there is evidently there's still more that we need to do as from our own spaces and from our own corners. We are aware that there are different approaches and philosophies to construe what inclusive education is, but at the end of it all, the inclusive education is concerned with institutions being more inclusive to all students. And by saying all students, we mean all students literally. That is irrespective of their physical makeups, irrespective of geolocations, irrespective of their economic sides and all that. We are ought to continue to advocate for inclusive education, as the UNESCO publication by UNESCO 2005 also reported that students living with disabilities are the largest group to be excluded and marginalized from quality education in the world. So this actually reminds us that we should never opt for the easiest ways at the expense of finding more inclusive approaches in the spaces of institutions of learnings. So through the lenses of the social model disability, we understand that disability can be enabled and made evident by the system and environment. We, of course, have moved from the biomedical perspective or lenses of viewing this, and we understand, and this echoes some other change from the colleagues, that the system itself could expose or perpetuate disability, or the environment itself should be made to really be responsive to the human needs of individuals who are living with disabilities. That, of course, touches the issue of the curriculum, the issues of existing policies, and the practices that one needs to be adopting throughout the process. As would also be aware, the social work profession, it's theory-based as well as clinical. So there are theoretical parts and there are practice parts that we are all supposed to be thoughtful of in terms of promoting the issue of inclusivity. And that ranges from delivering the content and making arrangements for students as they are supposed to be going to field practicums that they are exposed to across the levels of the studies. So we are constantly reminded as academics and everyone else who is involved in the process of stimulating and facilitating teaching and learning to strive for the recognition of students' entitlement to learning experience that respects that diversity, and also ensure environments that enables participation for all, and try to eliminate and remove all possible barriers that could perpetuate injustices and oppressions in the institutions of higher learning, using different methods to deliver learnings, considering the nature of the disabilities that the students would be having and all that. May you proceed to the next slide, Doc. So on its nature, the social work profession is strictly perceived as a profession that enjoys its foundation from the philosophy of advocating for those who are marginalized. So the advocacy or the advocating for inclusivity is nothing new to us. So we have to strengthen our efforts to make sure that that is incorporated in the delivery of the content, as well as when the students are exposed for practical purposes. Can you proceed to the next one, Joe? And of course, our discussion has been shaped by the social model of disability. As I've indicated, we do understand that there are biomedical assertions that are associated with disability, but we are more into inclusivity that seeks to eliminate any barriers that could be perpetuated by the environment in which students are finding themselves in. In this case, that would be the institutions of higher learning, as well as whatever that was sending our students for or to for the purposes of learning throughout the processes. This model incorporates a holistic interpretation of the situation facing persons with disabilities. So it suggests that persons living with disability can live satisfying life if the focus of attention is directed towards the removal of disabling barriers. So of course, we are already made aware that there is a potential if enough determination is made to actually create reasonable accommodation for the students who are living with disabilities. So in terms of positioning the social work education and inclusivity, Dr. Makanya will shed some light on that as she's proceeding with the presentations. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rampabane, Sanbonani, and greetings, everyone. Just to add on what Mr. Rampabane has presented on, I will then speak about who are we as social workers and why the discourse of disability matters so much into who we are, and why we think we need to learn so much from COVID-19. So our profession is it's a practice-based profession, and it's an academic discipline that promotes social change and development. Issues of social cohesion, empowerment, and liberation of people are at the center of who we are. And also the principles of social justice, human rights, collective responsibility, respect of diversity are central to social work. These focus are central not only to social work in practice, but also to social work in academics. So students and practitioners remain critical into the focus of our profession. And as we engage with theories and approaches of social sciences, humanities, indigenous knowledges, that is African-centeredness, social work engages people and structures to address life challenges and enhance well-being. And this definition then locates the academic journey of our students in a very critical and interactive and socially engaged paradigm. As I'm trying to move on, okay, then just a quick understanding of what do we understand about a disability, and before we then move how it then relates to what you want to do in higher education and in relation to our education and social work. Different authors will explain disability in different ways, but the central message is it's a physical, mental impairment which has a substantial and a long-term adverse effects on persons' ability to carry out normal day-to-day activities. It's just one of the things or methods that limits someone's opportunity to interact in the environment. It's the complex interaction of individual with the environment, or it's an umbrella term which include the impairments, activity limitation, and restrictions of participation. So basically, it gives us an understanding that it's a certain kind of limitation that limits someone's full potential to participate where other people are participating. Then, because we said we wanted to understand the discourse of COVID-19 in our department, and what lessons do we need to learn? It's important for us to just go back into what we already know, the fact that the virus, which quickly spread across the globe, also arrived in South Africa. And when it arrived in South Africa, just like any other countries, a number of restrictions, adjustment had to be applied just to deal with the pandemic and to deal with the wave. And those changes came with a number of effects or impacts into individuals, into communities, and into the economy and into the country, and more specific into the institution of higher learning, where we are focusing. And it matters a lot for us to go back into, because context also matters. We are in Africa, we are in South Africa, and we are coming from a history of colonialism and of apartheid. And we are still dealing with the historical or with the colonial issues that has not been well dealt with. Hence, we are still speaking with the issues of inequalities and issues of access. And one will remember the 2015 and 2016 protest, a university protest, where students were still calling for a need of a decolonized South African education. And the structures and the location of the South African universities, they remain the reflection of what supremacy, because of the colonial orders that we're still surviving on. And this encourage high levels of inequality and social unjust educational cultures that overlooks the need of the poor and previously oppressed African masses. And COVID-19 arrived at that point in time, at that context in our stage, in our education. And when it arrived, universities, obviously universities are to change, university to save the year. So it has to shift. The universities that were mainly focusing on traditional methods of teaching and learning had to shift swiftly into online learning and also into blended learning for other institutions. What did this suggest? That students and academics had to be introduced into a new world, had to be introduced into a new technological world, and swiftly, quickly, and concerns can be raised then regarding the readiness of our institution in employing a new method of teaching and learning for students with a disability, considering the time and space this objective had to be achieved. South Africa is a diverse country with high level of inequality due to apartheid and other methods and other things that we can mention. Given such history, questions relating to emancipatory pedagogy and transformation in education for students with disability during COVID-19 then can become very central. And students with disabilities, accessibility to new modes of teaching and learning, availability of resources, the acquisition of critical thinking, and how their education was affected remains also central. And this is more central into our profession and into our academic journey, as I just provided a background of what is it that the student needs to possess, or what is it that the practitioner who have to be social work need to have. So how did the COVID-19 and the new normal influence or impacted this dimension of our profession? And scholars such as Nube and the colleagues identify that students in rural universities were struggling with technological advances. And I want to argue that it was not only the case of rural universities, even universities that are located in suburban areas, because those universities also have a diverse population of students. They also, certain groups of students had to suffer due to certain inequalities. And I just want to talk briefly about some of the experiences that emanated from the literature that where our student was exposed during COVID-19, particularly those who are living with disability. I mean, those who have disabilities. Okay. COVID-19 and moving online, it did have some benefits, and some students living with disability did appreciate these benefits, such as flexibility on learning and easy access to information. And for some, it's developed personal skills, discipline, motivated and self-motivation, ability to communicate. Sometimes you develop more confidence when you have to communicate in your own space where you can't see the other person on the other hand. For other, studying online allowed a customization of self-learning experience. And Umuhaye argued that online learning enhanced learning regardless of the physical distance between educators and students. So we cannot overlook those benefits of online learning. But having provided the context of our position in our country and the history of our education and the colonial orders that we're still struggling with, despite the high number of students with disabilities in our institution, majority experience life challenges without support. So they receive minimal support, and this is due to some extent by the fact that we did not have sufficient data on students with disability, and therefore their educational support during COVID-19 remains unclear. And Mr. Ramphawane can attest with me when I say this. Even in our department, we are guilty as charged. So the move of class remotely do not address the needs of students, basically because we did not have enough data and we had to move quickly and swiftly. And even though some methods did address the issues of inequality, but it could not address effectively and holistically considering this group of students. The disadvantaged and marginalized group of students received no or limited consideration. They suffered several barriers during their teaching and learning, and things became, such as data became costly, equipment, the need for internet access became a challenge, but what is also central, we find no evidence of training both for academics and students on digital training during this change of learning, online learning during our COVID-19. And there are various questions that can be raised on online learning, given the documented challenges, issues of equality, access, and extend to how those contribute to learning experiences of students. Authors such as Baba and colleagues, they highlighted that online learning in a curriculum, there should be an adequate planning time, design, testing, and implementation. And the question then is, was our institution able to meet those requirements during the time and the space, and particularly in social work education in South Africa, were we able to take this planning and consideration and design, particularly and consideration of children with disability, before we fully immersed or embrace the online learning during COVID-19? I'm asking this question because, as I've indicated, this pandemic came at the point where, in this online learning, South Africa has met the constitutional has not met the constitutional objective of transformation, economic, socially, and political. And the number of population in our society had no access or poor access to internet or poor connection access, particularly during COVID-19. How did we support our students with disability? It remains unclear. Even though our country has a high or is technologically advanced, hence we were able to manage for the university to move to online, but there is no specific support required even from the literature which clarify the intensive support that was provided to students with the disability. What kind of education we then aspire post-COVID-19, considering that background and considering that challenges in our social work education? It should support independence and reflexive learning for students. That is the call of social work, as I indicated. It needs to be reflexive. It needs to encourage a criticality for emancipation, and it needs to allow for individuals to reflect about the history in the current context. So for us, for our teaching, need to incorporate this need, and also have the student with disability in our mind. And we need to figure out how are they with them, participating, engaging with them. How can we ensure this objective of the profession in our new normal or in our online learning, our in our development, in our new technological advancement. For students with disability, it forms the fundamental part of epistemological tools utilized for learning processes. For students to achieve such education, there is a need for advanced support in the institution of higher learning. This also asserts that support services at the university have the potential to enhance student performance, eliminate failure, and reduce the student dropouts. Therefore, the central message is we need to encourage a deliberate and meaningful support, because it's support services respond to student adjustment concerns at the university effectively. And for students with disabilities, forgive me if I'm rushing fast, I think we are running out of time. For support or for students with disability, it will include the need for us to assess the accommodations. I think the last presenter has dwelled so much in this aspect, the issue of access in inclusivity in curriculum, and then implementation of individualized education program. If we talk about the disadvantaged group and inequality and the need for inclusivity, we must not just leave it inclusive or broadly as there, but it must have individualized strategies that to ensure that this group of students receive adequate support and sufficient support. Then in conclusion, we want to highlight that technological advancement during remote learning needed to capture the needs of all students, but that could not happen. Social workers need to be critical in working environments with human suffering and social ills caused by previous oppressive systems. So our education, the reason why we are saying we really needed to capture all the needs of our students, so that we were going to be able to offer this kind of of support or this kind of education to our students. And for social workers to be effective in practicing within a historical disadvantaged country, they need to be emancipated themselves to ensure that they keep with the standards of anti-oppressive social work approaches. Hence, education tailored to a social work student should be emancipatory, empowering, and it should also offer a human freedom. Siyabonga, thank you so much. This is our contact details, just in case.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makanya, for the presentation. Time is not on our side, so we're not going to take any questions. Just refer to the question and answer section to attend to the questions relating to your presentation. We now have to quickly rush to the final presentation of the session, which is going to be given by Ms. Gugu Madlala from Gender Studies in the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She is going to present on a topic titled Perceptions of Female Students with Physical Disabilities at the Pietermaritzburg campus of University of KwaZulu-Natal towards intimate relationships. The podium is yours, Ms. Madlala. Could you please be cognizant of the time factor? Thanks.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair. So I'm aware that we already ran out of time. So introduction, Ms. Gugu Madlala. This study was submitted for master's thesis. My supervisor, Dr. Janet Mutugi. So the topic of my research was perception of female student with physical disability at the Pietermaritzburg campus of University of KwaZulu-Natal towards intimate relationships. So the background is that a societally, environmental, and negative attitude encountered by women living with physical disability is a reality that reflects the way society construes their human and social environment. Not only are women with disabilities faced with issues of infirmity, but also isolation due to their disability, especially when it comes to matters of love and intimacy. There are also negative social attitude towards women with disability, and those can have a negative impact on the lives of those women living with disability, more so on their perception of intimate relationships. So not much has been explored or written or published about the perceptions of female students living with physical disability toward intimate relationships. In the light of this study researched the perception and experience of female students with physical disability at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg. The purpose of the study was actually to give female students a voice and a chance to express own attitude about what do women living with disability feel towards the topic of intimate relationships. So the method was the qualitative research design was used for this study, and one-on-one interviews was conducted with 20 female students living with physical disability from the University of KwaZulu-Natal's Pietermaritzburg campus. The participants were selected by convenient sampling. Ethical clearance was obtained from the university per protocol. Participants were informed of their rights, and that if they felt uncomfortable at any stage, they could leave. And if they were unable to answer, they were not forced to do so. According to the literature review, the number, 10% of the total number of people around the world live with disability. And then of this number, 80% live in developing countries and in communities where poverty remains a hard reality and no basic needs are accessible. This is according to WHO 2011, especially for people living with disability. Many women living with disabilities, particularly in Africa, they face prejudice, rejection, and social challenges and social stigma. Other challenges that confront them include humiliation, alienation by family members and society, negativity and biased attitude as a result of society's norms, marginalization because of their persona, and maltreatment by their parents who feel guilty for having children who are living with disability, amongst others. Studies done in the past reveal that women with disabilities are more exposed to different forms of psychologically, physically, sexual mistreatment and exploitation to an extent that they are victimized not only by the abuse, but society's consideration of them as not women enough because of their conditions. And surprisingly, there's evidence that they get similar treatment from some of their religious members, and these are coupled with cultural, ritual, and traditional practice. In many instances, people without disabilities often speak on behalf of the women living with disabilities, and women living with disabilities are treated as subalterns, meaning that they have no voice, no power to speak on their own. Gender and disability are both socio-cultural constructed identities which surpass biological determined category, that is according to the authors. Many studies has probed topics that are focused on issues affecting women living with disabilities and factors that prevent women living with disabilities to have access to sexual and reproductive health. So the motivation of the study, as mentioned before, is that not much has been written about the perceptions of women living with disability towards intimate relationships. So the absence of information on these issues results in an uncoordinated response from the relevant stakeholders. There are a number of assumptions about the subject, so it will be interesting to find out whether the assumptions are true or not by getting first-hand information from the women living with disabilities. So this study provided some insight into those factors. So these are some of the discussion that came out of the discussion. The participants described that women, as they described themselves as women who are epitome of strength and vigor, capable of withstanding any expectation placed on them. The responses from the women in the study indicated that women living with disabilities believe that women are capable of taking up any role and still succeed to play the role of being caretaker and working women who are able to take care of everyone around them. Participants also revealed that they are always enjoying being part of intimate relationship at any given time. As such, experience bring them joy. However, they feel judged by the society, and as a result of this, what is supposed to be an enjoyable experience is dented by the attitude that has been depicted by the society toward the disability itself, as they fail to know the human being behind the disability. So the views expressed by the participants also suggested that the society needs to look at women as a whole, not in one-side manner that deprive women of being given a chance to prove their own ability and strength. Women living with disabilities see themselves as strong-willed human beings who are able to multitask, who are more than capable to be girlfriends, wives, mothers, sisters, students, members of society, members of any organization, and the shoulder to cry on when another person needs advice. Majority of the participants stated that the cultural norms and expectations limit them as women living with disability. However, they believe that such norms are imposed on women. Although they agree with some of the expectations placed on women, particularly those related to motherly duties and taking care of the home, they mentioned that the norms portray men as superior and leaves the women with a lot more of the responsibilities. Participants stated that equal rights should be exercised in relationships, and it is important to allow women to exercise their power and rights when they are in an intimate relationships. So the results that came out of this study is that women living with a physical disability perceive themselves as strong individuals. They perceive themselves as people that are capable of engaging in a loving, intimate relationship. They also raise concerns such as the issue of trust in intimate relationships. They indicated they feel judged by the society so much that what is supposed to be an enjoyable long experience is dented by the attitude that has been depicted by the society towards the disability itself, which has blinded them from getting to know the human being behind the disability. Participants who were not in any relationship at the time of the one-on-one interview also expressed the fear of the unknown, but communicated that they are strong women and always fight for their rights. They also expressed that they view themselves as very strong-willed human beings. The feelings of women living with disabilities, that even though the society continue to treat them as different because of their disability, as human beings, they feel equipped to perform as any sexual being would, that they love their bodies and appreciate the body that the God has given to them. So the value of the study was to contribute to the knowledge and insight on the gender and disability as it explores the feelings and the perception of women living with physical disabilities. Not many studies have been conducted at the University of Natal focusing on female students living with physical disability and their experience in intimate relationship. So there are a lot of studies that have been done which focuses on access, employment, and support from the university. So this particular study will provide an opportunity for more researchers to focus on the issues of gender and disabilities. So the study will add to the ongoing discourses regarding the issues of gender in intimate relationships. In conclusion, the findings arrived at in this study indicate that women living with disability, they are people who are always optimistic, always positive about life in general. Participants acknowledge that being part of an intimate relationship is an experience that they will always enjoy as long as they have the right partner who's willing to learn more about their disabilities, have a sense of understanding of their disability, treat them well with love and respect, and understand that being disabled really doesn't determine who they are as individuals. So there were a few limitations of the study is that on the system in Pietermaritzburg campus, there were more than 199 students registered within the university. However, when the researcher was conducting the students for appointment, many students whose name was on the list indicated that they were no longer students at the university. So for recommendation is that it will be interesting to see if the male students who are living with disability will have similar views on the way they perceive intimate relationship, since male counterparts are considered more masculine and are treated differently by the society compared to female counterparts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Madlala, for the presentation. You can also refer to the question and answer section for the remainder of the program. Yes, this was the final presentation, and it is these kind of sessions that open up dialogues for actively engaging on specific issues that we are confronted with. You know, for example, Dr. Ayani touched on the importance of continuous efforts required to eliminate barriers that prevent effective participation of people living with disabilities in the economy. You know, the inclusion of people living with disabilities in tabling of preventative measures is indeed vital in order to ensure that these measures are effective and that active participation in the economy is obtained. You know, and again, a number of presenters did touch on an important topic of inclusive learning, which is an approach that always seeks to widen participation, equality, and diversity and improve students' retention and success. So the commitment to broaden access and ensuring success requires institutions to have more sophisticated understanding in diversity and to engage in institutional development and change to attract these students into higher education and enable them to successfully complete their studies and become effective graduates. You know, so this increases the calls for fully integrated academic programs, not forgetting the investment on assistive devices. Ms. Taba also touched on the issue of electricity disruptions. It is evidence that the reliance on technology exposes us not only to cyber attack threats, but also raises uncertainties given the electricity crisis that we are still battling with. We cannot rule out the fact that an electricity catastrophe threatens the country's educational growth, especially for learners, schools, and higher education institutions with limited resources, but still in the race for adapting to digital learning. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our program. It has been an honor to be the program director for the 2022 Online Disability Indaba. As we go back out there, let us reflect on today's Indaba and make disability everyone's Indaba. I'm now going to hand over to Dr. Ashley Subia, who is the Information Access Officer for the Disability Support Unit at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. He is responsible for managing the reformatting services and the South African Sign Language services. He is the current chairperson of the Provincial Education Committee for the South African National Council for the Blind in KwaZulu-Natal. He is going to deliver the closing remarks and vote of thanks. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you, Amanda. I just want to check if my video is clear.
Yes, it's clear. It's clear, Doc.
Thank you so much. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the attendees who've attended on the Zoom platform and via live stream on YouTube today to help make this event, I think, an enriching and successful one. And extend a particular vote of thanks to Professor Sonka for opening the 2022 Disability Research Indaba and pledging his commitment to promoting inclusive education at UKZN, and also acknowledging the key role that professional services staff play in effecting this. I'd like to thank all the panelists who engaged in a vibrant and robust discussion on cultivating a more inclusive higher education environment for SASL users, Dr. Kate Huddlestone, Mr. Neville Balakrishna, Mrs. Marty Miranda, Ms. Asunder Kachwa, and most especially Ms. Modehi Nenjana, whose contribution I felt today was highly pertinent, and she provided a unique perspective, having been a student in the system and a deaf academic. A special vote of thanks to Professor Sigamani Naika, who took to give us time from his very busy schedule I think his presentation today on the politics of inclusive education raised more questions than provide us with answers, but allowed us to actually, deliberate introspectively on the transition towards a social justice model in dealing with the question of inclusive education and its transition in higher education. A very special note of thanks to the members of the Scientific Review Committee, Professor Sitembela Ntumbela from the University of Zululand, Professor Josh Talbot from East Indiana University in the United States, Professor Oliver Mutanga from the University of London, all who took out time from their busy schedules to review the many abstracts that were submitted for inclusion in today's program. A special vote of thanks to the presenters today who've added to the body of knowledge in this sector. A special thanks to Shakila Thakur-Prasad from Corporate Relations Division, Jasper Sasl and Shivona Miraj from the University Teaching and Enhanced Learning Unit, who've aided in the hosting of this virtual Indaba. And a note of thanks to Professor Mazibuko, the Interim Senior Director for Student Services Division, who supported the hosting of this event. We cannot undervalue as well the contribution of the South African Sign Language interpreters from both Stellenbosch, Marshan Needling, and Gert Erasmus, as well as the dynamic UKZN Sasl team of Noktula Kumalo, Landeka Nchangase, Simitemba Kumalo, Landiwe Indaba, Cholofelo Sekaswi, who provisioned interpreting for the duration of the program today. A huge vote of thanks to Dushan Gobind and Spamandla Gomanda for supporting the technical team for today's program. And lastly, but by no means least, the incredible organizing committee that was brought together to host this Indaba. Mr. Amit Rambali, the Senior Student Development Specialist for UKZN, who manages disability, for supporting the event. Our Program Director, who did a fantastic job today, Mr. Manda Dlamini. Our Technical Director, Mrs. Tahita Pillay. Our Marketing and Publicity Officer, Ms. Noktula Kumalo. Our Administrative Officer, Skulile Mbata. And Dr. Rashantni Subrain, who was the Scientific Review Committee Chair. The 2020 Disability Indaba, which was themed No Student Will Be Left Behind, Reimagining Higher Education Disability Services in Response to COVID-19, highlighted how underprepared institutes of higher education was for the effect of the pandemic. It also highlighted several barriers for students with disabilities in the higher education sector, ranging from the abrupt disruption of disability services, lack of reasonable accommodations, double-bind vulnerabilities, adjustment challenges, and digital isolation due to a lack of assistive devices, which perpetuated inaccessibility to academic materials. However, over the last 2-year period, we've learned a great deal about how disability services can be adapted and transformed to ensure maximum engagement and participation of students with disabilities in the higher education environment. As we transition to a post-pandemic era, we do not want to lose the knowledge gained in the last 2-year period. And that's what motivated us to have a look at this year's theme, the new normal. From today's program, I think I have noted a few key points that is something that we can take away from this engagement and critically have a look at. I think the insights into the challenges faced by the deaf community in accessing higher education is a critical one, considering that SASL is soon to be recognized as the 12th official language in South Africa. What is alarming, though, is that less than 10% of teachers in the schools for the deaf are competent SASL users, which has led historically to only 3% of deaf learners being able to access higher education. However, the recognition of SASL as a matric subject has seen an influx of deaf learners into higher education institutes. In 2020, at the time of the 2020 Indaba, 8 students were registered at UKZN. In 2022, we currently have 16. We've doubled the number in the last 2-year period, making the discussion that was held earlier so pertinent in how we can effectively transition our institutes to be more inclusive, and not only look at how we can make the environment inclusive for the academic programs, but also for social integration, and critically review the lived experiences, which will also inform the management of reasonable accommodations, which is not only pertinent for deaf learners in higher education, but for students with a diverse range of disabilities. Certainly, while online teaching and learning has had its challenges, it has also had many positives in the last 2 years. We've seen that a reduction in stigma has afforded students with disabilities the ability to engage more equitably and more productively on online platforms. What we want to do is take the good parts out of these engagements and incorporate that into a post-pandemic strategy to deliver blended modes of teaching and learning that are effective and that promote equitable participation and inclusion. Access to technology, however, is a concern. South Africa, as much of the developing world experiences, is challenged by the high cost and inability to easily access assistive technology. This will remain a challenge until we can effectively find a route for funding that is more efficiently coordinated and easily accessible to students with disabilities entering the higher education environment. As we close this year's Indaba, I would like you to consider some of the knowledge that has been generated in this engagement today, and hope that it will help to inform our strategies for improving the inclusive environment in our higher education institutes going forward. Thank you, and I now formally bring this Indaba to a close.